This young man is our main character, Dawood Campbell. At this moment, he finds himself in a very awkward situation, as all of the female protagonists and antagonists are vying to become his wife. This has even led to a husband war. For an ordinary person, perhaps being in this situation would make them go crazy with happiness. However, our main character is not like that. He is very clear-headed. Dawood is fully aware of his role as an extra character and knows he doesn't have the fortune to enjoy this. If he gets entangled with these important characters, he'll be out of luck soon. But things never go as he wishes. Want to know the details of the story? Please give me a like and subscribe. Then come back to continue watching. The story begins with Dawood gazing out the window, lost in thought. According to the butterfly effect, the fate of humanity can change with a simple choice. In other words, it's a phenomenon like a nucleus. At least for me, that's how it is, because until now, I've made quite a few regrettable choices. Just as he thought this, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out from outside, startling Dawood. My love, do you hear me? I know you're in there. So I came. You'd better open the door. I asked Ophelia, the club's housekeeper, and she said you don't have any classes today. Are you planning to ignore me till the end? Hearing the familiar voice, Dawood's face turned pale as though he were about to die. Sweat began to pour down, and he screamed in his mind, there's no one more persistent than her. To confirm his thoughts, the girl outside proceeded to thrust a sword through the door, as though she intended to break it down. Then I'll just make my own way in, she said calmly. Meanwhile, Dawood cursed her in his mind. This crazy woman. Thinking quickly, he reached out and shouted to stop her. That's against the rules. The student council president enforces the punishment when someone breaks the rules. In response, his girlfriend revealed a shocking piece of information. Too bad for you. I am the student council president. As the words just finished, the door to the room was immediately torn apart, shattered into pieces. Then, the strange girl walked into the room and scolded. You've been avoiding me a lot lately. Exactly 32 times. Did she actually count? Dawood sighed. However, the strange girl paid no attention to his comment. She calmly made her proposition. Let me ask you this. Dawood Campbell, will you marry me? These words came from a girl dressed in an outfit that looked like a uniform, with a long sword strapped to her side. Before Dawood could respond, another girl's voice sounded from beside him. What are you talking about? Princess Tristan, I didn't expect you to go after a flower that's already in bloom. Is that how your family behaves? The voice came from a girl with purple hair, sitting gently by the window. What was especially noticeable was that she had animal ears on her head. Seeing the other girl, Tristan's gaze turned serious as she coldly replied, Isn't that a bit too glaring for an assassin? There will be plenty of witnesses. In response, the girl, Sarah's, stuck out her tongue and teasingly said, Killing all witnesses is my motto. Princess. Below, Dawood blinked and quickly interrupted, Wait a second. I'm really uncomfortable right now. I haven't even thought about marriage yet. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the roof above him was smashed. Then, a blue-haired girl descended into the room. Seeing her, Dawood helplessly exclaimed, Lilu. And sure enough, Lilu had the same goal as the others. She turned to Dawood excitedly and said, Come live with me. Dawood, the wedding preparations are pretty much done. All we need is you to come along with me. Hearing this, suddenly, a black-haired girl appeared with a face full of murderous intent. She swung a chain in her hand toward Lilu. How rude. She shouted. Meanwhile, Lilu scoffed. Lord Dawood, what exactly do you do in your daily life to let these half-baked ones surround you all the time? As your fiancé, I won't let this slide. Just as the words finished, a red-haired girl riding a fiery broom flew in. Can you all shut up? You jealous women. Dawood Campbell is mine. At that moment, all the girls looked at each other with fiery eyes. They all knew that the others would not easily let Dawood go with them. Without any hesitation, they all rushed into battle with each other at once. Dawood, caught in the middle of this chaos, could only scream in despair. What are you all babbling about to each other? So how did this happen? Let's see. Everything started because the survival game put me in this situation. It's called Savior Rising, or SR for short, a fresh academy story for young, passionate teens. It has a bit of a weeaboo world vibe. but the characters are familiar and stable. And when I finished the game and watched the ending, I found it quite interesting and a bit fulfilling. But then the next day, I got sucked into this game. Does that sound logical? Wait, didn't I curse the game? And now some divine developer is after me? I didn't even get attached to the main character. But anyway, I ended up as the character Dawood Campbell. He had no power at all and was just the heir to an unknown barony. He was merely a third-rate background character in this world. Agriculture was the main industry in the Campbell barony. Furthermore, there was no dungeon here, which was common all across the empire. It was barely even mentioned in the main SR movie. So, the fact that the son of a baron was enrolling in the Royal Academy became a shocking story across the land. The day Dawood was preparing to leave for school, his father and all the people in the territory came to bid him farewell with unbelievable joy. His father couldn't even contain his emotions. Finally, you're leaving, Dawood. You are the pride of our land. Take care. Don't cause any trouble. Elfonte is where the descendants of all the nobles in the empire gather. The best thing you, the son of a baron, can do is not attract attention. Understand? His father's overly detailed reminder made Dawood laugh awkwardly. Haha, I told you. I understand already. He then checked his status board. Status information. Dawood Campbell. Strength. F agility. F stamina. F luck. F charisma. F skills. None. Expertise. None. Special traits. None. Special gift. None. Looking at his pathetic status board, Dawood's face began to sweat profusely. He had no idea how he'd survive or manage to graduate from the academy with such weak stats. Everything's at F. Even I, a battle-hardened veteran, have never seen such a low starting stat. Currently, the system had assigned Dawood the main task of enrolling in the academy and being assigned to a class. According to the game system, if he ignored the task, the game would end, since Elfonte Academy, where he's about to enroll, will fall into chaos because of the villain's brutality. Dawood was determined not to do anything that might threaten his life. Thinking this, Dawood gave his father a confident look. Don't worry, father. I'll do my best to not attract anyone's attention. I won't indulge in fantasies about raising the status of the barony. I'll keep my grades below average. With that, he bid farewell to everyone and boarded the train to the Royal Academy. But it seemed like fate had a different plan for him. Things would never go as smoothly as he hoped. Wouldn't the main heroine take care of everything? Avoiding attention was what a true loner should do. His academy life had officially begun. But how come he was sitting on the same train as her? At this moment, in front of Dawood stood a stunningly beautiful girl with silver hair. She was taking advantage of the train ride to read a book and sip on a cup of tea. However, don't be fooled by her beautiful appearance. With his experience playing games, Dawood knew exactly who she was. She was Elnor Elinorize La Tristan, a bloodthirsty villain, the one who buried countless corpses, the final boss of this world. In the scenarios, she and the protagonist were locked in continuous battles, slowly losing their sanity. The dormant existence of the Grey Demon finally consumed Elnor's body, turning her into the final boss that only the protagonist, after reaching the ultimate development, could confront. On the other side, although Elnor was still focused on her book, she seemed to sense Dawood staring at her and spoke up. Do you need to see a doctor? You don't look too good. Upon hearing this, Dawood's face turned pale as he hurriedly waved his hand. Ah, no, I'm fine. Elnor continued speaking, her gaze never leaving the book in her hands. The reason I'm sitting here instead of the first-class cabin is a deliberate choice to show that my family, the Duke's family, is a high noble family. Sorry if it made you anxious. Anyone who sits in the same carriage as me seems to have this expression. Her tone was somewhat cold, but it made Dawood feel something unusual. He thought to himself, she's so different from what I remember. Elnor is always described as someone who pursues perfection and is bold. So, what does this sensitive side of hers mean? Back in Elnor's perspective, noticing that Dawood didn't respond to her question, she spoke up again. Why aren't you answering? Are you curious about something else? Dawood scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Ah, no, nothing. You're really kind. At this, Elnor paused her reading, looked at Dawood, and asked, Kind? Did you hear something? Or is it because of me? Have we met before? At her question, Dawood immediately became flustered. He mentally cursed himself for being so stupid and hurriedly explained. No, I just heard you're quite strict. Seeing Dawood's embarrassed state, Elnor sighed and returned to her book. You're really strange, she muttered. In response to her words, Dawood could only force a crooked smile. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. He. With that, he silently prayed in his mind. I'm just a background character. Don't get involved with me. Don't get involved with me. I should just stay quiet and look out the window. And thinking back, the scenery outside was magnificent, even with a rock rolling toward us. Thinking about this, Dawood seemed to snap out of it. His eyes bulged wide as the giant rock flew towards the window. With no way left to protect his life, Dawood immediately turned to Elnor for help, president of the student council. Forgive me, he reached out to her. And in just a second, the massive rock collided with the train car, causing a huge explosion. Columns of smoke billowed straight into the sky. However, despite this sudden disaster, both Dawood and Elnor remained unharmed because they were now protected by a necklace. Dawood realized this and immediately rushed to embrace Elnor, diving into the protective range of the necklace. Elnor always carried it with her, designed to protect her from harm. With all stats being F, Dawood thought to himself that without the necklace, he wouldn't have survived. He clenched his teeth tightly, silently waiting for the shock from the explosion to subside. Only when Elnor's voice reminded him did he snap back to reality. Are you okay? Could you move over a bit? You're too heavy, she said. Her words made Dawood realize he was lying with his face pressed into her ample chest. His face turned bright red, and he hurriedly sat up, stammering, I'm sorry. Before Dawood could finish his sentence, Elnor cut him off. It's fine, you did that to save me. This is the first time a man has gotten this bold with me. But thank you, I understand your intention, so don't apologize. Her words only made Dawood's face burn even more from embarrassment. Elnor had completely misunderstood his actions. Dawood had thrown himself at her only to benefit from the protection of the necklace. Not knowing Elnor's true intentions, Elnor sat up, fixed her hair, and asked, What's your name? Dawood suddenly felt a sense of unease. If I answer, I'll keep running into her. What should I say? If I tell her, what will she do with me? He thought, but then he answered, Dawood Campbell. In response, Elnor nodded. Okay, I won't forget this. I'll repay you in the future. Right after the female antagonist said those words, Dawood received a notification from the system. You have attracted the attention of an antagonist. The conditions for receiving a special gift have been met. You have received the skills, Ultimate Survival and Fatal Charm. Seeing this notification, Dawood's face immediately went blank. Time passed quickly, and now a team of doctors and nurses had arrived at the site of the train accident. Attending to the injured. Is it because this train came from Elfonte? Thanks to special security measures, the casualties were minimal. Those who have been checked are now able to move around. Next, Dawood boarded a carriage to continue his journey. During the ride, he took the opportunity to review the notifications about the special gifts he had received. First gift, Fateful Connection. When you receive more attention from those with evil traits, you will receive various rewards. This notification made Dawood stroke his chin. Deep in thought, no wonder. Even if I tried, I couldn't figure out the activation conditions back at the Campbell estate. Forget evil traits. Even finding a neutral character there was tough. No wonder this gift never got activated. Should I check out what I've just received? Unable to contain his curiosity, Dawood quickly checked what he had gotten. First was the skill Ultimate Survival, level unknown. Your stats will increase when you're in a dangerous situation. Effect scales with the level of danger. Next, the Fatal Charm skill, level unknown. The effect is to easily attract the attention of those with evil traits. The more extreme the situation, the stronger the effect. Dawood felt extremely conflicted about these two skills, relieved yet worried. Ultimate Survival will definitely be useful in combat and help me survive. But on the other hand, Fatal Charm, can I really have this? Evil traits? The characters with these traits in the game were a crazy warrior, a mad swordmaster who cuts down anyone who dares enter a 3-step radius, a violent assassin who kills anyone as long as they're paid, and a genius mage who lost all connection with the world. All troublesome characters. But, well, whatever now. right? The important thing is I've got a skill that will help me survive. What was strange, though, was that the skill levels were listed as unknown. Even as an SR level veteran, I've never seen anything like that. What does it even mean? On the other side, seeing Dawood's face change expressions continuously, the doctor became a bit worried and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Should I do another psychological evaluation?" "No, I'm fine," Dawood quickly replied. Time passed quickly, and the carriage took Dawood straight to the Elefante Academy. Transitioning to a large square inside the academy, the voice of a professor echoed as the new students gathered there, although an unfortunate incident occurred. "I thank all of you for arriving safely. This year's freshmen are truly impressive." Back to Dawood, he didn't pay much attention to the professor's speech. Instead, he was recalling his conversation with the doctor while still in the carriage. At that time, the doctor had said, "But you're just the son of an unknown marquis. With no connections, right? I was once a former student of Elefante. And I come from an unknown noble family as well. The Tristan territory has many enemies. So it's best you stay away from her from now on. If you keep hanging around those higher-ranking nobles, you're going to get into trouble." "I'll keep that in mind," Dawood replied. At that moment, the system also sent Dawood a reminder about something related to Elnor. Only 2 days left until the first stage event of the trust begins. Thinking about it, Dawood sighed heavily. "Don't joke with me, whether I want to or not. I'm already involved with her. At this academy, full of gossip, it's no small matter that she's a candidate to become the final boss. Just standing next to her is like signing my own death sentence." Before Dawood could think any more about it, a loud shout came from the front. "Dawood Campbell! You idiot, what the hell are you spacing out for?" Hearing this sound, Dawood snapped out of his swirling thoughts and looked around to see where the noise was coming from. At that moment, a few students were glancing at him with mocking expressions. "Hee hee, look at that country bumpkin. Everyone else has already been paired up. And you're the only one left. Your opponent's matchup has been decided automatically," said the brown-haired guy, pointing toward Dawood. Seeing this, Dawood quickly ran down and muttered to himself, Right after the entrance ceremony. The practical test is going to start immediately." He scratched his head and asked, "Sorry, who am I paired with?" Dawood said this with a calm face. But inside he was panicking. He knew that if everyone else had already picked their opponents, the remaining one must be the strongest. And sure enough, at that moment, a girl with orange hair reached out her hand toward him, smiling brightly. "Hello, do you need a hand?" Looking at her beautiful face and her cheerful smile, Dawood couldn't bring himself to smile back when he realized who was standing in front of him. This was none other than the greatest genius in the world, the future savior. This was the main character of Savior Rising. At that moment, Dawood could only reach out his hand toward her, but his eyes were already welling up with tears. "Am I doomed?" he silently asked himself. Time quickly passed, and the scene transitioned to the office of a certain female professor. At that moment, her colleagues were also complaining. "Hey, Count Christian just arrived, and so did Marquis Galantes. When is Tristan going to get here?" Setting aside their complaints, the female professor herself was growing increasingly anxious. Has she lost her mind? The dual qualifiers are happening right now. How can she be this late? Just as she was thinking that, as if in response to her frustration, the sound of approaching footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead. Everyone instinctively turned toward the source of the sound, only to see Elnor's figure emerging. She was staggering forward, her entire body covered in blood. Her appearance sent a wave of unease through the room. Meanwhile, the female professor immediately demanded, "I have a lot of questions for you. Where the hell have you been?" In response, Elnor simply replied that she had been dealing with a little something. But just one look at her was enough to tell that whatever she had been dealing with, it was far from minor. With a deep sigh, the professor signaled to her colleagues, "Sorry, but I need a moment alone with her." Once the others had left the room, the professor turned to Elnor and asked in a low voice, "Did anyone die?" Elnor shrugged. "Not too many, maybe around 12. Then, as if to clarify, she continued, "They were there as part of a plan to assassinate me. They rolled a massive boulder toward the academy's train, trying to make it look like an accident. I figured out who they were. And, well, since I happened to be nearby, I took care of them." Hearing this, the professor sighed and offered a word of caution. You should have let the school handle it. But before she could finish, Eleanor turned to her, her tone sharp with frustration. Do you really expect me to play fair and noble with everyone? To just forgive people who try to kill me? Opposite her, the female professor saw the determined look on Eleanor's face and chose not to press the matter further. Alright, fine, but at least go change first. The dual qualifiers are still going on. If you head there now, you'll run into Elia, the once-in-a-millennium genius. Elia Crixanix, in Dawood Camp. What the hell? Somewhere in the parish, a voice stammered as someone struggled to pronounce the protagonist's name correctly. But for Eleanor, that name sounded oddly familiar. Almost instinctively, she blurted out, Dawood Campbell? The professor's brows lifted in surprise. That's right, that's him, but how do you know him? He's not exactly someone who stands out. A vague image of the protagonist, awkward and unsure of himself, surfaced in Eleanor's mind. She couldn't help but smile faintly and murmur, that guy, he's a bit of an odd one. Back at Dawood's position, he was gripping a wooden sword, his hands trembling. The onlookers jeered and heckled at his obvious nervousness. Come on, country bumpkin, how many moves do you think you'll last? Moves? Ha, he'll be lucky if he doesn't get wrecked instantly. Dawood ignored their words, fully aware of how dire his situation was. My stats are garbage. If I take a hit from her, I'm done for. But then again, maybe this could actually work in his favor. This is definitely a dangerous situation, isn't it? But I've got nothing to lose. I'm sure at least one of my future enemies is among these people. If I don't die, I might at least attract their attention. With my knowledge advantage and stat buffs, maybe, just maybe, I'll survive. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. On the opposite side, Elia observed his sweat-drenched face, her expression shifting to mild concern. Hey, be honest with me, you're actually really weak, aren't you? Her tone was matter-of-fact, like she had already decided the answer. Yeah, I knew it. I was planning to beat you to a pulp just now. But, seeing you like this, maybe I'll pass. Dawood blinked in confusion. Beat me to a pulp? Me? Why? Elia's expression darkened slightly, irritation flashing in her eyes. You're with that Eleanor girl, aren't you? I can't stand her. And not just her. I hate the entire Tristan family. Those people, they're all monsters. Back to Dawood's perspective. Hearing this, he finally pieced everything together. She really just said that out loud? Bold move, even though she didn't spell it out directly. According to the storyline, she had opposed the Tristan family in quite a few matters. He understood, it was all because of the family's messy reputation. With that in mind, Dawood clarified, I was just in the same place as her. That's all. But Elia wasn't having it. That doesn't change anything. You still remind me of her face. And that pisses me off. So I think I'll hurt you. But, should we just pretend to fight? Hearing that, our protagonist could only let out a bitter sigh. Honestly, that sounds tempting, but if I don't get stronger within the next 2 days, my life is in danger. The only way I can survive is by making the people here notice me. With that thought in mind, despite being absolutely terrified, Dawood forced himself to steady his trembling body. Then, pushing through his fear, he managed to say, I guess I could go all out against you. Actually, I kind of like her. The moment those words left his mouth, Elia's face darkened, and the air around her seemed to shift. She clenched her wooden sword tightly and spoke in a cold voice. Are you serious? Of course I am. Well, if you really want me to fight seriously, then this is the only way. Dawood screamed internally but reaffirmed his words. Yeah, just like how you hate her. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Deadly charm activated. You are now significantly more attractive to villains. A bonus has been added to your gift bar. Meanwhile, Elia, having heard Dawood's words, no longer planned to hold back. Is that so? Then I won't regret this. Without another word, she pushed off the ground, launching forward like an arrow slicing through the wind. At the same time, she swung her sword back and then unleashed a blindingly fast strike. In an instant, her attack sliced the tip of Dawood's wooden sword clean in half. Fortunately, he had been watching her movements with full concentration. At the last possible second, he managed to tilt his head back, just barely dodging the strike by a hair's breadth. Although Dawood couldn't hide the panic on his face, the fact that he managed to dodge that last attack surprised Elia a little. Oh, You actually dodged that? Guess you're not completely weak. Then I'll just have to hit harder. With that, the swordswoman Elia shifted into an attacking stance once again. And this time, she was serious. Just looking at the way she held her sword sent shivers down Dawood's spine. A series of blood-red system notifications popped up in his vision. Danger detected. Threat level. Non-lethal. Activating desperate survival, X rank. The moment that message appeared, Dawood felt an invisible force surge within his body. And then, as if acting purely on instinct, he suddenly threw a punch straight ahead, coincidentally landing a direct hit on Elia's face. The result? With an EX rank punch, the highest possible rank, Elia's body shot backward like a cannonball, crashing into the wall with such force that it caused a massive explosion. Silence. Everyone, Dawood included, stood there, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Dawood Campbell, a student with all his stats ranked at F on his very first day at Elfonte Academy, had just successfully defeated this world's protagonist. The aftermath? A crisis meeting among the Academy's professors. During the discussion, a green-haired professor spoke up. There are two possibilities here. First, this kid Dawood was hiding his true strength all along. At this, a teasing voice chimed in. Wow, you sure changed your mind about him fast. Conrad, the green-haired professor addressed him without a hint of irritation. Either way, this whole thing makes no sense. Everyone here is intelligent enough to realize that Dawood had no combat skills or notable strength before that duel. But that punch? It landed hard. Hard? What do you mean by that? Another professor asked, raising an eyebrow. Professor Conrad fell silent for a couple of seconds before elaborating further. What I mean is, it's not just Elia Crixanix. No one could just walk away unscathed after taking a hit like that. At first, I would have bet that Dawood had zero chance of defeating a future warrior like Elia Crixanix. But through some means, whether it be performance-enhancing substances, an external tool, or some other unknown method, he managed to temporarily boost his strength. The only other possibility is that he is truly a prodigy. His words left the other professors in the meeting completely speechless. Not a single person spoke for several seconds. Then, after a long pause, a stunning female professor with striking blue hair adjusted her glasses and shook her head before adding, but his victory is simply too hard to accept. Mangrave Kindred, Elia's sponsor, isn't going to take this sitting down. However, if we overlook a student with such immense potential, it would be a huge loss for the Academy. Soon enough, we'll know whether he's a fraud or the real deal. So for now, let's wait and see how this unfolds. Her words made the green-haired Professor Conrad frown slightly as he asked in confusion. What exactly do you mean by that? The female professor explained calmly. This year's incoming class is full of interesting individuals. Some of them are so unique that we need to treat them with special consideration. If this student is truly as exceptional as you say, then I have no doubt that he'll carve out a place for himself among them. ... And just like that, Dawood's victory over Elia with a single punch became the talk of the entire academy. The news spread like wildfire, even making its way onto the front pages of newspapers. Dawood Campbell, who is he? Really? Could he be the son of an Imperial Knight Commander? Or is he the greatest talent ever to attend this academy? The rising star of Mangrave Kindred suffers a shocking defeat on the very first day of school. Holding a newspaper in his hands, Dawood let out a deep sigh, as if he were on the verge of death. Are they seriously making this a big deal? In both the place I used to live and this game world, do they really take things this seriously? With that, he casually tossed the newspaper aside and checked his system notifications. Character file update. Elnor Elinorize Latristan. Trust level 1 right pointing arrow 2. Rewards available. Character event D1. Viscount Lupin. Curiosity level 1, plus 50 points. Viscount Garand. Interest level 3, plus 140 points. Looking at the notifications, Dawood could only let out a dry chuckle. Looking at the notifications, Dawood quickly pieced a few things together. So curiosity leads to interest, then to trust, and I can use the points I earn in the point shop. The one most curious about me is Elnor. But why the hell is the final boss, the one who shouldn't even be interested in me, so damn interested? Even as he grumbled, Dawood wasted no time in claiming his rewards. Claiming reward from Elnor. Received. Tristan family swordsmanship trait. The unexpected quality of the reward made Dawood's eyes widen in shock. A family famous for swordsmanship. Huh? Let's see. The problem is, their lineage is connected to the demon race, but screw it. Whatever. Just as he processed this, he noticed something else. Elia's curiosity level toward him had reached level 4. However, the reward for that wasn't available just yet. Wait, why is she even on the list? Rewards are only given when villains take a positive interest in me. She's not a villain, and she definitely doesn't have a positive interest in me. Before he could analyze further, a sudden knock at the door made Dawood flinch and snap his head toward the sound. A familiar voice followed. Is this Dawood Campbell's room? It's me, Elia Crixanix. Can I come in? At that moment, Dawood swore to himself that he would avoid both main characters and villains at all costs. So when he heard the heroine's voice outside his door, his face immediately turned pale, his lips pressing together as he muttered to himself. Why the hell is she here? Maybe she'll leave if I stay quiet, right? Outside the door, as if reading his thoughts, Elia's voice rang out again. Hey, I know you're in there. If you don't answer, I'm kicking this door down. Dawood couldn't hold back and immediately shouted. Are you insane? From the other side, Elia, hearing his response, softened her tone. So you are in there. Could you open the door? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Dawood hesitated before mumbling back. Talk about what exactly? Elia answered casually. Oh, just a little chat, so we can get to know each other better. Maybe? Time passed quickly. At this moment, the swordswoman Elia was pacing back and forth in the hallway, sighing in frustration. He should have just agreed. Why is he so tense? What's wrong with him? I have no idea how to make friends with guys. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. And in her moment of distraction, she accidentally bumped into someone, causing the bag of food in the other person's hands to tumble to the ground. You should really watch where you're going. The person opposite her spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Realizing her mistake, Elia quickly bent down to pick up the fallen bag. However, as soon as she lifted her head and saw who she had run into, her entire body froze. It was Elnor. Images flashed through Elia's mind, a blonde-haired boy standing amidst raging flames, desperately telling her to run. Her breath hitched. Instinctively, she clenched the bag tightly, her fingers gripping it so hard that veins bulged across her hand. I'm fine, Elia responded hesitantly as she slowly loosened her grip. Only then did she realize she had instinctively reached for the hilt of her sword. I grabbed my weapon without even thinking. Elia's mind raced as she cautiously observed Elnor. Could she win against her in her current state? Elnor Tristan. She must have seen my hand, right? Then why isn't she reacting at all? Was she implying that she didn't even need to? As expected, Elnor didn't seem the least bit concerned. Instead, she simply extended her hand forward. Give it back. Elia, her hand still trembling, returned the bag to Elnor, her mind swirling with even more questions. Dawood, how the hell is he connected to this girl? With nothing more to say, the two of them brushed past each other. As they walked away, Elia muttered under her breath. Turn right at the end of this hallway, and you'll reach Dawood Campbell's room. From behind, Elnor stopped in her tracks as she heard Elia's words. Wait a moment, how do you know where his room is? Hearing the question, Elia raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before casually responding. I was with him just now. For some reason, Elnor's expression darkened slightly. Why? Her sudden shift in tone caught Elia off guard. Why was Elnor acting so hostile all of a sudden? Scratching her head in confusion, Elia replied, to make friends, of course. Among the new students, I just wanted to get to know some people. Before she could finish her sentence, Elnor shot her a sharp glare and coldly warned. New students are strictly forbidden from socializing with the opposite sex. Absolutely prohibited. Huh? But is there even a rule like that? Elia asked, completely baffled. However, before she could finish her thought, Elnor's eyes gleamed with a faint red glow as she replied. I just made one, so from now on, you are not allowed to go near his room again. There was something undeniably suspicious about this whole situation. Elia narrowed her eyes. Pardon me, but what exactly is your relationship with him? President? Elnor simply turned away, giving an indifferent response as she walked off. He's nothing to me. That being said, remember what I just told you. Elia, however, wasn't convinced. If anything, Elnor's words only made her more suspicious. There's definitely something going on between those two. Even if it's just for the sake of gathering information, I should keep trying to befriend him. Scene transition. The setting shifted to a massive structure, one of the grand halls of Elefante Academy. Today, countless new students had gathered there because it was the day of the class cooperation exam. This exam was meticulously designed to assess every aspect of a student's abilities. Participants would first face off in one-on-one duels, after which they would be grouped into teams based on their performance. And because Dawood had completely overpowered a top warrior candidate, he had been placed in the highest ranked group. Most students in his group looked quite proud of themselves. Meanwhile, Dawood was the only one feeling incredibly uneasy. The biggest problem? Her. Yesterday, he had rejected her outright. And yet, here she was today, in the same group as him. How is this even possible? Just thinking about it made him choke on his drink, spitting water all over the system screen beside him. At this moment, Elia's curiosity level toward Dawood had risen to level 5, yet the reward was still locked. Near the threshold of an interest level shift, a special event was about to unfold. Seeing this, Dawood could only let out a dumbfounded chuckle. Haha, she's even more interested in me now? What is happening? Thinking back to the letter and food that had arrived at night, a disturbing realization crept into his mind. Does that mean someone has been watching me? Why were all these strange things happening to him? Whatever. Focus on the exam. This is just part of the main storyline. Nothing too crazy should happen. Right? Elefante Academy, class cooperation exam. At the front of the gathered students, Elnor stood with her arms crossed, addressing them. Welcome, everyone. I am Elnor, the one overseeing this exam. Her sudden introduction made Dawood flinch. What? No way. This can't just be a coincidence. He had expected Elnor's event to trigger today, but her actually being the one in charge of the strongest group? If that's the case, it would be weirder if nothing happened during this exam. The reason why Elnor was overseeing Dawood's group, which happened to be the most elite group, all stemmed from Dawood himself. The day before, during a faculty meeting, the professors had come to a conclusion. If Dawood is truly talented enough to overpower a warrior candidate, I look forward to seeing his performance in the class cooperation exam. We should have the student council president monitor the test as a precaution. Thus, Elnor had been assigned to supervise them. Back in the present, Elnor turned around and instructed. First, head to the examination area. Once we arrive, you will receive your questions. With that, the group followed her lead, making their way into the testing facility. However, as they stepped into the hallway, the entire area suddenly went pitch black. Whoa, this place looks so cool, someone exclaimed in surprise. The lights just turned off. Seeing this, Elia instinctively glanced toward Elnor beside her. You said we'd get our questions after arriving. So, is this part of the test? Hearing the question, Elnor remained silent, scanning her surroundings with a sharp gaze. Meanwhile, Dawood received a system notification. Elnor event activated. Event. Assassination attempt. Surviving assassins are still targeting her. Protect the target. Dawood let out a long, exhausted sigh. This isn't a test. This is a damn trap. Up ahead, a few students whispered nervously. They'll handle it, right? No need to panic. We should keep moving. Who knows what could happen if we stay here too long? Turning back to Dawood, he swept his gaze around the room and suddenly realized something. Wait a second, now that I take a closer look. All of these people, they're members of the protagonist party. If I remember the storyline correctly, this is the place where they first meet. A realization struck him like lightning. That means, everyone in this room is pretty important to the plot. With this thought in mind, an idea clicked in Dawood's head. Without wasting a second, he pointed at the engraved map on the wall and voiced his thoughts. I think heading to the central hall is the best choice. There should be supplies and equipment there. More importantly, it's a wide open space. If we get ambushed, it'll be way easier to defend ourselves there than in these narrow hallways. He turned to Elnor and Elia, his gaze serious. You guys feel it too, don't you? We're not the only ones here. Then, Dawood pointed in a completely different direction. I'll be heading that way. His sudden decision made Ilya frown in confusion. Huh? Why? Dawood's face remained calm yet firm. Because it's necessary. Ilya still wasn't convinced. Why would you do that? That path leads completely away from the central hall. Dawood let out a small sigh and replied with a grave expression. I can't explain right now. But trust me, this is important. I'll tell you later. Inside, his mind was racing. That's right. It's crucial. I wasn't lying. After all, what could be more important than keeping myself alive? Even though no one fully understood Dawood's intentions, they decided to split up. Elnor led the main group toward the central hall, while Dawood took an entirely different route. As he walked down the silent hallway, he finally let out a breath of relief. All right, success. Seems like taking down Ilya made me sound more credible. Now I just need to hide until this event is over. The assassination target is Elnor, so there's no way they'll be paying attention to me. All I have to do is find a nice little corner and stay quiet until everything blows over. That was Dawood's plan. But if things always went according to plan, life would be way too easy. Out of nowhere, a voice suddenly spoke up behind him. Hey, you there. I'm here to fix the power. Mind showing me the way? I have trouble seeing in the dark. Dawood instinctively glanced toward the person speaking. And at that moment, system warning, danger detected. Dawood's body stiffened. Damn it. Returning to the group led by the swordswoman Elnor, they had finally reached the Grand Hall. By now, every new recruit in the group could sense it, the presence of assassins lurking in the shadows. A girl dressed in a priest-like outfit glanced around anxiously before voicing her concern. Hey, Ilya. Do you think Dawood will be okay on his own? What if something happens to him? Hearing this, Ilya didn't hesitate. She had complete faith in Dawood's plan. So she confidently replied, whatever he's scheming, I'm sure he has a plan. Then, her gaze darkened slightly. Besides, it looks like we have our own problems to deal with. Meanwhile, Dawood sighed. At that moment, Dawood was leading the stranger behind him through the dimly lit corridor. The assassin, following closely, was lost in his own thoughts. The vanguard was wiped out by that damned woman, but that's only because we weren't here yet. Even this guy was fooled by me so easily. As a professional assassin, I can judge someone's skill level just by watching the way they move. And this guy? He's a complete amateur. I could toy with him a little before finishing him off. Once I take over his body, eliminating Lady Tristan will be a breeze. A wicked smile crept onto the assassin's lips as he made up his mind. There was no need for further deception. Without warning, he tore off his disguise, revealing a completely different face underneath. At the same time, he pulled out a razor-sharp short sword and spoke in an icy tone. Well done. It's time for your reward. Dawood's reaction. Strangely enough, Dawood let out a long, relieved sigh. It was as if a huge weight had just been lifted off his shoulders. Phew, thank the heavens. His lips curled into a small, amused smirk. Just as I thought, it's you. Hazmed. If my opponent were anyone stronger, I might have been in trouble. Seriously, I feel so relieved right now. His calm demeanor made Hazmed freeze for a moment. What the hell is he talking about? But Dawood wasn't finished. That walk of yours. That nasal inflammation of yours. Yeah, you're exactly like I remember. Then, Dawood's gaze flickered toward the system display. Oh, desperate survival has reached rank A, huh? Hazmed's frustration. Watching Dawood's bizarre reaction, Hazmed felt his patience snap. What the hell is wrong with this guy? I'm speechless, seriously. But in the end, doesn't matter. He's still just a weakling. Without hesitating another second, Hazmed lunged forward at full speed. Meanwhile, Dawood tightened his grip on a wooden staff. And just like that, the battle had officially begun. Scene transition. Elnor's group. At the same time, the battle between Elnor's group and the assassins was also underway. Or rather, the assassins were getting absolutely destroyed. One by one, their bodies were sent flying into the walls as magic, sword techniques, and enchantments rained down from all directions. The air was filled with agonized screams. The assassins simply couldn't stand against the overwhelming power of these students. What the hell? These guys are weaker than I expected. A red-haired student scoffed as he effortlessly cut down another foe. On the other side, Ilya barked out orders. Pasca, freeze them. And just like that, ice magic surged forth, instantly trapping several assassins in place. Elnor's brutal interrogation. While all this was happening, Elnor remained terrifyingly calm. With a single swing of her sword, she sent 4 assassins crashing into the wall ahead. The impact was so powerful that deep cracks spread across the surface. Then, without hesitation, she drove her blade into the arm of another assassin and coldly demanded, "Who else was sent besides you? If you don't answer, I'll snap your neck." As she spoke, she twisted the sword ever so slightly, causing the wound to open wider. The assassin screamed in agony. Unable to bear the pain any longer, he finally spilled everything. Elnor narrowed her eyes. "Did you say Hazmed of the Crescent Moon? Is he inside this building, or somewhere nearby?" But even after all that, the assassin still had some fight left in him. Through gritted teeth, he stubbornly muttered, I can't tell you that. Bad move." Elnor silently raised her foot and slammed his face into the ground, embedding him deep into the floor. Her voice was calm but filled with unmistakable menace. "He's here, isn't he?" The assassin felt his skull about to be crushed. There was no way out. Trembling, he gave in completely. "Why, yes, he came with us." Behind the scenes, Ilya's doubts. From behind, Ilya watched the brutal interrogation unfold. Her brows furrowed slightly as she voiced her thoughts. "Why go this far?" Elnor slowly turned her gaze toward Ilya, her tone sharp yet steady. "They tried to kill me." Then, narrowing her eyes, she added, "And Hazmed of the Crescent Moon. He's an assassin who can take on another person's appearance by killing them. Tell me, who do you think is the easiest target in this building right now?" Ilya's mind immediately jumped to one name. Her breath hitched. "Dawood, are you saying he deliberately made himself the bait to lure out the strongest enemy?" A complicated look flashed across Ilya's face. "They're after you. Why would he go this far?" Her words trailed off, a deeper thought forming in her mind. What exactly was the relationship between them? But before she could finish her sentence, Elnor cut her off. "I already told you. There's nothing between us." A brief pause. "At least, that's what I know." Back to the fight. Inside the dimly lit corridor, Hazmed's thoughts raced as he fought to regain his footing. "I'm a professional assassin," he reminded himself. "My guardian soul should be an impenetrable shield against slashes and attacks. So why the hell is this happening? This ancient, mysterious academy might have had some unknown forces at play. But that didn't matter, because a true assassin was already a weapon in itself. Yet despite all of that, why was he losing so miserably?" Hazmed staggered back, blood dripping from his lips. In front of him, Dawood stood unfazed, gripping only a wooden staff. And with just that, he had completely overpowered Hazmed. Each strike from Dawood was impossibly fast. Relentless, so much so that Hazmed couldn't even react before his body was pummeled over and over again. By the time he realized it, he had already taken an uncountable number of hits. At that moment, Dawood heard a notification from the system. "You have successfully executed a sword technique. Your Tristan swordsmanship proficiency has increased." Reading this, Dawood briefly paused, taking a short breath. On the other side, Hazmed slumped against the wall, gasping for air. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his vision blurred. For the first time, he finally understood why Dawood was so strong. That sword style, Tristan swordsmanship? I should have never targeted him from the start. A bitter chuckle escaped his lips. His eyes, filled with exhaustion and defeat, lifted toward Dawood. Then, in a hoarse voice, he asked, "So you were the one trapping me all along? Who the hell are you?" Dawood's master plan, that never existed. Hazmed's sudden question left Dawood completely dumbfounded. His face went blank. Wait, what plan is he talking about? Because the truth was, Dawood didn't have a plan at all. He was just trying to slip away from the group to avoid getting dragged into the fight. But looking at Hazmed's shocked expression, Dawood quickly pieced things together. "Oh, this is probably because of my skill again." Right on cue, a system notification appeared. "Critical charisma has been activated. The antagonist is astonished by your meticulous strategy." Dawood blinked. So that's what happened. This guy wasn't even doubting him. He had completely convinced himself that Dawood was a genius strategist. A deal with the assassin. Hazmed exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. Then, in a voice completely devoid of fear, he said, "I see, so you won't answer me. Fine then, kill me." His tone was calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. But contrary to his expectations, Dawood had no intention of killing him. Instead, Dawood met his gaze and spoke firmly. "I won't kill you. Instead, deliver this message to everyone. Stay away from Lady Tristan." Hazmed's eyes narrowed. "Tell them that even an assassin of your level barely made it out alive." A pause. Dawood continued, his voice steady. "I don't know who gave the order, but there's a high chance they'll keep coming. And if that happens, then the odds of Elnor's Grey Devil being unleashed will skyrocket. I have to stop that possibility before it begins." The assassin's challenge. Hearing Dawood's words, Hazmed let out a dry chuckle. "And what if I come back after this?" Dawood's answer was immediate. "Then try me." His tone was dead serious. "Because next time, I will protect her again." Hazmed's smile faltered. For the first time, he looked at Dawood with a complicated expression. Then, narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Lady Tristan, is she really that important to you?" Dawood's response was short, yet decisive. "Let's just say she is." The worst timing possible. As soon as those words left his mouth, a series of notifications popped up in front of him. Critical charisma has been activated. Antagonist's favorability has skyrocketed exponentially. Dawood felt a chill run down his spine. For some reason, he had a very bad feeling. His body stiffened, and he instinctively turned around. And sure enough, standing right behind him was none other than Elnor. And judging by her expression, she had heard everything. Morning chaos and unwelcome realizations. Morning arrived quickly. And with it, a completely exhausted assistant slumped over a mountain of paperwork. "This is a disaster." Her voice was muffled, barely audible under the sea of documents. Blank. Blank. A pile of problems. I get why the Prime Minister is furious. But launching an immediate hunt for the mastermind? I already have an entire mountain of work here. The Academy was in complete disarray. But after analyzing the exact timing and locations of the assassination attempt, one thing had become clear. There was a spy inside the Academy. Blank. The Elnor problem. The assistant sighed, rubbing her temples. "Elnor, I know political attacks against you are nothing new. But this is already the second assassination attempt. Whoever was behind this, they were not planning to stop anytime soon. And the people who fought beside you that night, they were all officially recognized. Despite that, not a single one of them suffered any damage. That was a strange issue in itself. But the real problem was Dawood Campbell. He's the only one who wasn't acknowledged. There was no logical reason for his exclusion from the Academy's reports. But, for some reason, it felt intentional. It's like he's deliberately avoiding the Academy's eyes." Hearing all of this, Elnor only muttered a vague response. "I don't know." That set off the assistant instantly. Her irritation flared as she snapped, "If you say, 'I don't know,' one more time, I swear I'll hit you." To which Elnor, completely unbothered, replied, "Go ahead." A brief silence. Then, an ink bottle was thrown across the room. "What the hell is wrong with you?" But before the ink bottle could smash into her face, Elnor caught it effortlessly. Then, tilting her head slightly, she calmly countered, "What do you mean?" Her assistant gritted her teeth, frustration written all over her face. "You've been out of it all day. You're completely distracted. You won't focus on anything. I don't know what's going on with you. But if you don't tell me, I'm done helping." At that, Elnor finally sighed. Then, without hesitation, she said, "I think I'm interested in someone." Her assistant froze mid-motion, eyes widening. Slowly, she turned. "What did you just say?" "I said I think I'm interested in someone." Then, as if confirming it to herself, Elnor added, "And you just mentioned him." A stunned reaction. Her assistant stared at her in disbelief. And then, finally, she asked, voice carefully neutral, "You mean Dawood Campbell?" As the words left her lips, a faint pink hue dusted Elnor's cheeks. An awkward silence. Elnor did not respond. And so, for a moment, a painfully awkward silence filled the room. Processing, error. Her assistant stood frozen. eyes wide, as if she had just heard. A dinosaur had been resurrected. Then, with a shaky hand, she pointed forward. Wait, hold on a second. Are you telling me you actually like that country bumpkin? Eleanor, as composed as ever, calmly responded. I never said I liked him. But her assistant wasn't buying it at all. Not one bit. Look, I don't know what you see in him. But if the Grand Duke hears about this, what do you think he'll say? At that, Eleanor simply placed the ink bottle back on the desk and answered without hesitation. That old man is definitely going to be pissed. And for the last time, I am not obsessed with him. Complete nonsense. Yeah, sure, whatever you say, her assistant muttered under her breath, rubbing her temples in frustration. Then, letting out a sigh, she tried a different approach. Look, whatever the case, the guy has treated you well, right? Normally, you'd be the first to get suspicious. As the lady of House Tristan, you should be more careful. Eleanor nodded in agreement. That's true. But then, her gaze dropped onto a certain photograph on the table. Which is why I just need to observe him carefully. That's all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dawood was lying on his bed, staring blankly at the letter in his hand. What the hell is this supposed to mean? He read the message again. What a shame, Dawood Campbell. At present, we are unable to determine which faction you belong to. Our research team is currently conducting an investigation to achieve optimal results. You may look forward to good news in the future. Dawood's brilliant response? What do you mean, look forward to good news? He groaned, rolling over in frustration. Just throw me into some random old faction and forget about me already. But, if they were following the rules, shouldn't he have been placed into a specialized group like Elia's team? So, why was he being excluded? Dang, system notification. As Dawood sat up, his system interface suddenly updated. Main quest completed. Event. Resolve the incident at the freshman reception, D3. Reward. Exclusive equipment materials. Dawood rubbed his face, letting out a long sigh. I feel like this is just the beginning of my problems. Dawood stared at the system notification. Deep in thought, he began recalling everything about this event. This was where every student had their faction assigned. Sharpshooter, warrior, mage, cleric. Your specialization is determined by what you focus on. Elia, for example, used a sword, so she built her character around strength. Since I'm doing the same, I should receive exclusive equipment materials that align with it. Dawood tapped on the interface, switching to the status of Eleanor and Elia. Eleanor, small diamond trust level. 2 right pointing arrow 5. Small diamond temporary affection boost, special event available. Small diamond notable character. Unlocks special interactions when affection rises. Small diamond time until meeting event, 3 days. Elia, small diamond interest level. 5, close to affection status. Small diamond notable character. Unlocks special interactions when affection rises. Small diamond time until meeting event, 3 days. Seeing all these important characters grow increasingly attached to me, Dawood could only sigh and rub his face. The real issue wasn't just the affection stats. It was the final boss, the main questline, and the timing of everything. Something big was definitely coming. No doubt about it. Things are about to get crazy. Almost as if to comfort his fragile, stressed out soul, the system granted him a special reward from Eleanor. You have acquired the skill, Copy. Cyclone. You can copy one ability from a target. Dawood.x has stopped working. His eyes widened. His brain stalled. Wait, what? He blinked. He read it again. What? A skill that lets him copy another person's ability? This is insane. I could copy the final boss's skills. But then, reality set in. No, wait, using it now would be a complete waste. Even though Eleanor was already one of the strongest, she was just getting started. As a final boss, she had the potential to unlock broken abilities later. If I wait, she'll gain even more ridiculous skills. I have no reason to use it yet. For now, his focus was simple. Prepare for the event in 3 days. I already know what I need to do. I just have to make sure I survive. Thinking about this, Dawood's eyes sparkled with excitement. Time passed quickly, and before long, night had fallen. The scene shifted to an old equipment warehouse. At this moment, Dawood was dressed in an all-black outfit, with a mask covering half of his face. Right now, he was equipped with a low-tier agility boost potion, a shadow mask for minor agility enhancement, and silent step shoes for reduced footstep noise. All of these items had been purchased from the point shop. As he felt his body becoming noticeably lighter, Dawood nodded in satisfaction. Man, having access to the point shop is seriously a blessing. After slipping past the security measures, he finally arrived at what was known as the SR Grinder's treasure farming spot. Thinking this, he slowly approached the warehouse before swiftly scaling the wall and jumping inside. At this moment, he also took a stamina recovery biscuit, an item that dramatically sped up stamina regeneration. It sounded like a marketing gimmick, but its effects were real. Alright, time to start digging, Dawood whispered under his breath and quickly began rummaging through the stacks of old equipment piled high in front of him. As he nibbled on the biscuit, he carefully examined each item one by one. I found everything else, but not the most important thing. Thinking this, he gently pulled out a wooden crate, and the moment he did, his eyes locked onto the object he had been searching for. A golden incense burner. There it is, the pinnacle of divinity, an incense burner imbued with ancient power. Thousands of years old. Hell yeah, I finally have everything I need. With that thought, Dawood eagerly reached forward and pulled the incense burner out of the pile. However, things never seemed to go as smoothly as Dawood had hoped. The incense burner, though small, was actually the key to keeping the entire pile of old equipment stable. The moment he pulled it out, the structure lost its balance and began to wobble uncontrollably. And then, the inevitable happened. Within seconds, the entire stack of old equipment came crashing down, sending up a thick cloud of dust inside the warehouse. And by some ridiculous twist of fate, as the dust settled, Dawood suddenly found himself holding a stunningly beautiful girl with long, silky black hair in his arms. However, our protagonist had no time to appreciate her beauty, because he immediately recognized who she was. Yuria Greyhouch, the boss of Chapter 2. Nickname: the Cursed Sword Goddess. Wait, so the thing I just picked up was hers? Does that mean she hangs out here often? As that realization hit him, a cold sweat broke out across Dawood's face. The next moment, Yuria's body flickered, and in an instant, she had broken free from his grasp. At the same time, Dawood's system screen lit up with bright red notifications. Dangerous situation detected. Threat level: life-threatening. Desperate plea activated at X rank. Staring at the alerts, Dawood could only stammer awkwardly, sorry for waking you up." But before he could even finish his sentence, Yuria's silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. Then, with a swift motion, she swung a chain attached to the hilt of her sword, sending it hurtling straight toward Dawood. A sharp whooshing sound tore through the air. With just a single swing, her blade shredded through the wooden crates in front of him like they were nothing. Meanwhile, Dawood had to throw himself backward at the last second to avoid being cut down on the spot. Faced with Yuria's overwhelming, lightning-fast attacks, every hair on Dawood's body stood on end. Our protagonist had no choice but to run for his life. After all, Yuria's attack range was insanely long. Even if Dawood wanted to fight back, there was no way he could get close enough to land a hit. Last time, it was just a spar with Elia, but this time, it was life or death. Even with his special grade abilities, his body still felt pain. Realizing this, Dawood knew he couldn't just keep running forever. So, in a desperate attempt to save his own skin, he raised his hands and tried to calm her down. "This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean anything by it. Please, just..." But on the other side, Yuria didn't seem to hear a word. Like a relentless machine, she kept swinging her chain weapon, her sword tearing up the ground so badly it no longer even resembled a battlefield. Meanwhile, Dawood was practically dancing with death, narrowly dodging each attack by mere inches. But no matter how fast he moved, everything had its limits. Soon, Yuria had completely backed him into a corner. Then, she suddenly hurled her sword forward with terrifying speed, the weapon slicing through the air like a missile. However, for some inexplicable reason, just before the blade could pierce Dawood's face, it came to an abrupt stop in midair, frozen in place as if held back by an invisible force. With no other choice, Yuria yanked the sword back to her hand. As for this bizarre turn of events, well, Dawood had already predicted it. He knew exactly what he had to do to avoid getting diced into pieces. It was all because of a curse placed on Uriya. 3.5 steps. Any enemy that stepped within that range, dead. No exceptions. But in exchange, she couldn't take a single step forward herself. That was the nature of her curse. At that moment, Uriya pointed her sword at Dawood and whispered, "Would you mind taking one step forward?" On the other side, Dawood instantly saw through her intentions and refused without hesitation. "Why the hell would I do that? So you can cut me down?" "That's right." Uriya nodded matter-of-factly, looking at her dead serious expression. Dawood nearly pissed himself. There's no way out of this, is there? Just as that thought crossed Dawood's mind, a strange noise suddenly rumbled from Uriya's stomach. Immediately, her face flushed a faint shade of pink, clearly embarrassed. But to our protagonist, this was a golden opportunity for escape. Wait a minute, this is her territory, a place where she isolates herself from everyone else. Even the instructors don't come here often. Which means, with that realization, Dawood decided to test the waters. "Hey, do you want a cookie?" As he spoke, he took out a handful of his stamina recovery cookies, offering them up like bait. But Uriya wasn't that easy to fool. She scowled slightly, clearly irritated. "I won't fall for that. Are you trying to bribe me with food?" Dawood, however, didn't bother arguing. Instead, he simply tossed a cookie toward her. And Uriya's body instinctively opened her mouth and caught it, like a puppy snatching a treat midair. The moment she realized what she'd just done, her face turned even redder. "That was a mistake," she muttered awkwardly, clearly flustered. Dawood, on the other hand, wasn't the least bit surprised by her reaction. Hunger makes fools of us all. There was no reasoning with a starving person. So after making sure the swordswoman had eaten her fill, Dawood finally let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I was this close to dying." Behind him, Uriya continued munching on her food as she spoke. "But, who are you? Anyway? And why are you here?" Of course, there was no way Dawood could just outright admit that he'd come here to steal. So his brain quickly went into overdrive, coming up with a plausible excuse on the spot. "I was asked to bring you food. Someone asked you to take care of me?" "Yeah." Uriya narrowed her eyes, clearly skeptical, waiting for him to elaborate. Meanwhile, Dawood was already planning his next move, saying this might be useful in the future. "There's no way I was supposed to meet Uriya this early in the game." With that in mind, he continued his performance. "Oh, right, don't worry. Your sister is doing fine in the Holy Kingdom. The Emperor won't be paying attention to the two of you for a while. But you already know, you need to stay hidden for now. I'll be back later." As he spoke, a wave of memories surfaced in his mind, revealing fragments of the swordswoman's past. Uriya was originally from the Holy Nation. The reason she had fled to Elfonte was because of the Holy Emperor. Her sword was infamous as a cursed, malevolent weapon, and as its wielder, she too was bound by its curse, the three-step curse. Since she was its vessel, she couldn't take a single step beyond a certain point. It was better to tell her about the only family she had left. Because sometimes, even the smallest glimmer of hope was enough for someone to keep going. With that thought, Dawood was fortunate enough to take the sensor and slip away from the storage room unharmed. Time passed quickly, and by the next day, the new students had gathered atop a high mountain ridge. Standing before them was a breathtakingly beautiful professor with golden hair. With a bright smile, she pointed toward the structures in the distance and addressed the group. "Now then, that's the academy, the training grounds, and over there is the magic tower. Can everyone see clearly? In a few days, during the freshman orientation ceremony, you'll all need to choose your primary and secondary disciplines. Knight, mage, engineer, and cleric. You're all familiar with these, right?" From within the crowd, a student raised a question. "Are the tribal groups studying alongside the Holy Nation?" The professor nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's correct. Here, we train for war and diplomacy alike. So don't get any ideas about transferring out. All right? Hee. I'll explain more about the primary disciplines in a moment." Standing toward the back of the group, Dawood remained calm, arms crossed, lost in thought. "This is the orientation event. It provides more insight into this world. I can't afford to skip it. Otherwise, everything I've prepared so far will be meaningless." A few moments later, another student with brown hair raised a question, one that piqued Dawood's interest. "Professor Ophelia, is that the infamous Void Zone?" At those words, the students instinctively turned their gazes forward. In the distance, they could see a vast area completely engulfed in an eerie red light. Their curiosity only grew as they turned back to Ophelia, eager for an answer. With a knowing smile, she nodded. Yes, but that place is off limits. Anyone who goes there will be punished. Turning his attention back to the front, Dawood silently observed the area before him. That was the Void Zone, the aftermath of the legendary battle between heaven and hell. It was the place where God's messenger had clashed against the warrior who had embraced demonic power. Hundreds of years had passed, yet the lingering forces of divine and deathly energy continued to collide. This was the most critical location for demons to break free, which was why the Holy Nation, the Tribal Alliance, and the Empire had formed the Golden Triangle to keep watch over it, an alliance that included Elfonte and the other academies. On the other side, a burly red-haired student excitedly raised his hand and asked, "Professor Ophelia, can we get a closer look?" Hearing this, Ophelia nodded but added a word of caution. "Well, as long as you stay right at the edge of the Archangel's protective barrier, you'll be fine. We'll be safe as long as we remain inside." Dawood couldn't help but let a satisfied smile creep onto his face. "Good. The plan is to slip away for lunch and come back later. I have things to do." Angels, beings capable of moving mountains and parting seas, and the archangels, who were even stronger, had erected this barrier. Thanks to it, the students could exist in this perilous place without being instantly annihilated. Oblivious to Dawood's inner thoughts, Ophelia cheerfully announced, "All right, we'll have lunch here." Taking the opportunity, Dawood approached her and whispered, "Professor, is it okay if I eat somewhere else? I don't feel comfortable here." Ophelia gave him a quick nod of approval, though she warned him, "Just don't go too far. All right? You'll be in trouble if you do." "Yes, ma'am," Dawood replied before making his exit. Not too far away, a few other students watched him leave with disdainful expressions. TCH, that country bumpkin is acting all high and mighty just because he got a little attention. Unaware of their irritation, Dawood quickly made his way to a secluded spot, far from prying eyes. Once he was sure no one was watching, he pulled out the censer he had borrowed from Uriah. Taking out a small pouch, he poured in powdered unicorn horn, phoenix feathers, and a fragment of coral. As the mixture ignited, pale purple smoke began to rise from the censer. Dawood pursed his lips and blew on the embers to intensify the flame, his mind racing with excitement. "This is the ultimate portable censer from the sacred relics. I came all this way just to use it. With this, I can touch something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of." As Dawood's gaze locked onto the swirling purple smoke, he noticed the air begin to ripple. A vortex slowly formed in the sky above, and from within its depths, shadowy figures began to emerge. They bore a radiant glow so intense that Dawood instinctively shielded his eye. From within the swirling vortex, Dawood suddenly heard voices echoing through the rift. "You said the Allied forces were where again?" "No, I told you to flatten everything. And you just, what? Dug a drainage hole and left?" "They said a guy named Gario did it. Look over there. Kid, you think just digging it up is enough?" A frustrated voice chimed in. "Hey, the ground is really hard. You know." Another voice retorted as someone stomped down on their shovel to drive it deeper into the earth. "Isn't the shovel you're using harder than the ground itself?" At that moment, the voices suddenly halted. They had finally noticed Dawood watching them through the vortex. "Wait a second, is that human supposed to be looking at us? He's been staring for a while now. But, isn't it better that he's just standing there silently instead of coming over here and bothering us?" Just then, the bald angel took note of something even more infuriating. His companion had taken this opportunity to slack off. His expression darkened as he barked. "Who told you to stop working? Why is your shovel not moving?" Hearing that, the curly-haired angel sighed, wiped his forehead, and then forced a tired smile as he half-heartedly resumed digging. See? It's moving now." The bald angel, however, was still unsatisfied. He bellowed, "Not like that. You have to spread it out evenly. Stop digging, you idiot." On the other side of the portal, Dawood remained silent, watching the bizarre scene of angels digging the ground. This was definitely not what he had imagined heaven to be like. Before he could process it further, a loud honk echoed through the air. A massive truck rolled up, and the angel driving it leaned out of the window, shouting, "All right, folks, the holy mud bricks are here. Get over here and start unloading." The other angels all turned toward the truck, their attention immediately shifting. "How many bricks in total?" "Unlimited," the long-haired angel declared dramatically, yanking off the cloth covering the truck bed. But before he could relish the moment, a female angel caught sight of him sneaking a bite of a cookie. "Hey, are you seriously stealing cookies right now?" The long-haired angel shot back a disdainful glance. "You're the driver, right? And I'm not a soldier. Correct? So maybe, just maybe, you should mind your own business and save your energy for driving." Huh? Meanwhile, on the other side, the bald-headed angel was still barking orders at his subordinates. "Hey, you brats don't see your seniors working their asses off? Hurry it up." Hearing that, the curly-haired angel quickly rushed over, hoping to grab a spot in the brick molding section. At the very least, it seemed easier than digging dirt, and it meant he wouldn't have to listen to his superiors' constant yelling. "Oh, thank heavens. First-class merchant Ezer, leave those bricks to me." In another corner, a young angel handed a brick to his squad captain and asked, "Captain, is the food supply still not here yet?" The captain let out a weary sigh. "Sorry, but the transport truck broke down on the way. They're trying to fix it, so it'll be a while. Just hang in there a bit longer. All right?" Back to Dawood, watching the chaotic scene unfold. He could only force an awkward smile. So this is why angels don't always have time to descend to the mortal world. Huh? If I had to describe this whole situation, it's basically just like the military. They've got squads, ranking systems, and endless orders being thrown around. So this game world has its own internal logic, too. I knew you couldn't interact with angels until after Chapter 2, and even then. Meeting high-ranking angels in person takes even longer. But I know exactly what they want. It's something incredibly simple. With that thought, Dawood casually laid out a feast of mouth-watering dishes right in front of him. Then, raising his voice just enough for certain individuals to hear, he exclaimed, "Wow, thanks for the food." On the other side, the group of angels immediately snapped to attention. Or rather, their focus shifted entirely to the delicious spread Dawood had just unveiled. "That guy's still watching us. Wait, what's he holding? He's really enjoying that, huh? Think we can ask him for a bite?" The curly-haired angel hesitantly suggested, only to be smacked upside the head by the long-haired one. "You haven't even earned the right to descend to the mortal realm yet. What the hell are you dreaming about? Now move your hands, faster." For Dawood, he knew these angels had been working themselves to the bone, and they were starving. So, with a polite and inviting tone, he called out, "Dear angels, please make sure to eat well before doing such heavy labor. I'm afraid you might collapse from exhaustion." And just like that, his words seemed to trigger some kind of world rule. In an instant, all the food before Dawood vanished, only to reappear in the hands of the angels beyond the portal. The moment they saw this miracle unfold, the angels lit up with joy. Even the usually grumpy bald-headed angel couldn't help but smile as he addressed the group. "This guy, huh? All right, everyone, 10-minute break." The angels wasted no time inspecting their newfound feast. "Just some rolled cakes? Wait, there's steak in here too? Wow, what a thoughtful human." Watching their sheer delight, Dawood stroked his chin with satisfaction. "The laws of this world are totally different from my own. That one meal of mine was enough for all of them." Time flew by as the angels devoured every last bite. Once they had finished, the bald-headed angel leaned back with a satisfied grin, then turned toward Dawood and gave an approving nod. "Haha, that really hit the spot. A perfect meal for laborers like us." Then, suddenly, he gestured toward Dawood and added, "All right, bring it over here." "Huh? Bring what over?" Dawood asked curiously. "The incense burner next to you, of course." The angel smirked knowingly. "You wouldn't have done all this for us unless you needed something in return. Right? Let me bless it for you. Now, hurry up and bring it over." Dawood didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately carried the incense burner closer to the portal. With a hearty laugh, the bald-headed angel clapped his hands together. "All right then, tell me, what do you want? Just don't go overboard, got it? I'll do my best to meet your expectations." Hearing this, Dawood was stunned. Everything was going way smoother than he had expected. Wait, seriously? I don't even have to negotiate? I had a whole bargaining strategy prepared. Is there any other side quest in the main story that's this easy? He couldn't help but internally marvel at how effortlessly everything had fallen into place. However, before Dawood could even voice a question, the bald-headed angel, almost as if he'd read his mind, spoke up. You're wondering, why is he treating me so well? Why not someone else? Isn't that right? I can explain that. His tone carried absolute certainty as he continued. I can see that you've been well informed. Huh? You have an interesting skill. But you've failed to develop it. Even just a little effort in nurturing it will bring you great benefits in the future. You should start working on it now. Hearing this, Dawood swallowed hard under the angel's penetrating gaze. Is this some kind of clairvoyance? It must be. With just one look, he seems to grasp the true nature of everything. Is he talking about that gift? Is he referring to my attribute, the affection of evil? The angel, paying no mind to Dawood's internal panic, simply carried on. That gift is far more powerful than you realize. However, how you refine it and use it is entirely up to you. Because of it, you'll end up being captured by a monster, one that's merciless yet strangely affectionate. Hearing this made Dawood's stomach drop. Damn it, I knew it. The moment I sealed that incense burner, I figured out all the possible scenarios. I must find the optimal skill path for survival. While Dawood was caught up in his thoughts, the bald-headed angel did something unexpected. In an instant, his entire appearance changed. Gone was the rugged, grumpy old man. Before Dawood now stood a youthful, radiant figure with long, flowing hair. A nearby human observer, who'd been casually watching, instantly froze in fear. But the angel merely smirked. You're surprisingly calm, aren't you? I see a great man in the making. I suppose I have nothing to worry about. All right then, blessings done. Huh? Already? Dawood blinked, baffled. He hadn't seen the angel perform any kind of ritual or magic. He had just been talking the whole time. Yet somehow, the blessing was complete. At a loss, Dawood simply replied, thank you? Meanwhile, another angel, who had been watching the exchange, couldn't help but step forward and ask, Sergeant, why are you telling a mere human all of this? In response, the long-haired angel shot him a sharp, irritated glare. Have you finished moving those holy mud bricks yet? Why yeah, almost done. Without another word, the angel scrambled away, working at double speed. Returning to Dawood, he still hadn't fully grasped the meaning behind the angel's cryptic words. Cruel yet incredibly friendly. What the hell does that even mean? And, a great man. Is he overestimating me or something? Dawood mulled over the words, feeling both intrigued and confused. Before completely vanishing, the long-haired angel offered one final encouragement. Trust in yourself, even in the smallest things I have passed on to you. And with that, the grand gate before Dawood vanished. Left standing in silence, Dawood replayed the angel's words over in his mind. I was just trying to survive. That was a warning from an angel. I should take it seriously. Shaking off his lingering thoughts, he turned his attention to the incense burner to examine what kind of blessing it had received. Almost instantly, several notification screens flashed before his eyes. Holy incense burner, rank C. A sacred relic infused with divine power from another world. Right pointing arrow contains 2 abilities. Asceticism, rank C. Consumes a small amount of mana to temporarily convert all bonus stats into reserves. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Can evolve using Proof of Destiny. Protective shield, rank C. Uses a small amount of mana to create a one-time shield and grants a beneficial effect. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Can evolve using Sacred Mark. Reading through the descriptions, Dawood couldn't hide his surprise. I only handed over some food. And I got this in return? Damn, that angel really hooked me up. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Stat structure correlates with health. So this is directly boosting my survival chances. Huh? My desperate survival skill already increases my stats when I'm on the brink. So I can totally maximize this setup. But the most important thing here is evolution. In this world, everything had the potential to evolve naturally, enhancing its performance over time. Getting something like this so early in the story is insanely lucky. However, there was one issue. Both skills only require a small amount of mana to activate. For someone like me, who has zero mana-related attributes, this is both a blessing and a curse. If he couldn't generate enough mana on his own, he'd have to find another way to supplement it. And that was precisely why he had come here. At this moment, Dawood found himself standing in what looked like a large plaza, surrounded by countless other students. A person in front of him sighed in frustration, clearly annoyed by Dawood's absent-mindedness. Is getting distracted one of your skills or something? You said you wanted to form a two-person team, right? You do know what that means, don't you? So, where's your partner? Dawood, however, simply smiled with absolute confidence. She'll be here soon. The staff member chuckled at his certainty. Haha, who in their right mind would show up for a nobody like you? Seeing the obvious disbelief in the man's expression, Dawood doubled down on his claim. I'm not lying. This place is going to get crowded real soon. My partner isn't just popular, you'll see for yourself. Checking the watch on his wrist, Dawood mentally mapped out the timeline. If the story is progressing as expected, she should be arriving right about now. And, as if summoned by his thoughts, a clear and confident voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Excuse me, is this the Monster Research Division? Recognizing the all-too-familiar voice, Dawood turned with a smirk and raised a hand in greeting. His entire demeanor had shifted. This wasn't the same hesitant, cautious Dawood from before. I really didn't want to get involved with the protagonist, but I guess I've changed. Huh? Especially after what that angel told me. On the other side, the young swordswoman Elia blinked in confusion at Dawood's casual greeting. Then, to her surprise, he proactively made a suggestion. You mentioned before that we should get to know each other. That offer's still open, right? Elia stood there, momentarily stunned by Dawood's words. This guy is seriously something else. Her first instinct was to question his sudden friendliness. Dawood, you never succeed at anything you try. And now you suddenly remember me? Elia folded her arms, exhaling sharply. Because of that ridiculous strategy of making people jealous, I've already had way too many annoying encounters. Just how delusional is this guy? Still, even as she thought this, she couldn't deny that Dawood felt a little different this time. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the simulation dungeon at Elfonte Academy. Dawood and Elia had been paired up for this simulation battle, and now, they were standing inside a dimly lit chamber, surrounded by glowing red eyes lurking in the shadows. Elia, gripping her sword tightly, turned slightly to Dawood and asked with a tinge of doubt in her voice. Dawood, you're really sure about this, right? Hearing her question, Dawood, standing behind her, let out a groggy sigh, as if she had just woken him up from a nap. Come on, have a little faith. I thought you were the one who wanted to be friends with me. Do you not remember our first meeting? You literally wanted to fight me the moment we met. Elia hesitated for a moment before answering. Of course, I remember, though, I was the one who got beaten up. Before they could continue their conversation, Dawood's expression sharpened as he sensed movement ahead. Enough talking. If you really want to be friends, then just do exactly what I say. 9 o'clock, 3 enemies incoming. Following his instructions, Elia quickly turned towards the 9 o'clock direction. Sure enough, a large wolf with bared fangs lunged at her. However, since she had been warned in advance, she simply swung her sword, slicing through its neck with ease. Just as she was about to take a breath, Dawood called out again, still wearing that same relaxed smile. 2 more incoming from above. As time passed, their battle grew more intense. Now, they were dealing with giant bats flapping their wings aggressively in the air. Recognizing the creatures instantly, Dawood gave a quick command. Their weak point is at the top of their bodies. Don't aim for their wings. Taking his advice, Elia swiftly swung her sword, cleaving a bat clean in half. But as she moved, frustration began to creep into her voice. You know what? Stop ordering me around and actually do something. Help me out here. Dawood, completely ignoring her complaints, continued his never-ending stream of instructions. 2 daggers incoming, left and right. Just deflect them. Gritting her teeth, Elia quickly knocked both daggers away with her sword. Before she could even regain her stance, Dawood again issued another command. Good job. Next, there's a paralysis gas trap to your right. Destroy it now. 3, 2, 1, duck, and arrows flying at you from my direction. Elia barely managed to avoid the incoming attack, but the relentless pace of Dawood's instructions was beginning to wear her down. As if that wasn't enough, Dawood called out yet another warning. Watch out! Incoming strike from behind. Elia barely managed to react in time, raising her sword just in time to block a massive attack from a one-eyed giant monster. The sheer force of the impact sent her skidding backward, her body struggling to keep balance. And now? Now she was pissed. Her breath came out in sharp pants as her frustration reached its breaking point. If you already know all this stuff, wouldn't you do a better job than me? We could level up way faster if we actually fought together. Behind her, Dawood simply scratched the back of his head, looking completely unbothered by her complaints. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was that he physically couldn't. Look, I'd love to help, really, but there's just one tiny problem. Then, with a completely deadpan expression, he dropped the bombshell. I'm a trash-tier character with all my stats stuck at F rank. I literally can't do anything. To explain the situation, since this was a simulation battle, there was no killing intent involved. Because of that, Dawood's desperate survival skill wasn't activating. These monsters were merely artificial constructs that followed pre-programmed actions. And since desperate survival wasn't an all-powerful skill, Dawood knew he had to quickly increase his base stats to stand a chance in real combat. With that thought in mind, he silently reminded himself. Meanwhile, Elia, still standing at the front lines, shouted loudly as if hyping herself up. Let's do this. Then, gripping her sword tightly, she charged straight at Dawood with an intense look on her face. Seeing this, Dawood's confident smile immediately froze. Wait, am I actually a horrible person? However, his assumption was completely wrong. Elia wasn't coming at him out of frustration. Instead, she was protecting him, because at that very moment, a monster was sneaking up behind Dawood. Luckily, Elia had reacted in time. With a single, fluid swing, she decapitated the one-eyed beast, saving Dawood just in time. For a moment, Dawood was completely speechless. But before he could even process what just happened, suddenly, colorful streamers burst into the air from both sides. At the same time, a congratulatory message rang out. Incredible speed, you've broken a new record. Hearing that, Elia's eyes widened in disbelief. She turned to Dawood with an utterly confused expression. Wait, what? I was fighting alone, and I still broke a record? But this is supposed to be a two-player challenge. What the hell just happened? In response, Dawood simply gave her a carefree smile. Must be luck or something? Anyway, the next area's gonna be harder. Keep up the good work. Good luck, Tilda. His nonchalant attitude instantly ignited Elia's rage. Her teeth clenched, and her eyes burned with the urge to strangle him on the spot. Meanwhile, at the special observation room, inside a dimly lit chamber, a group of professors watched Dawood and Elia's battle through a magic projection screen. After reviewing their performance, a woman dressed in a sorcerer's robe, Professor Percy, head of the magic department, gave an approving nod. Looks like we'll need to increase our budget for simulation battles next year. Don't you think so, Conrad? In response, Professor Conrad, seated next to her, casually placed his hand on the head of another faculty member before replying. Probably. This was developed by the design department, wasn't it? More importantly, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he added, seems like I got lucky. The person I've been keeping an eye on is already proving themselves. Hearing this, Percy raised an intrigued eyebrow. Oh, you mean, her? The one chosen for the next exam? But Conrad only chuckled. Nope, not her. His gaze shifted back to the magic screen, narrowing slightly. I'm talking about him, Dawood Campbell. Hearing that, Percy turned to observe Dawood more closely. After a few seconds, she frowned in disapproval. That scammer? Isn't he just leeching off the warrior candidate? On the other side, Conrad let out a deep sigh. He could already tell, Percy didn't get it at all. This is exactly the problem with mages who spend too much time twirling their wands. Then, crossing his arms, he explained, a warrior candidate alone could never break a record. To any normal observer, it looks like the warrior candidate is stronger and leading the battle. But he is the key. His positioning, the perfect timing of his calls, his seamless support, Every single one of his actions shows an almost terrifying level of precision. It's as if he's been on a battlefield 1,000 times before. As Conrad thought about it, he couldn't help but grin. Hey, Percy, how about a bet? Scene transition. Dawood and Elia's location. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the training hall speakers. This is Conrad Valtador, head of the night department. After watching the two of you, I've become quite interested. Professor Percy and I have placed a wager. We want to see if you two can break the record we set as freshmen. If you succeed, you'll get to make any request of Percy. However, if this feels like too much pressure, I won't force you. Even the record you already set is an impressive achievement. To be honest, breaking our old record is nearly impossible. Before Conrad could even finish speaking, Dawood immediately locked in the bet. No problem, we can do it. Hearing how fast he agreed, Elia just stared at him in shock. Meanwhile, Percy, who was watching from afar, let out a mocking scoff. Oh, look at him. But Conrad didn't care about her sarcastic tone. Instead, he simply stated, I'm betting he'll win. Then, leaning forward slightly, he announced, all right then, begin. Scene transition. Training grounds. Right now, Elnor's close friend was complaining. What's wrong with you lately? I get that you came here to blow off some steam, but you're going overboard. Seriously, what the hell is going on with you? At the front of the training hall, Elnor, drenched in sweat, finally answered, there's something I want to remember. When I was a child, my mother taught me this technique, but I forgot it, so I'm starting over from scratch. A demon lived within the Tristan bloodline. This dark rumor had two sides. One, a supernatural talent, beyond human limitations. The other, moments of sudden madness, bursts of uncontrollable violence, and a slow collapse of their sanity. That's why, even though Tristan descendants reached unparalleled heights, their later years were almost always tragic. At that moment, as Elnor was drinking water, her close friend suddenly asked, that thing, it's not serious, right? Elnor simply shook her head. No need to worry, I don't care. Really? Are you sure? Her assistant didn't sound convinced, which made Elnor a little irritated. I told you, nothing can bother me right now. Hearing that, her friend immediately dropped a bombshell. The information you asked me to report immediately. I just heard this from a junior. Dawood Campbell is currently partnered with the next term's warrior candidate, Elia, the girl who fought him before. Elnor's eyebrows furrowed slightly. You mean, the two of them are a pair? Her assistant nodded. Yeah, probably because the simulation match required a two-person team. On the other side, Elnor closed her eyes, taking a moment to calm herself. Then, she let out a long exhale. I see, take me there. Her friend's eyes widened in shock. You just said you didn't care. But whether she noticed it or not, the water bottle in Elnor's hand had been completely crushed. Back at Dawood's group, the swordswoman Elia still couldn't understand what was going on inside the protagonist's head. He had agreed to Professor Conrad's challenge way too easily. She finally asked, what exactly are you planning? I know you're skilled, but even so, is it really worth challenging the all-time record? Yes. Dawood's calm reply came without any hesitation. That only made Elia stare at him with deep suspicion. Your confidence is really something else. Is there even a reason for you to do this? Of course, Dawood was already a veteran of this game. This so-called challenge was just a minor test for him. Artificial monsters follow consistent movement patterns. If I just exploit their weak points, this will be a piece of cake. But I can't tell her that. So instead, he answered casually, because you're here with me. Elia's cheeks turned slightly pink, and she muttered, unbelievable. Inside the observation room, Professor Conrad saw that the two were ready. He spoke through the magic speakers. This is Conrad. Are you both ready? Ready. Both Dawood and Elia replied in unison. Hearing that, the night faculty professor nodded. Perfect. Now, there's one last setting to adjust, the difficulty level. The higher you set it, the more points you'll earn. Without a single moment of hesitation, Dawood immediately requested the highest difficulty. Beside him, Professor Percy from the magic faculty frowned. Her eyebrows knitted together as she muttered, I don't believe this. I like their energy, but this is too much. The highest difficulty is practically real combat. There's a chance they'll die from this challenge. Dawood overheard her complaint and casually replied, "Even so, I still believe it's worth trying." Professor Conrad watched Dawood's unwavering confidence. For a moment, he hesitated. Then, he made his decision. "Fine, let's do it his way." Immediately after, Professor Conrad officially activated the simulated battle system. Loud mechanical noises echoed through the arena. Elia's beautiful face was now drenched in sweat, her nerves on edge. Seeing that, Dawood simply smiled and turned to reassure her. "Don't worry, candidate warrior. What's done is done." Meanwhile, Professor Percy casually sipped her tea, freshly served by an assistant. Yet, despite the warm drink, her tone remained cold. "I can't believe you, Conrad." In response, Professor Conrad simply shrugged. "Is this your first time doing this? Didn't we do the exact same thing for the previous freshman?" However, Percy wasn't convinced. Instead, her frustration grew. "But this is different. This time, they could actually die." Unlike her, Conrad remained calm. "Just wait and see, Professor Percy. I'm sure there's a reason he's that confident. And even if things get too dangerous, we can always intervene." Beep. System announcement. Slaughter mode has been activated. Prove yourselves, freshmen. From above, countless monsters of all kinds descended. Their bloodthirsty gazes locked onto Dawood and Elia. Upon witnessing this terrifying sight, Elia clenched her jaw and cursed. "Damn it, let's go." Meanwhile, a design faculty staff member was internally crying. "Our design faculty is doomed." As for Dawood, the more dangerous the monsters, the more thrilled he felt. At that moment, the system flashed a red warning. "Danger detected. Threat level. Life-threatening." Simultaneously, Dawood's passive skill, Desperate Plea, activated at maximum intensity. His entire body surged with energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword in a blinding arc, aiming straight at a rhino-like beast plummeting from above. The result? A single slash of light, and the monster's massive head was instantly severed. Upon witnessing this, Professor Conrad, sitting in the observation room, couldn't contain himself. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "I knew it. This is exactly what I've been looking for. You see this, Percy?" Behind him, Professor Percy was so startled by his outburst that she spit out her tea, while the design department guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. At the same time, Elia, the swordswoman, saw Dawood's overwhelming strength, and all her worries seemed to vanish. "Dawood, I knew it." Meanwhile, Professor Percy hurried over to the screen, staring at the display in shock. She stammered in disbelief. "Wait a minute. How is this even possible? Just a moment ago, he was completely useless." Professor Conrad smirked, crossing his arms. "I think he was just pretending. But I don't blame you. If I hadn't known about his skill transformation, I would have reacted just like you." As time goes on, the monsters get stronger. And so does he. It's parallel growth. From that moment on, the battle completely tilted in Dawood and Elia's favor. The number of monsters inside the training chamber dwindled rapidly. On one side, Elia plunged her sword deep into the body of a massive red spider. Holding it firmly in place, she shouted, "Do it, Dawood." Without hesitation, Dawood used Elia's shoulder as a foothold, launching himself high into the air. With flawless execution, he unleashed Tristan's sword technique, delivering countless lightning-fast slashes to the red spider's body, shredding it to pieces in an instant. The beast could do nothing but accept its bitter defeat, falling alongside the other monsters. The moment they landed the final blow, a loud system announcement echoed through the chamber. "Congratulations. This is a monumental display of power. Dawood Campbell, Elia Crixinax, the two of you have successfully broken the all-time record." However, it wasn't over yet. The massive red spider wasn't completely dead. With the last bit of its strength, it swung one of its enormous legs, aiming straight for Dawood, who was still caught up in his moment of victory. "Dawood, duck!" Elia screamed from behind. But just before the spider could complete its attack, its entire body suddenly exploded into countless pieces. The one who delivered the final blow was none other than Professor Conrad. "Congratulations. It looks like you've set a record that won't be broken for many years to come." I never expected we'd have a new student who could clear out Elfante's artificial monsters like it was a casual stroll. Thank you for your efforts, warrior candidate. With that, the professor sheathed his sword and turned to tease Professor Percy, who had just arrived. I win, Percy. Feels good, huh? Percy scowled in irritation. After that, both Dawood and Elia received their rewards from the two professors. As promised, Elia glanced down at the paper in her hands and gasped in surprise. Permission to rent an item from the Vision Warehouse and the right to request any favor from the head of the magic department. This is amazing. Beside her, Dawood took a peek at her paper and remarked, "This isn't something first-year students normally have access to. We got the same reward, didn't we?" Elia, still buzzing with excitement, suddenly grew curious and turned to Dawood. "Hey, Dawood, I've been meaning to ask. But how do you always stay so calm? No matter what happens, you act like you already know exactly how things will unfold. Or like you've planned it all in advance. The way you move, it gives me that feeling." She then held out her fist and grinned. Guys do this with their friends, don't they? I mean, you know. Fist bump. On the other side, Dawood let out a sigh. Seriously. Even so, he still raised his fist and lightly bumped it against hers. With that, Elia's curiosity about Dawood had officially reached level 5. Just shy of full trust. "See you tomorrow, Dawood," she said cheerfully before dashing off. Dawood watched her leave, shaking his head. I can't tell if she's just friendly or downright weird. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. "That makes 2 of us." Hearing this, Dawood turned his head to the side and jumped in surprise. The student council president, opposite him, Elnor, didn't seem to care that Dawood was startled. Instead, she bluntly asked, "Do you like me?" At that moment, Dawood was sweating bullets. The only thing giving him a sense of relief was that no ominous red notification had popped up, meaning Despair's plea hadn't activated. So at least she didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to him. But wait a second, wasn't the answer to this question obvious? It wasn't like he was her boyfriend or anything. Yet when Dawood didn't respond, Elnor's expression remained cold as she repeated, "I'll only ask this one more time. Do you like me?" The moment she asked for the second time, the system hesitated for a brief second before sending out a cautious warning. Danger detected. Danger detected. Sweat immediately soaked through Dawood's back, and every hair on his body stood on end. "I feel like I have to say something," he thought to himself. And so, in order to protect his very fragile life, Dawood blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Listen, student council president, even though I've been training with Elia all this time, I still wanted to see you." The moment those words left his mouth, Elnor, the infamous villainess, seemed momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Dawood was busy cursing himself internally. "What the hell are you saying? Dawood Campbell? And why does that actually sound convincing? You idiot?" Elnor, on the other hand, seemed to be coming to some conclusion of her own, because her lips curled into a faint smile as she murmured, "So what you're saying is, you've been thinking about me this whole time?" Hearing this, Dawood quickly nodded like a pecking chicken, eagerly going along with it. "Yes, exactly. That's exactly it." "Why?" Elnor asked, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. And at that, Dawood completely froze. Why? He'd been trying to avoid Elnor this whole time, not think about her. So how was he supposed to explain himself now? He stammered, struggling to find a response. But before he could, Elnor suddenly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed. "Never mind, I suppose this is just one of those friendship things. I get it." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze unreadable. "Is it because I saved you on the train? Just remember the priority list. That's all." Ahead of her, Dawood's expression was completely lost, like someone who had just crawled out of a cave and had no idea what was going on. A priority list? What the hell is she talking about? Dawood could only wonder in silent confusion. But before Dawood could come up with an answer, Elia suddenly handed him an invitation and said, "Don't worry about that, I came here to give you this." Dawood hesitated, staring at the letter in his hands with a mix of unease and suspicion. Is this a love letter? Or some kind of challenge? What even is this? This never happened in the original story. Unaware of the chaos running through Dawood's mind, Elnor glanced to the side with a hint of awkwardness before explaining. "I was planning to give it to you tomorrow. But, make sure to open it when you're alone. And with that, the student council president quickly turned on her heels and walked away, leaving Dawood standing there, holding the letter in a daze. Time passed quickly, and once Dawood returned to his room, he immediately tore open the envelope and read the contents. So she wants me to be her companion? Oh, right. Tomorrow is the freshman welcome banquet. I completely forgot about that. Being her companion wasn't really a problem. He just needed to spend time with her at the event. The only issue was the penalty. If he refused her request, not only would her affection level drop, but he might also make enemies out of other people. Just as Dawood was processing all of this, a knock on his door pulled him out of his thoughts. When he opened it, standing there was none other than Elia. I had a feeling it'd be you, Dawood muttered under his breath. Elia's eyes sparkled slightly with amusement as she crossed her arms and smirked. You catch on pretty quick, don't you? Here. With that, she handed him another invitation. Dawood let out a groan. Again with this? Hearing his reaction, Elia's expression turned curious. What do you mean again? Did someone else already give you one? No. I mean, what is this about? Dawood quickly corrected himself. But deep down, he already had a feeling about what was inside this letter. I nearly died right there. Don't tell me she's here to make the same request. Switching to Elia's perspective, she didn't bother explaining much, instead flashing a playful grin as she said, What do you think? Surprise. I already decided back in that simulated battle, I had to run. And it's all thanks to the rules the student council president set up. But hurry up and read it. With that, the lively heroine immediately dashed off, leaving Dawood standing there, dumbfounded. In the end, he could only clutch his head in frustration and return to his room to check the letter. Why are there so many strange people in this world? What could this be? Could it be another companion request? If it were from Elia, it could also be some sort of challenge. But she did say it was a surprise. So, I'm doomed. This was the final boss of companion requests for the protagonist. This shouldn't have happened in the original story, right? Couldn't they have given me an easier choice? If he chose Elnor, he'd be seen as the villain by the protagonist. But if he chose Elia, he'd turn the final boss into his enemy and might even die because of that priority list or whatever. And if he refused them both? I don't know what to do anymore. This must be happening because they're both still in the interest phase. This is a huge problem. Should I just accept both? The more Dawood thought about it, the more he felt that if he picked one and abandoned the other, it would be like death itself was waving at him. Time quickly passed, and the day of the freshman welcome banquet finally arrived. Scene transition. Inside an opulent and luxurious grand hall, the venue was already packed with countless students. A few scattered voices could be heard over the crowd. Hey, aren't you a student from Class A? You're in Class A? Professor, they're here. Among the gathering, Elia, now looking absolutely stunning, raised her hand and fanned herself, trying to dispel the heat in the hall. With a sigh, she muttered, Phew, so many people. This place is practically a pigsty. Then, glancing at the protagonist beside her, she added, But still, thanks for coming with me. Dawood, beside her, Dawood, his neatly parted hair framing his cold expression, responded with a simple, Yeah. Scene transition. At a certain fountain, another Dawood, sporting a different hairstyle, was sitting there. To explain this situation, the Dawood accompanying Elia was actually just a clone. A doppelganger the protagonist had just created. It was a clone projection, worth 1.000 points, which Dawood had purchased from the points shop. This ability allowed him to create a copy of himself, with all the beneficial effects of the original also applying to the clone. At the same time, the system sent him an event notification. Double date. You have chosen to go on a date with both of them, how wonderful. But make sure you don't get caught until the event is over. If you fail, there will be penalties. Looking at his system screen, Dawood let out a deep sigh. I spent every last one of my points on this. Even though it's just a clone, it should do the trick. But even with the extra help, this plan could still fail spectacularly. If someone sees me and my clone in the same place, I'm done for. I should set its personality mode to cold and mysterious gentleman to minimize interactions. Just as Dawood was finalizing his plan, a sudden, guttural roar echoed from a short distance away. A feral beast was locked inside an iron cage, thrashing wildly. The sound startled Dawood, but after a quick glance, he muttered, "It's just an external creature. Looks like they're experimenting on it, and after that, it'll break free. That's what's going to trigger the main event. All I have to do is survive." With Elnor and Elia around, things shouldn't be too bad, right? Next moment, for some reason, another system notification popped up. "Pheromone. You're no longer just a boy. Purchased and applied." Dawood blinked at the message, confused. What the hell does that mean? Before he could process it, Elnor appeared out of nowhere. "So you're here," she said, approaching, before suddenly wrinkling her nose. "What's that smell? Did you put on cologne?" Dawood stiffened before awkwardly replying, "No, the flowers around here just have a strong natural scent." But before he could even finish his sentence, Elnor's face flushed red. Her expression wavered as she hesitated before whispering, "I know the scent is coming from you, but this smell, it's driving me insane." Looking at Elnor's flushed face, which looked almost like she was in heat, Dawood's biological alarm bells went off at full volume, screaming warnings at him. He instinctively waved his hands in the air as if trying to brush off whatever scent was clinging to him. "What the hell are you talking about? Pheromones. Please, stop this madness," Dawood screamed internally. But instead of receiving an answer that could calm his nerves, the system coldly threw another notification at him. "The effects of pheromone have been applied to target, Elnor. Target is trying her best to resist feeling attracted to you." Beside him, the usually icy Elnor began throwing sultry glances in his direction. She let out a slow breath and murmured, "Phew, Dawood Campbell. I wonder why I never realized this before. But you're a lot more masculine than I thought." Dawood could not, feel happy about this statement. Instead, every instinct in his body screamed that death was creeping just a step closer to him. "No, please, just stop," he prayed desperately in his mind. Hoping to diffuse the dangerous tension in the air, he quickly blurted out, why don't we check out the event? We can visit some of the booths nearby. What do you think?" Elnor tilted her head slightly, studying him for a moment before giving a small nod. "All right, lead the way, freshman." Switching back to Dawood's perspective, this wasn't just some random suggestion, he had planned this. By now, his clone and Elia had probably met up. "I just have to make sure I don't run into them. Please, let nothing go wrong. As long as things keep going like this, everything should be fine. All my clone and I need to do is escort both of them safely." With that thought in mind, he casually suggested, "Hey, how about we grab some snacks from that stall over there?" Hearing this, Elnor narrowed her eyes at him with a look that carried an odd, unreadable meaning. She then smirked and replied, "Sure." Scene transition. The two arrived at a food stall selling grilled skewers. Dawood pointed at one and said, "Want to try the grilled wild boar skewer?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had just made the worst possible suggestion to Elnor, a woman who took great care of her physique. But he had no choice. "I need to lessen the effects of the pheromone, no matter what." That was Dawood's only goal. However, it was as if fate itself was conspiring to push Dawood and this villainous young lady closer together. Her eyes shimmered with unexpected delight as she softly said, "How did you know I liked this? Was it just a coincidence?" At that moment, Dawood's mind exploded with internal screams. "Oh, for the love of, if she thinks I like wild boar, I have to keep up appearances while still maintaining my distance. And I need to make sure Elia stays as far away from me as possible." After finishing their snack, they wandered into a stall selling decorative accessories. Elnor's steps came to a stop as she glanced at the glittering trinkets before her. She turned to Dawood and asked, "Hey, looks like they're selling accessories here. Freshman, do you need anything?" Without hesitation, Dawood refused and instead countered with, "No, let me buy something for you." That was what he said out loud. But in his mind, he was thinking something entirely different. A gift for Elnor? No way in hell. I need to lower her affection. Which means I have to get her the worst possible gift. With that in mind, he scanned the stall before his eyes landed on a button. He picked it up and held it out. "This button looks nice. What do you think?" Under normal circumstances, if a guy gave a girl something like that, the only thing waiting for him would be an immediate phone number block. But Dawood had severely underestimated the pheromone effect's grip on Elnor. Even after receiving such a lackluster gift, she accepted it happily. "Actually, I do need a button for my new uniform," she said with a smile. Meanwhile, Dawood bit his lip in frustration. This is getting tough. After a while, they decided to take a break, sitting down at a nearby rest area with drinks in hand. Then, out of nowhere, Elnor asked, "Come to think of it, have you decided on your major yet?" Dawood nodded and replied, "Yeah, I have. I'm planning to major in theology." His answer piqued Elnor's curiosity, prompting her to comment, "Theology? You sure you don't want to reconsider? With your talent, it'd be a waste not to join the night department." Dawood shook his head. "No, there's something I want to study in the theology department." Inwardly, he thought to himself, "I chose this path for a reason. My survival depends on the downfall of the Holy Maiden. It's crucial to securing the ending I need. That event with the secret organization, the one that will take place in the future. The boss of this arc has a particular weakness against holy arts." On the other side, Elnor's curiosity only deepened. She leaned in slightly and asked, "Something you want to learn?" "Huh?" Dawood answered that in order to protect what was precious to him, he needed to study there. Elnor tilted her head. "And what exactly is it that you want to protect?" Hearing this, Dawood immediately activated his acting mode. His expression turned solemn, as if he were reminiscing about something distant. "Since I was a child, I've wanted to protect it." Elnor studied him intently before pressing further. "Does it have anything to do with why you keep getting involved with me?" Dawood nodded. "That's exactly right." But before he could elaborate, Elnor cut him off. "I'm well aware of the Tristan family curse. You're talking about the curse that turns every member of my family into lunatics." Dawood simply shrugged. "Isn't the only way to stop it through mental fortification training?" At those words, Elnor's gaze sharpened, turning cold as she stared directly at him. "You know how to break it?" she asked, her voice icy. Dawood had no reason to hide the truth, so he answered bluntly, "The blessing of the angels. It's a miracle where two archangels bestow their grace upon a person, or at least, that's what they say." Elnor gave a small nod, acknowledging his response. "Yes, it really is that difficult. That's why, despite all the accomplishments of the Tristan family, we still live in fear." She then fixed her gaze on him again. "Then tell me, why are you always so close to me? Why are you always there whenever someone tries to assassinate me? What exactly are you plotting?" Dawood remained silent for a few seconds before finally replying, "The thing I want to protect is you." The moment those words left his lips, Elnor's shoulders tensed for just a brief moment. Then, in a softer voice, she asked, "And what am I to you that you feel the need to protect me?" Dawood answered firmly, his voice unwavering, "If I don't protect you, I'll die. That's it. I have no other reason." Elnor let out a dry chuckle, running a hand through her hair. "Ha, I figured as much. But you really are such a strange guy." Dawood let out a heavy sigh and muttered in exasperation, "I've already said this so many times." I told her the entire truth without holding anything back. Hopefully, that's enough to satisfy her curiosity. With that thought, Dawood silently offered a prayer in his heart. At the same time, in another part of the academy, Dawood's clone and Elia descended into the underground chamber, each holding a glass of red wine. The dimly lit corridor stretched before them, lined with reinforced iron bars that held numerous experimental monsters. Neither of them spoke as they walked. To Elia, Dawood's attitude felt different today. Is he mad at me? Why isn't he saying anything? Unable to bear the silence any longer, she broke it. Why are we heading down here? Dawood remained silent behind her, offering no response. This only made Elia feel more awkward. I need to get closer to him, to learn more about the Tristan family. But what am I supposed to do with someone like him? I don't know the first thing about dealing with men. Damn it. As she mulled over her thoughts, she glanced around and frowned. What is this hellhole? It's full of living monsters. Are they really being used for student experiments? The professors are seriously irresponsible for keeping them locked up like this. Her voice carried a hint of frustration. Just then, a low growl from one of the caged creatures caught her attention. She stepped closer, peering into the metal enclosure. These monsters, they're bigger than I expected. Wait, why aren't they restrained? Suspicion crept into her voice. At that moment, a small device attached to the iron bars flashed red. And then, boom, a powerful explosion erupted. Dawood's clone reacted instantly, lunging forward to grab Elia and leap away from the blast. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves through the underground hall, making the entire chamber tremble. Elia, still caught off guard, found herself shielded by Dawood's body. "Why," she murmured, "this is my job," Dawood replied coldly. And the moment those words left his lips, he collapsed, unconscious. "Huh? What do you mean, Dawood?" Elia called out, but before she could say another word, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent filled the air. Her sharp senses kicked in immediately. The explosion had destroyed some of the cages, allowing several experimental monsters to break free. Their glowing red eyes burned with savage hunger as they locked onto Elia. Yet, despite their terrifying presence, she showed no fear. She reached down, grabbing a stray iron rod from the debris. "Well, thanks for protecting me," she muttered, tightening her grip. "But now, it's my turn to protect you." Turning back to Dawood's perspective. At that moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "Main quest. Monsters have appeared. Quickly suppress the situation. If the number of casualties becomes too high, you will face severe script penalties. Reward: exclusive equipment crafting materials." The instant he saw the notification, Dawood didn't hesitate. He sprang to his feet. "I have work to do. President, I need you to find one of the priests." Behind him, Elnor was still trying to process why Dawood was acting so urgently. She opened her mouth to ask, but before she could say anything, he cut her off, his expression grim. "Please, we have to protect the students." With that, he sprinted straight down to the basement, recalling his clone along the way. As soon as he arrived, his eyes quickly scanned the scene before landing on the swordswoman. "Elia, those monsters that just got released, was that all of them?" Elia, standing amid the scattered remains of the defeated creatures, let out a relieved sigh when she saw Dawood approach. "You're awake? Thank the heavens." She exhaled deeply before continuing. "But I let one big one slip past. It's probably somewhere on the first floor now. We can still stop it. But I think I need a break first." As she spoke, her body swayed slightly, and she had to grip the iron rod in her hand tightly just to keep herself upright. Even though she had managed to take down all the monsters without a single scratch, exhaustion was clearly taking its toll. Dawood's eyes narrowed as he processed what she had just said. That escaped monster. It must be that bear from before. The main quest is the top priority right now. If I fail, the penalty will be severe. I have to stop that from happening. Scene transitioned to the main banquet hall. Just as Dawood had predicted, the escaped monster was indeed the massive, ferocious bear. It let out a deafening roar, its enormous frame shaking the ground with each step. Its blood-red eyes locked onto the terrified first-year students, who had nowhere to run. "Fall back, everyone. Gather together." A man from the group acted quickly, casting a spell that formed a protective barrier around the students, enclosing them in a shimmering dome of magic. "Hold out until the professors and knights arrive. Make sure the barrier doesn't break." The bear roared once more and lunged straight at the barrier with terrifying force. Boom! The magical shield trembled violently under the impact. Inside, the students held their breath, their faces pale with fear. Dawood arrived at that exact moment, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Good, I made it in time. 3 minutes before the barrier collapses. I have to finish this now." The moment his words fell, the massive bear let out an enraged roar and slammed its enormous paws against the barrier. Cracks spread across the protective shield like a spiderweb, radiating outward in all directions. From another corner of the banquet hall, Elnor anxiously observed the monstrous creature and muttered, "Right now, neither the headmaster nor Professor Conrad is here." Hearing this, the priest beside her shook his head grimly. "We can't afford to lose the blessing of the angel." His words made Elnor's expression darken with anger. "You call yourself a priest? There are still students here." The priest merely shrugged, his demeanor utterly indifferent. "Such harsh words from a noble lady like yourself, Miss Elnor. Not just anyone can wield an advanced barrier like the blessing of the angel. The knights will arrive soon. We just need to wait. This is exactly why I tried to stop them from experimenting on these monsters in the first place." I knew we should never have given the Tristan family that kind of authority. Elnor gritted her teeth in frustration. But before she could say anything else, whoosh! A blur shot past them like a gust of wind. It was Dawood. Before anyone could react, he snatched the priest's necklace right off his neck mid-sprint. I'll take care of this, Dawood shouted. The priest's eyes widened in shock as he clutched at his now empty neck. Who the hell was that? Give that back immediately. He's just a student. Does he even know what the blessing of the angel is? But Dawood didn't pay any attention to the priest shouting. Without wasting a second, he pulled out his sensor and threw the stolen necklace inside. A system notification popped up instantly. Holy relic has fused with priest's rosary. New skills unlocked. Asceticism. Holy shield. Danger detected. A life-threatening crisis. Desperation survival activated at X rank. Dawood barely had time to register the update before he dropped into a slide, skillfully maneuvering past the massive bear and making his way toward the man maintaining the barrier. The man looked alarmed at Dawood's sudden approach. Wait, what are you doing? Why aren't you running? Dawood met his gaze with firm resolve. I'll buy us some time. You need to get the students out of here. Without waiting for a response, he turned back to face the monstrous bear, which had already raised one of its massive paws, preparing to bring it down upon him. No hesitation, no fear. Dawood activated asceticism, converting all secondary attributes into pure physical endurance. Next, Dawood activated Holy Shield. A radiant symbol of a cross appeared in front of him, glowing with a blinding light. Immediately after, the ethereal image of two pairs of wings materialized, enveloping him and forming a protective barrier. Thanks to this divine shield, the massive bear's powerful strike failed to even graze Dawood. The guests witnessing this spectacle gasped in shock. That's the blessing of the angel. How can a mere student wield something like that? On the other side of the hall, the priest was clutching his head, practically tearing his hair out in frustration. That idiot. Does he even realize that even an official priest has to undergo countless prayers before they can use that ability? Meanwhile, Elnor had instinctively gripped her sword, prepared to charge in and assist. However, the moment she saw Dawood unleash his ability, her steps faltered. After everything that's happened, I'm not even surprised anymore. I've lost count of how many times I've seen him hiding his true strength. Unaware of Elnor's inner thoughts, the priest, whose allegiances were now questionable, grumbled under his breath as he watched Dawood withstand the beast's relentless attacks. How the hell is that stupid monster struggling to break through such a simple barrier? That damn student is the one maintaining it, too. TCH. His words made Elnor scowl in irritation. Turning sharply, she snapped at him. Are you even really a professor? You're not even bothering to help. And as for you, what the hell are you doing? Following Elnor's gaze, Elia had finally arrived after her brief rest. Without hesitation, she strode forward and delivered a swift chop to the back of the priest's neck. Thud. He collapsed instantly, knocked out cold. Apologies, Madam President, Elia said, completely unfazed. That guy was clearly useless to us. Ignoring what had just transpired, Elnor pressed further. What took you so long? I passed out in the basement. I just got up here. At that moment, Elia's body trembled uncontrollably, as if she still hadn't fully recovered. She took a deep breath, then turned her gaze forward and muttered, forget about that for now. That guy, Dawood, he actually dared to use blessing of the angel on the spot like that? He's not even a priest. People say it takes at least 10 years of training to wield it. How the hell is this possible? Her voice was filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, standing beside her, Elnor's expression shifted subtly. Elia's words triggered a memory, Dawood's casual remark from when they sat together. Drinking water. Holy power can only be wielded after 10 years. Huh. Her face grew more complicated. Even with just a glance, Elia seemed to pick up on what she was thinking and continued. Even if this blessing of the angel was somehow pre-stored, there should still be limits to how much he can control. You must feel pretty lucky. Huh? He's doing all of this for the Tristan family. For you. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to go this far. Elnor wasn't foolish. She had already sensed something was off. I've had this feeling from the very beginning. He's truly a strange one. Deep within the shadowed world of her mind, It felt as if a faint glimmer of light had begun to emerge. On the opposite side, Dawood gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain holy shield, while the massive bear treated him like a punching bag, venting its fury. Its enormous arms swung like relentless machines, forcing sweat to pour down Dawood's face. But the poor, foolish beast had made a grave mistake. It was so fixated on the protagonist that it failed to recognize who the real threat was. In the stunned silence of the crowd, Elnor drew her sword. Then, in a flash of silver light, she lunged straight at the beast with lightning speed, slashing deep into its flesh. The sheer force of the attack sent the colossal creature crashing into the ground, shattering the floor with countless fractures. Yet, despite the devastating blow, it wasn't enough to kill the monster. It howled in agony. Then, fueled by rage, charged at Elnor like an unstoppable war machine, its every step shaking the entire hall. Facing the oncoming onslaught, Elnor took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a brief moment. Then, as the bear lunged, she shifted her stance, pulling her sword back before thrusting it forward with blinding speed. Her strikes rained down like a machine gun, piercing the beast's massive frame over and over again. But something was wrong. Despite being riddled with bleeding wounds, the monster didn't stop. It charged forward in a crazed frenzy, as if it had been injected with some kind of stimulant. Seeing this, Elnor swiftly pivoted on her heels, executing a technique known as TRA Montana. Her blade instantly unleashed a crescent-shaped energy arc that tore through the air, slicing into the monster's body. A moment later, the beast was sent flying backward, before finally erupting into a massive explosion. Dawood, witnessing this, stood frozen in shock. That was the true sword art of Tristan. It's on a completely different level compared to my cheap imitation. Wait, something wasn't right. In the original story, Elnor was never supposed to be involved in events like this. As if to confirm his suspicion, the system displayed a new message. Main mission: defeat the monster with no casualties, an astonishing achievement. Time until knights arrive, 30 seconds. Ignoring the system notification, Dawood's gaze shifted toward Elnor, a sense of unease creeping over him. All the professors who had defended the live monster experiments were staunch supporters of the Tristan family. If Elnor interfered, it meant she was essentially acknowledging her own family's wrongdoing. But Elnor had never cared for political maneuvers. So why was she helping them? I don't get it, but I need to wrap this mission up first. I'll think about it later. Up ahead, Elnor slowly sheathed her sword, murmuring softly, "It's over." But fate always had a way of throwing unexpected twists. Dawood's eyes suddenly widened in horror, and he yelled, "Princess, behind you!" Following his gaze, Elnor turned, just in time to see the monstrous bear rise from within the flames, its massive skeletal arms swinging straight toward her. Dawood's body reacted before his mind could process it. In a split second, he lunged forward, activating Holy Shield to block the attack in her place. The impact was devastating. Blood spewed from Dawood's mouth as the force sent him crashing backward. His vision blurred, and before he could even register the pain, everything faded to black. Time passed. When Dawood opened his eyes again, he found himself lying inside a hospital room. Beside him, a voice suddenly rang out. "You're finally awake, huh?" Hearing those words, Dawood immediately sat up and asked urgently, "What happened to the monster? And Elnor?" Without looking up from her book, the blue-haired woman responded calmly, "The monster has been defeated. As for Elnor, she's fine. Of course, the other students are safe as well." Then, closing her book with a soft thud, she added with a slight smirk, "Surprised to see me visiting?" It was only then that Dawood fully registered who she was, Adeline Swansong, the Prime Minister, and, more importantly, the immortal who had lived for over 1,000 years. Why would someone like her come to see me? Dawood thought, his mind racing. Is it because I used the angel's blessing? Oblivious to his spiraling thoughts, Adeline spoke again, her voice carrying a casual yet authoritative tone. "After the first-year showdown, I didn't get the chance to talk to you. I'm here now to deliver some bad news, and even worse news." She chuckled softly, but something about it made Dawood uneasy. "What is it?" he asked warily. Adeline's expression shifted, the air in the room growing heavier. "You've drawn more attention than any freshman before you. No one's ever gotten tangled up in this much trouble so quickly. She leaned in slightly, her gaze locking onto Dawood's. And based on my experience, this is just the beginning. Then, after a brief pause, she added in a much more serious tone. Now, about the other bad news. What do you know about demons? Faced with Atalance's question, Dawood's expression remained unnervingly calm, as if he wasn't particularly surprised to hear that name brought up. His lack of reaction seemed to amuse Atalance, who chuckled and said, "Interesting response, Dawood Campbell. Even with the Prime Minister mentioning something like this, you don't look the least bit concerned." Dawood, looking utterly disinterested, replied, "I don't think it would be wise for me to reveal too much about what I actually know. If I did, I have no idea what kind of schemes you'd start planning." Schemes? Atalance raised an eyebrow, countering his words. With a sigh, Dawood started voicing his own frustrations. "I'm the only one who still hasn't been assigned to a class. I can't even properly attend lessons." Atalance quickly grasped why Dawood was annoyed. "Ah, so that's what's bothering you. Well, thanks to recent events, I've been busy cleaning up the aftermath." She snapped her fingers, and instantly, a pitch-black veil of energy surrounded them, ensuring their conversation remained unheard by any outsiders. When she spoke again, her tone was far more serious. "I don't know if you've realized this yet, but right now, the ruling powers don't have as much control over our society as they used to. This is a terrible time for them. They'll do anything to recruit talented individuals, even if it means pulling them straight out of hell." Hearing this, Dawood, drawing from his experience playing countless games, immediately understood what she was getting at. Without hesitation, he continued, "The tribal alliance's coup, the restructuring of the Holy Empire, and even the battle over the heir to the throne. Isn't all of this happening because of that? These power struggles are the root cause of everything that's been unfolding lately." Atalance's eyes widened slightly at how clearly Dawood laid it out. However, she soon nodded in agreement. "You're exactly right. Right now, the Golden Triangle may look like a peaceful group of neighboring nations. But beneath that facade, an all-out war is raging, one fought through talent acquisition. Most students wouldn't care about any of this." Continuing from where she left off, Dawood added, "Exactly. Because of that, the entire continent is feeling the effects. Everything I've been involved in has likely already caught their attention. And yet, despite everything that's happened, they haven't made a single move. That doesn't make sense, unless someone is deliberately controlling the flow of information." Atalance was already surprised by Dawood's political awareness, but hearing him articulate this so clearly made her even more intrigued. Unaware of the thoughts running through Atalance's mind, Dawood continued, "So, does that mean if I attract their attention right now, it'll be extremely dangerous?" Atalance's response was as cold as ice. "Yes, the world will end." The moment her words echoed through the space, the ground beneath them shifted. In an instant, the scenery changed. Below them lay a sprawling city engulfed in flames. Countless homes consumed by fire. Then, Atalance pulled out a sheet of parchment, upon which was an unfamiliar yet ominous symbol. She held it up and asked, "Do you recognize this seal? This is why I asked you about demons." Facing her, there was no way Dawood wouldn't recognize the mark. It's the seal of the Purifiers. The Purifiers were a clandestine cult that worshipped demonic gods. Operating in the shadows, their sole purpose was to summon demon lords and bring about the destruction of this world. The failed assassination attempt on Elnor, the incident with the escaped monster, both were suspected to be their doing. Both were direct attacks against House Tristan, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't strike a third time. Atalance spoke calmly, but Dawood, still puzzled, finally voiced his question, "Why are you telling me all this?" Rather than answering directly, the enigmatic professor simply pulled out a black card streaked with white markings and handed it to him. "I can't explain why, but I need you to take this." Dawood reached out and took the card, instantly recognizing what it was. The interdimensional key, a treasure that defies all rules, capable of opening a gateway to another world. Switching back to Atalance's perspective, she observed Dawood's lack of surprise or curiosity about the card. That only confirmed her suspicions. "Judging by that expression, you already know what this is, don't you? Keep it safe, and show me just how far you can go. If I'm satisfied with what I see, I might just have a few more gifts for you. She snapped her fingers, dispelling the darkened space around them. Their surroundings returned to normal. Dawood immediately assured her that he wouldn't breathe a word about their conversation. As she poured herself a cup of tea, Adelance seemed to recall something and casually asked, "By the way, how are things going with the warrior candidate and the young lady of House Tristan?" There was something in her tone, an underlying meaning Dawood couldn't quite grasp. But it was enough to make his face scrunch up in frustration. "We're doing fine," he replied, though he wasn't sure why she was even asking. Adelance chuckled. "I hope you stay that way." "Why, do I have a reason to be concerned?" Dawood asked, his curiosity piqued. Adelance responded with an eerily cheerful smile. Her eyes nearly closed from the sheer joy of it. "Of course you do. If you don't, the world will end." "Again with this? Why is the world always on the brink of destruction?" Dawood shouted, exasperated. Meanwhile, Adelance laughed openly at his reaction. "Haha, I'm not lying, you know. Either way, the final objective of this whole plan can be achieved through just the three of you." She kept that last thought to herself. Time passed quickly. As Dawood stared at the black card in his hand, he let out a deep sigh. "Phew, the apocalypse. Huh? I'll think about that later. But I never expected her to give me something like this. This was supposed to be an item that players could never obtain." Something was definitely off with the main storyline. A sense of unease settled in his chest. Before he could dwell on it any longer, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Oh, there you are. I've been looking for you." Dawood Campbell. It was Professor Conrad. Hearing that, Dawood turned his head and responded, "You were looking for me." "Professor? Why? What's going on?" As he spoke, he hastily hid the black card behind his back. Meanwhile, Conrad, fully aware that Dawood was worried about his unassigned class status, had come to put an end to the matter. "Even though you haven't been officially placed into a class yet, I can't just let you continue skipping lessons. So, here's a temporary assignment. Starting tomorrow, you'll be studying with these people." With that, he tossed a sheet of paper to Dawood. A quick glance was all it took for Dawood's eyes to widen in shock. His heart nearly stopped as he processed the names written on it, two people he had wanted to avoid at all costs. First, the class president, Elnor Elinorize Tristan. And second, the vice president, Elia Crixinax. Cold sweat instantly formed on Dawood's forehead as he stared at the list. "The apocalypse is coming," he screamed at the top of his lungs. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a classroom. At this moment, the teacher's lecture echoed throughout the room. And that is why the sword can be considered a fundamental weapon in any situation. As I mentioned earlier, but what about cases where we face certain limitations? The teacher spoke while tapping a piece of chalk against the board. However, before he could continue, a voice interrupted him. "Professor, I have a question." The voice belonged to Elnor, and upon hearing her, the teacher turned toward her and nodded. "Ah, go ahead, Miss Tristan." Elnor didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. "Don't you think you're focusing too much on theory? I don't believe this information is particularly useful in real combat. In battle, even a highly skilled knight can be taken down by ranged weapons. Unless your plan is to train swordsmen to the absolute pinnacle of their abilities. I think you should place more emphasis on techniques such as ranged combat or throwing skills to refine one's overall fighting capabilities." The teacher hesitated for a moment, his expression slightly uneasy, as if he felt intimidated by Elnor. "Well, that's certainly a valid point," he admitted. However, sitting not too far away, the class vice president, Elia, clearly didn't agree. "I have to disagree." Elia spoke firmly. "I think the professor is teaching exactly what he should be. As long as a swordsman can properly utilize their surroundings, they are fully capable of deflecting incoming arrows or projectiles. And if an enemy closes in, we won't just be standing there unarmed." Elnor didn't let Elia continue. She immediately fired back with a pointed question. "So what do you plan to do to close the distance if the terrain isn't in your favor?" Elia furrowed her brows at the question, her tone turning irritated. "Isn't that exactly why we're here? Attending a lecture on combat techniques?" Hearing this, Elnor's voice took on a mocking edge. "I would assume you're at least aware of the difference between theory and reality. Right? Explaining things is the professor's job. If you're the type who's forced to be here, then at the very least, stay quiet and stop bothering everyone else." Elia wasn't about to back down. On this side, Elnor's expression visibly darkened with irritation. Forced to be here? As the student council president, ensuring the quality of education that our dear students receive is my duty, she said with a sharp edge to her voice. Hearing that, Elia clenched her teeth. Then at the very least, stop interrupting the professor's lecture like this. Are you that desperate for attention? Meanwhile, Dawood, who had found himself caught between the two beauties' heated argument, could do nothing but clutch his head and shrink into a corner, hoping to avoid getting dragged into the crossfire. And it wasn't just him, even the professor looked shaken, clearly overwhelmed by the escalating tension in the room. In the end, he hastily decided to put an end to today's lesson. That's enough for today, everyone. Class dismissed. But despite the class being over, the battle between Elnor and Elia raged on. Elnor narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me you're actually foolish enough to believe that these ridiculous theoretical strategies will work in real combat? At the very least, they're more useful than listening to you ramble on about pointless nonsense. Elia shot back, her tone full of frustration. This is unbelievable. A warrior candidate who can't even tell the difference between constructive advice and outright insults. Elnor retorted. At this point, Dawood had no choice but to step in and attempt to defuse the situation. With a resigned sigh, he spoke up. Can we just get back to the lecture already? Hearing this, Elia clenched her fist, then smirked in triumph. Ha, I win this round. I knew Dawood would take my side. Beside her, the class president, Elnor, huffed in annoyance, crossing her arms as she slumped into her seat. Just this once. Don't get cocky, she grumbled, then turned toward the professor. You can continue now, sir. At the front of the class, the professor was so shaken that he could feel his scalp tingling from fear. Ha ha, why yeah, I suppose, how about we just do some self-study, he stammered. Meanwhile, Dawood could only sigh internally. These two had been like this for a while now. And thanks to them, all eyes were now on him. All because I'm caught between a warrior candidate and the Tristan family. Whatever, I'll just focus on my own business. With that thought, he turned his attention back to his system screen. At that moment, Elnor's trust level toward him had shifted from level 5 trust to level 1 favorability. A reward was now ready to be claimed. Oh, nice, Dawood exclaimed, quickly checking what reward he had received. The system screen displayed the information. Basic Tristan swordsmanship. Effectiveness. 58%. The swordsmanship of a prestigious lineage of swordmasters. This technique allows the user to wield any weapon with exceptional proficiency. Basic deep breathing technique. A breathing method that enhances physical endurance and stamina to the extreme. This skill further amplifies the effects of Tristan swordsmanship. Seeing this, Dawood stroked his chin in thought. Both of these skills complement each other, reinforcing physical enhancements. This might be one of the most effective ability combinations out there. The only person capable of utilizing both skills to their fullest potential was Elnor. The reason she was considered the final boss was because of her extraordinary mastery of 1-4 combat, a technique that set her apart from the rest. Thinking about this, Dawood shifted his gaze toward Elia's status screen. Elia Crixinax. Curiosity level 5, right pointing arrow, interest level 1. Reward ready to claim. New skill acquired. Devil's Law, rank E. Use your influence to challenge the good-natured individuals around you. The following individuals will be compelled to accept one request from you. Keep your allies close and your enemies even closer. The higher your influence over virtuous individuals, the greater the rewards. If you can minimize the presence of goodness itself, you may receive an even greater reward. Reading the cryptic skill description, Dawood furrowed his brows. What the hell does this even mean? Am I supposed to get rewards by turning good people into bad ones? He wondered to himself. Scene transition. A dense forest. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a lush forest where Dawood's class had gathered. As the students assembled, Professor Conrad's booming voice echoed through the clearing. Welcome, you little chicks, he shouted. This is Survival 101. In this course, we'll be honing the essential survival skills you'll need if you don't want to end up dead in a dungeon or some ancient ruin. You'd better clean out those ears and listen up. His voice carried an authoritative weight as he continued. Your task today is simple. Head into the forest and bring back something that I would find interesting. You got 10 minutes. Now, move it. In response to this task, a student raised their hand and asked, Professor, aren't there any grading criteria? Hearing this, Professor Conrad simply smiled and shook his head. Nope, it's completely subjective. The student council president and I will be the judges. So, good luck. At the front, the students naturally weren't thrilled with this vague and arbitrary grading system. Immediately, a few voices of protest rang out. That's totally unfair, Professor. But Conrad had no intention of changing his decision. In fact, he turned to the class and barked, urging them forward. Life is all about experience. You little chicks, you've got 5 minutes left before we start. With no other options, the students began forming groups and discussing what they should find to impress their unpredictable professor. While the others busily strategized, Dawood remained off to the side, lost in thought about the skill he had just obtained. Keep your allies close and your enemies even closer. What does that even mean? And how the hell am I supposed to turn good people into bad ones? As he pondered, before he could come up with an answer, Elia suddenly approached him. Dawood, do you want to team up with me? She asked. Her sudden invitation caught him off guard. Aren't you supposed to be with your friends? He asked. Oh, come on, you and I are friends too. Aren't we? Why not work together? Elia said cheerfully. Dawood, however, sighed inwardly. Joining the protagonist party? No way. That's just asking to become an obstacle. He reminded himself of this silently. Noticing his lack of response, Elia hesitated for a moment, fidgeting with her fingers before asking again in a softer tone. Is something wrong? Are you not feeling well today? Dawood's face remained cold as he replied bluntly. No, it's just that we're not that close. His words immediately made Elia's bright smile stiffen and slowly fade away. Then, perhaps out of frustration, she simply turned and walked off. That's a shame. All right then, she muttered. Not far away, a certain priestess had been watching the exchange. Seeing Elia's dejected expression, she couldn't help but feel a bit concerned for her friend. As Dawood glanced briefly at Elia, he couldn't help but think, that might have been a bit too harsh. She looks upset. Just as that thought crossed his mind, an unexpected nuisance arrived. A long-haired student stepped forward, calling his name, Dawood Campbell. What exactly is your relationship with the warrior candidate? Hearing his name, Dawood looked up and quickly recalled the details of the person standing in front of him. Talion Armand, the second best student in class, right after Elia. Later, he would become a mid-boss in Chapter 1. What's his problem? Dawood wondered before responding plainly. We just know each other a little. At those words, Talion's expression darkened slightly, his voice turning cold. There are a lot of rumors about the outcome of your duel. Why do you keep dragging her into your mess? At that moment, a notification popped up in Dawood's vision. Demon's Law, Rank E. A good person has been drawn into your influence due to your reputation. Reading this, Dawood's eyes flickered. So that's how it works. I just need to get under their skin? His mind raced as he analyzed the situation. He's set to become a mid-boss later. Maybe I can take advantage of him? And at the same time, trigger Demon's Law? Unaware of Dawood's scheming, Talion clenched his teeth and pressed on. Tell me the truth. That duel, it was rigged. Wasn't it? You can't hide it from me. Instead of responding immediately, Dawood slowly stood up and leaned in, whispering near Talion's ear with a cryptic tone. That's right, it was rigged, he murmured. Then, after a short pause, he added, or, is that just what you want to believe? His smirk widened as he continued. When you saw him crumble from a single effortless swing, you finally realized the gap between you two, didn't you? Talion's eyes widened in fury, his body trembling with rage. Then, as if wanting to teach Dawood a lesson, the blonde-haired Talion proposed. So, why don't we make a bet? Let's wager on who will score higher on this assignment. What do you say? For Dawood, this was an offer he couldn't refuse. Without hesitation, he accepted. Fine by me. Perfect. Meanwhile, back at Professor Conrad's desk, where the student council president, Elnor, stood beside him, the professor seemed to have noticed something and spoke up. Hey, student council president. Didn't I ask you to help grade the students? Don't you think you're being a little arbitrary with this? Hearing that, Elnor, the swordswoman, simply shrugged and replied, I've been serious about this from the start. Her nonchalant response made the professor narrow his eyes in confusion. Oh, really? Then explain this. Why does Dawood Campbell have a perfect score when he hasn't even turned in his assignment yet? Because he deserves it, Elnor responded, casually averting her gaze as if trying to avoid direct eye contact with Conrad. Of course, there was no way Conrad could accept such reasoning. His voice rose in disbelief. What did you just say? Elnor, now visibly annoyed, shot him a sideways glance and countered. It sounds like you're not happy with the way I grade. Is that it? Conrad scoffed and told her to put herself in his shoes for a moment. To this, Elnor immediately shot back. If that's the case, then why don't you observe him for a bit and see for yourself why he deserves a perfect score? I'll be right back. With that, the student council president turned on her heel, clearly intending to leave, but there was no way Professor Conrad would let her go so easily. Without hesitation, he reached out, firmly grabbing her shoulder and pulling her back. Hey, hold on a second, I know what you're trying to do. Elnor. In front of him, Elnor let out a tired sigh and responded in a voice dripping with boredom. Of course not, I just don't want her to be alone with the warrior candidate. There's a possibility something might happen between the two of them. Please, let me go check on them. Her words were met with a firm response from Conrad, his voice carrying an air of finality. HMPH, even if I don't allow you to join in, I can absolutely kick you out. What do you say to that? Hearing this, even the villainous Elnor was left speechless. The scene then shifted to the priestess, Elia's close friend. At that moment, she was watching Elia with a worried expression. She seems different today. Following the priestess's gaze, Elia was currently battling monsters with intense enthusiasm, as if she was using them to vent all her frustration. Not far away, a burly red-haired man let out a breath and remarked, all the strongest monsters are gathering here. Could something special be nearby? In response, a blonde-haired archer nodded and explained, you guessed right, this is a rare mineral deposit. If we can grab a few gemstones, we might avoid getting low scores. Hearing this, a brown-haired man wearing glasses took charge and instructed, all right, let's stop hunting for now. Luca, help me move the minerals. Meanwhile, the turmoil inside Elia seemed to be growing stronger, causing her to unleash all her anger on the monsters. With every punch she threw, a wolf was sent flying high into the air. More notably, at the center of her chest, a dark purple glow appeared to be gathering. The only one who could sense it was the priestess behind her. And it made her feel uneasy. The color of darkness, the weight of emotions, I can see it all. She's not showing it on the outside. But she's definitely furious. Realizing she couldn't let this continue, the priestess spoke up. Hey, Elia, how have you been lately? At the sound of her voice, Elia quickly pulled back her scowl and turned to respond. Lately? Nothing special. Really? Despite her answer, the priestess couldn't hide her concern and pressed further. Even so, if something's been bothering you, I can help. But Elia immediately brushed her off. What are you even talking about? Nothing's wrong. Behind her, the priestess found herself struggling with how to handle the situation. Even if she says that, I'm worried that her emotions might cloud her judgment. Thinking to herself, she decided to push a little more. I know something's troubling you. On the opposite side, Elia sat down under a tree and let out a sigh, admitting, phew, is it really that obvious? I can never lie to you. Teresa, picking up on the situation right away, the priestess Teresa asked, Dawood Campbell, he keeps his distance from you. And all you want is just to be friends with him? Next to her, Elia responded with a slightly frustrated expression. Even though we've been through so much together recently, I don't think there should be such a barrier between us. Hearing this, Teresa hesitated for a moment before voicing her doubts. What if that's not actually Dawood's true intention? Elia immediately turned to look at her. Eyes narrowed. Not his true intention? What do you mean by that? Clarifying her thoughts, Teresa explained, he's just a guy from a small barren family. Meanwhile, you're a warrior candidate. If people see you together with him, there will definitely be a lot of gossip. Hearing this, Elia's small face shifted slightly in surprise, and she asked with a hint of panic, is this how he's trying to help me? To this question, Teresa wasn't entirely sure of the answer herself. But for now, she decided to agree just to reassure Elia. That's right, he's probably worried that he might bring you unnecessary trouble. But once his reputation is solidified, he'll surely still see you as an important friend. He really thinks that way, Elia muttered to herself, rubbing her chin in thought. Meanwhile, back to Dawood. He was currently hauling himself away, running for his life from Talian's attacks. Surrounding him, countless notification messages popped up one after another. Talian's rage is reaching its limit. You have forced him into utter humiliation. Your negative influence has become permanent. You have activated the rule of the demon and received a decree reward. Behind him, Talian gripped his spear tightly and charged forward at full speed. His face twisted with fury as he roared. You bastard, I'm gonna kill you. I'll skewer you like a damn kebab. With that, he clenched his teeth and thrust his spear forward with the speed of a machine gun, making Dawood's scalp tingle with fear. Clenching his jaw, Dawood poured every last ounce of energy into his legs, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. To Talian, seeing Dawood only running instead of fighting back made his rage burn even hotter. Stop running. Fight me like a real man. Why do you always swoop in and take the finishing blow after I've done all the damage? Hearing this, Dawood suddenly came to a halt, turning around and raising his hand. Wait, hold up. His words made Talian's body instinctively freeze for a moment, waiting for whatever the protagonist had to say next. But once again, he was left utterly disappointed when Dawood smirked and teased. So, wanna split the loot 50-50? Looking at Dawood's infuriating face, Talian felt like he had reached his absolute breaking point. Slowly, he pulled his spear back into a throwing stance, channeling his magic into its tip. Electric sparks crackled wildly around the spearhead, surging with power. Then, without an ounce of hesitation, Talian poured all his strength into his arm and hurled the spear with immense force. It cut through the air like a lightning bolt, flying toward Dawood at terrifying speed. However, before it could even travel a few meters, a sword suddenly slashed through the air, colliding with the spear and splitting it cleanly in half. Talian's eyes widened in shock, his mind going blank for a moment. Dawood, too, completely forgot about running and turned around in surprise to see who had intervened. Standing there was none other than Elia. Don't lay a hand on my friend, she said coldly. For Talian, seeing Elia appear left him momentarily dumbfounded before he greeted her. Elia, long time no see. I guess this is the first time we've met again since those monsters escaped. In response to his friendly greeting, Elia dashed forward in an instant, pressing her sword against Talian's neck as she coldly corrected him. Wrong, this is the first time since you lost to me. Off to the side, Dawood broke into a nervous sweat, inwardly questioning, where the hell did she just come from? Back from Talian's perspective, as he stared at the sharp blade so dangerously close to his throat, he forced out an awkward laugh. Ha ha, it's really great to see you again. Elia, however, had no interest in pointless pleasantries. Instead, she got straight to the point, demanding, what exactly were you trying to do to Dawood just now? Don't tell me you were harassing him. No, Elia, I was just, Talian stammered. But the swordswoman had no patience for his excuses. Before he could even finish his sentence, she swiftly swept his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. She then planted her foot firmly on his chest, pointed her sword directly at his face, and warned, I don't want to hear your excuses. Underneath her, Talian was so terrified he nearly pissed himself. I get it, I understand, but why do you keep defending him? Someone as skilled as you should. He wanted to reason with her, but Elia didn't give him the chance. She cut him off immediately. Who I choose to befriend is none of your concern. I despise people who think they're superior to others and then get angry when those people surpass them. But he's deceiving all of us, Talian shouted. However, Elia merely shook her head. He's doing this to teach us a lesson. He's not the ruthless, unreasonable person you think he is. Dawood isn't like that. Then, her gaze sharpened as she added, or do you want to be taken down in a single strike again? Just like last time? That line seemed to awaken something in Talian. I could have died. As that thought crossed his mind, every hair on his body stood on end. The last traces of his fighting spirit vanished completely. Without a second's hesitation, he turned to Dawood, dropped to his knees, and bowed his head. I'm sorry, Dawood, I won't come near you without permission ever again. On this side, seeing Talian admit defeat, Elia finally felt at ease. She calmly sheathed her sword before stating, "Try to get along with each other." With that, she coldly turned and left, disappearing just as abruptly as she had arrived. This left Dawood lost in thought. As expected of a warrior candidate, she's really good at teaching people a lesson. But, I wonder if she still considers me a friend? Right now, I suppose we are, at least for the time being. Wait, that's not important. I still need to report back and get my points for the assignment. Time passed quickly, and by late afternoon, our protagonist was trudging back to campus with a sack slung over his shoulder, ready to submit his results to Professor Conrad. However, before he could reach his destination, Teresa suddenly stepped into his path. "Hold on, Dawood, we've met before, haven't we? I'm Teresa." Dawood immediately recognized her and nodded. "Ah, you're Elia's friend. I remember now." Even as he spoke, he let out an inward sigh. Whether in the original story or now, she always drags out conversations. Unaware of Dawood's thoughts, Teresa got straight to the point. "Yeah, I have something to ask you. This might be a bit troublesome. But about Elia." Before she could finish her sentence, she realized that Dawood had already walked off. "I need to get my points first," he said, waving a hand. "Oh, okay," Teresa responded. As she watched his figure disappear into the distance, she couldn't hide the concern on her face. He made Elia fight Talion. Normally, she'd try to resolve things with words first, not draw her sword right away. "Dawood, you're the real problem here." Back to Dawood's perspective, the moment he arrived at the designated reporting area, he was immediately overwhelmed by the sight before him. The ground had split into jagged cracks, and in the middle of it all, Student Council President Elnor was sprawled out on the ground, arms crossed, lying motionless like a dead fish. Dawood blinked in disbelief before blurting out, "What the hell happened here?" Professor Conrad, looking thoroughly annoyed, gave a disgruntled reply. "That damn student council president insisted on going into the forest. So I told her she'd have to get past me first. I won." He then glanced at the still motionless Elnor and teased, "But you've gotten better. Hey, are you planning on playing dead all day?" Conrad grinned. Meanwhile, Dawood was screaming internally, "This school is absolutely insane. Just punish her already." Even as he thought that, he quickly put on his most cheerful expression. "Ah, right, I came here to get my points." His words snapped Professor Conrad out of his thoughts. "Oh, right, we're still in class, aren't we? Let me see." As Conrad checked Dawood's collection, his eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, how did you bring back this much?" Not one to shy away from taking full credit, Dawood waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it was nothing. I just took my time to ensure I picked the best materials." Peering into the bag, Conrad found an array of colorful minerals, their luster catching the light. He nodded approvingly. "With these materials, it's perfect. You're in first place." Then, with a knowing smirk, he added, "I bet Percy would love these if you gifted them to her. You've already got a wish agreement with her, so why not take this opportunity to score some points with her?" "All right, I'll do that," Dawood replied, tying up the bag. At the same time, Teresa, seeing that Dawood had finished his report, slowly approached him. "Hey, are you done?" she asked. Before Dawood could answer, Professor Conrad stood up and addressed them both. "All right, you're free to go. Class is over. But Teresa, take care of her, okay?" "Yes, sir," Teresa responded immediately. She then turned to Dawood with a serious expression. "Dawood, please take care of Elia. But don't be too good to her." Dawood raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Every time she talks about you, she seems to lose all reason. I'm worried that things could get worse in the future." Hearing that, Dawood could only force out an awkward smile. "I appreciate the warning, but now I'm even more nervous." Sighing internally, he waved a hand. "All right, don't worry, Teresa. I'll do my best." "You better," Teresa muttered under her breath. "If you still want to survive this. That is, she may not realize it, but I do. If you take one wrong step, Elia might cross the line." With that heavy thought lingering in her mind, Teresa turned away and began using her magic to heal Elnor. Time passed quickly, and the scene transitioned to the Department of Magic. At this moment, Dawood was present, waiting to meet Professor Percy and make his request. In front of him, the professor was leisurely sipping her tea when she arched an eyebrow and asked, "You want to use your wish already? So soon?" That's right, I need something from the goddess of magic. Dawood replied with a smile. Hearing this, Percy questioned further, you can't wait any longer? Dawood responded that it wasn't just Percy who had to work to fulfill his request. However, Percy countered, well, no one has to do anything if you don't use your wish in the first place. Setting aside the unnecessary back and forth, Dawood hadn't come here on a whim. He had a purpose, he needed to prepare for the events ahead. To survive the upcoming battle against the Purifier, he had to make sure he had everything he could possibly need. Unaware of Dawood's true intentions, Percy let out a deep sigh and said, I've received orders from Prime Minister Adelance to assist you as much as possible. As long as it's not used for anything inappropriate, I'll grant your request. So, what is it that you want? Upon hearing this, Dawood instinctively swallowed hard. His mind flashed back to the rewards he had received earlier in Professor Conrad's class. You have received a reward from Elia, 500 points. You have obtained a seed of malevolence. You can exchange it for a special ability in the points shop. The list of available abilities has been updated. Elia Crixinax, one-time negative seal. You can use the rule of malevolence once. Talion Armand, one-time negative seal. You can use the rule of malevolence once. The effects of these special abilities far exceeded any ordinary items. For now, this would suffice, but there was still much more to prepare. Dawood Campbell was far too weak to withstand the Purifier's wide range of attacks. That's why he needed it. With that thought in mind, Dawood stroked his chin before finally voicing his request. I need a cannon capable of blowing this entire academy to bits. On the other side, Professor Percy was utterly stunned when she heard Dawood's request. Her face froze in disbelief as she stared at him with the lifeless eyes of a dead fish. A few seconds later, she finally snapped back to reality. She stood up from her chair and demanded, Dawood, are you out of your mind? Creating something like that is one thing, but where exactly do you plan on using it? Hearing this, Dawood could tell that Percy was about to explode with anger. So, without wasting a second, he immediately pulled out the contract and shoved it in front of her. Hold on, Professor. The agreement clearly states that you must fulfill any reasonable request. Something as simple as this shouldn't be a problem for the head of the magic department. Percy's eyebrows twitched at his words. She glared at the document before letting out a frustrated groan. You want me to create a weapon? This is not a normal request. But Dawood kept pushing. A promise is a promise. Right? I'm not planning to use it to harm anyone. There's just something I need to destroy in a single blow. Or else things will get really messy. That's exactly why I'm even more worried. You idiot, Percy shouted at him. But then, as if remembering Adelance's orders, she let out a deep sigh. Fine, I suppose you have your reasons. And since you did help with those recent monster incidents, I'll make the damn cannon for you. Dawood Campbell. Yes, thank you, Professor Percy, Dawood replied enthusiastically. For some reason, the professor mumbled under her breath. Unbelievable, not only do you have 4 girls in your harem, but you also make people believe you're going to save the world. Harem? Dawood raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Percy immediately realized her slip-up and froze. A split second later, her face twisted in embarrassment as she lashed out at him. What the hell is wrong with my brain? Just talking to you is making me lose focus. This is all your fault. Dawood. All of this frustration stemmed from one undeniable truth. Professor Percy Distern Levantine was already 30 years old, and still single. Honestly, for any woman, that was a pretty alarming number. Back to Dawood. Seeing the professor in such a panic, he quickly tried to calm her down. Please, take a deep breath. I still have one more request in my wish. You also promised Elia and me that we could each take an item from the illusion vault. Can I claim mine now? Time passed quickly. Now, Dawood was walking down the hallway, contemplating his next steps. Alright, I've secured permission to build the cannon. Now, I just need to gather the materials. I can collect all of them using the interworld key. Looks like everything is going according to plan. At that moment, up ahead, a man with orange hair, dressed like a noble, holding a cane, suddenly called out to him. Hey, kid, you must be Dawood Campbell, right? Hearing someone call his name, Dawood lifted his head and responded. Yes, that's me. On the other side, the unfamiliar man smiled as he continued. What a coincidence meeting you here. My name is Galdir Riverback. I represent the Purifiers Charity Foundation. Dawood's face instantly stiffened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He immediately recognized this man. What a joke. That foundation is nothing but a front for money laundering. Galdir Riverback is the final boss of this arc, also known as the Purifier. He's the leader of Wrathfire. Unaware that Dawood had already figured out his identity, Galdir continued to smile and handed him a business card. I've heard quite a few rumors about you. You single-handedly stopped a rampaging monster from escaping, didn't you? That's not something an ordinary person could do without either exceptional courage or extraordinary skill. I'm impressed. Whenever I come across a remarkable student like you, I always wonder what kind of future they will have. I would love to have dinner with you sometime. Are you free? I'd really like to have a conversation with you. Not wanting to waste time talking to the main boss of this arc, Dawood quickly brushed it off. I think we've already talked enough right now. After saying that, he silently processed the situation in his head. This is exactly like the original storyline. This guy was supposed to approach Elia and bother her, not me, so why is he coming to me instead? Don't tell me this damn system actually considers me the main character? No, that's impossible. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Finally, he just scratched his head and muttered, I'll think about it. On the other side, Galdir took that as a yes and turned to leave. Meet me at the Twilight Eye in 3 days. I'll be waiting. Seeing how this bastard just decided everything on his own, Dawood mentally cursed his ancestors for 18 generations. Hey, I said I'd think about it. Damn it. Frustrated, he glanced at the gleaming business card in his hand. The golden shine was so blinding it nearly fried his retinas. My eyes. What the hell? Fine, I'll go. Alright? The protagonist let out a long sigh in his heart. In reality, there was no way to avoid this event. Just like before, everything was either predetermined or not. What he could do, what he knew, what he didn't know, and all the risks involved. If he carefully considered everything, taking down the Purifier wasn't an impossible task. But he still didn't understand why he had to take Elia's place in all of this. Maybe he had messed up the storyline from the very beginning. Either way, he needed to focus on the present first. Everything else could wait. With that in mind, Dawood decided to prepare some health insurance for his upcoming meeting with Galdir. Standing outside a certain room, Dawood clenched his teeth, his trembling hand rising to knock on the door. Elnor, are you in there? Hearing the familiar voice, the student council president, Elnor, was a little surprised as she responded. Dawood, what are you doing here? Hesitating for a moment, Dawood awkwardly continued. No need to come out. I just have a small favor to ask. So, in 3 days. Are you free? At the same time, Elnor's assistant was also inside the room, complaining loudly. Return the books on time. President, you haven't even read a single one. They're just collecting dust. Did you borrow them just to admire the covers or something? I'm the one who has to pay the late fees for you. You know? Before she could keep ranting, Elnor simply raised a finger and pressed it against the girl's lips, silencing her. Meanwhile, outside the door, completely unaware of what was happening inside, Dawood continued with his request. President, I'd like you to spare some time that day to come with me somewhere. With you? Just the two of us? Elnor asked again. Yeah, that's right. Dawood nodded. Where exactly? Let's see. It's a place called the Twilight Eye. Do you know it? Dawood revealed the location Galdir had chosen. However, upon hearing this, Elnor's assistant's eyes widened in shock. Wait, that's a famous dating spot. Before she could blurt out anything else, Elnor calmly reached out, pushed her aside, and turned back to Dawood. I know it, but why do you want me to go with you? Dawood hesitated for a moment before replying vaguely. I'll explain when we meet that day. The scene shifts to a moment in Elia's past. At that time, young Elia was sulking, sitting curled up on a hill covered in flowers. A voice called out from behind her. Hey, Elia, so this is where you've been? In response, Elia merely mumbled, shut up, but the voice persisted. Come on, I already said I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore. I swear. Hearing this, Elia whipped around, her face streaked with tears, her eyes burning with anger. Liar, do you think pushing me down the hill was some kind of joke? Her accusation made the boy scratch his head awkwardly. Well, next time, I'll make sure to attack you while you're already on the ground. Stop bullying me, Elia yelled, her frustration boiling over. Her brother simply grinned, rubbing his hands together as if none of this was a big deal. Haha, come on, I was just messing around. I just want you to toughen up. You know, I don't want my little sister getting beaten by anyone. He then reached into a paper bag and held it out to her. Here, try these cookies. I got them from the Baron's estate. Elia huffed, still clearly irritated. I don't want them. Yet, despite her words, she snatched the bag anyway, eyeing it suspiciously before asking, "Did you steal these?" "Hey, don't say, steal. I just took what was left over." Her brother quickly corrected her. Then, he sat down beside her and started talking. "Thanks to the Baron, I'll be promoted to a knight apprentice right away. I'll be heading to the battlefield. Getting the chance to experience new things. Seeing the world. Who knows? Maybe I'll even earn the title of guardian one day." Elia, munching on a cookie, scoffed. "Ha, keep dreaming. Someone who spends all day picking on his little sister could never become a guardian." "Hey, who knows? Who says people have to stay the same forever?" He said it gently, but his words carried a quiet conviction. After a moment of silence, as if sensing a bit of unease, Elia finally asked, "If you go fight, will you die?" Her brother let out a soft chuckle. "If I'm unlucky, maybe, but I'm pretty skilled, so I doubt it." For a second, Elia hesitated. Then, whether out of lingering anger or something else entirely, she snapped, "I hope you do get unlucky and just drop dead. Go on, leave already. You're always teasing me, always bothering me, never listening to mom and dad. All you ever care about is swinging that stupid sword around. I hope death is waiting for you out there." Sir Calvin. His only response to her harsh words was a gentle smile before he firmly declared, "If I become a guardian, I'll always be there to protect you." Back in the present, Elia was fast asleep in her room when she was suddenly woken up by someone calling her name. Though still a little drowsy, she got up, opened the door, and asked, "Huh? What is it?" Standing outside was none other than Dawood. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Sorry, since I'm from the countryside, I'm still not used to everything here. About what I said before, about not being friends with you. I'm sorry." As he spoke, he held out the bag in his hands. "Oh, I brought some cookies from the kitchen. They're really good." Elia fell silent for a brief moment. Then, without hesitation, she snatched the bag from his hands, shrugged, and replied, "Why apologize? That's not cool at all. We're friends. Anyway, go get some sleep." Just as she was about to close the door, Dawood quickly spoke up, revealing his true reason for coming. "Wait a second, I need your help with something. Can you come with me for a bit? It's urgent." His face was filled with excitement, while Elia, seeing his expression, couldn't help but hesitate. Is this guy crazy? She thought to herself. The scene shifts to Student Council President Eleanor. At the moment, she was buried in paperwork while her ever-diligent assistant's voice continued to chatter beside her. "So, we've finished processing all the teaching materials. I'll also be double-checking the club fees. The only thing left is the matter of the transfer students. I heard we'll be receiving some students from the Tribal Alliance." She belonged to a religious order that collapsed after the coup. Undoubtedly, she was the daughter of one of the tribal leaders. At this point, they're basically exiles. She'll be arriving with plenty of attendants, of course. But in reality, her whole family is seeking asylum here. Her name is Lilu Garuda. Have you heard of her? Apparently, she's quite famous. Probably, Eleanor replied with a bored expression. From her face, it was impossible to tell whether she actually knew the name or if she was just responding absent-mindedly. Her assistant, not paying much attention to this, continued, "And next semester, an actual saintess from the Holy Empire will be arriving. She's coming here in person?" Eleanor frowned slightly. Now, that was something worth paying attention to. Her assistant elaborated in response to her question. "They say she's traveling with an entire delegation of envoys. But with the way things are being handled, it's likely that the headmaster pulled some strings." Shifting to Eleanor's perspective, the sudden arrival of two high-profile individuals at the academy was already giving her a headache. Preparing to welcome a saintess, and on top of that, the daughter of a tribal leader? This academy is definitely up to something. That's just how things always are around here. President, her assistant casually reminded her. That's true, Elnor muttered. It seemed like every single problem somehow ended up getting dumped into this academy. Oh, right, I almost forgot, she added sarcastically. Seeing Elnor so troubled, her assistant finally asked, "Why are you so concerned about this? It's not like you're new here." Elnor just sighed and responded, "I'm just in a bad mood." The scene shifts to Dawood and Elia. Right now, the two of them were lying down, staring up at the night sky. "I can't believe there's an actual observatory in this school. The night sky is beautiful," Dawood murmured in awe. Hearing that, Elia, feeling a bit uneasy, glanced at him and asked, "Do we really have to do this right now?" Dawood responded in an even, unwavering tone, "I don't have a choice. This is the only way to make everything line up perfectly. All right, just hold on." As he spoke, he double-checked the control panel in his hands. At the moment, both of them were seated inside the bowl of what looked suspiciously like a catapult. Well, that's exactly what it was. With this catapult I found in the vision warehouse, I can get us there. Even though that area is only meant for high-level players. I've got a secret pass from the headmaster, Dawood thought to himself. Then, without hesitation, he pressed the button. Immediately, the catapult launched both Dawood and Elia high into the air. "What the hell?" Elia shrieked in terror, completely unprepared for this. But before she could panic any further, Dawood's voice rang out loudly. "Hey, Elia, focus, open your eyes." Right before their eyes, a crimson spatial gate loomed ominously. Dawood pulled out the black card Adelance had given him before and explained. "This is the location of the spatial linkage gate. We're about to step inside. Don't worry, Elia, it might be a little dangerous." Beside him, even though Dawood was trying to reassure her, there was no way Elia could just brush off her anxiety. But at that moment, an image of her older brother suddenly surfaced in her mind. His voice echoed in her ears as if he were right beside her. "Hey, why are you crying? What are you scared of? Look at me, Elia." That memory brought a strange sense of calm over her. Her once tense expression softened, and she let out a slow breath. And then, without hesitation, both of them plunged into the crimson gate. The portal vanished into the night sky, as if it had never existed. Inside the portal was a vast space with a deep purple sky, where countless massive stone fragments floated aimlessly. Dawood and Elia found themselves standing on one of those drifting rocks. Dawood quickly reminded her, "Hey, we don't have much time. This is the interdynastic space. Try not to touch anything, some of these could be extremely dangerous." Without another word, Dawood suddenly leapt off the rock they were on. Startled, Elia shouted after him, "Dawood, what the hell are you doing?" As he soared through the air, Dawood responded calmly, "Relax, gravity here is unstable, we need to get higher." Still standing on the rock below, Elia couldn't help but be curious about why Dawood was willing to risk coming to such an unstable place. She called out, "What exactly are you looking for?" Instead of giving a straight answer, Dawood simply flashed a cryptic smile and said, "You'll see soon enough. Just jump, the rocks are starting to drift apart." "Are you insane? If I fall, I'm dead for sure," Elia yelled back, but Dawood remained confident, urging her on. "We won't die, just jump." Biting her lip, Elia chose to trust him. She bent her knees and leapt into the air, only to plummet straight down. For a moment, her mind went blank, her face frozen in shock and panic. "Wait, am I falling?" As fear gripped her, a buried memory suddenly resurfaced. A scene of fire and chaos. A younger Elia stood trembling amidst the blaze, gripping a blood-stained sickle in her tiny hands, still dressed in her nightclothes. Ahead of her, her older brother shouted, "Elia, it's too dangerous here. We need to escape through the back door and get to the granary, now." Behind her, Elia's voice quivered as she whispered, "Are we just going to leave Mom and Dad behind?" Her brother's face was set with determination as he responded, "We have to go. I'll take care of Mom and Dad. If you see any descendants of the apocalypse, just hide." But before he could say anything more, little Elia grabbed onto his cloak, her fingers tightening in desperation as tears streamed down her face. "And what about you? Mom and Dad are already gone. I'm not stupid. They're dead. It's just the two of us now. If you died too, then what am I supposed to do? That's why, we have to run away together." Hearing his little sister's desperate plea, The older brother couldn't hold back his emotions, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. But almost immediately, he turned his head forward, hiding the weakness on his face. His voice was firm yet gentle as he instructed her. "You idiot, if I go with you, we'll be in even greater danger. Besides, before I'm your brother, I'm also a guardian. Don't think about anything. Don't worry about anything. Just run as far as you can. Don't be scared. If you make it to safety, we'll meet again on the hill where I always train. Now answer me, Elia." His voice nearly turned into a shout, startling Elia. She instinctively let go of his cloak, panic flickering in her eyes as she stammered, "Why, yes." Seeing her response, her brother finally gave a small nod of approval. "All right, stay calm. Everything's going to be okay. Now go, little sister. I'll be right behind you." Back to the present, Elia was still falling when Dawood suddenly reached out, grabbing her hand tightly to stop her descent. Eyes wide in shock, Elia immediately snapped at him. "Hey, what happened to the gravity you were talking about? You should have warned me properly. I almost died just now." Above her, Dawood remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. "Relax, Elia, you'll get used to it. Now look up, we've found our target." With that, Dawood pulled Elia up onto the floating rock. Not far from them, a swirling, seven-colored mist drifted through the air. Dawood's eyes gleamed with excitement as he pulled out a brown storage pouch. "All right, let's grab this thing." Without hesitation, the vibrant mist was sucked into the pouch. Dawood quickly tied the opening shut. Watching this unfold, Elia was completely baffled. She blurted out, "What is this? And what exactly am I supposed to do with it?" Dawood explained that soon they would need to escape, and when the time came, they'd use the mist. Elia blinked in confusion. "Wait, escape?" At her question, Dawood simply grinned mischievously and asked, "Do you see it?" Elia scanned her surroundings, looking carefully in every direction before frowning. "Huh? It's just the sky, isn't it?" The moment those words left his lips, everything before them suddenly turned pitch black. Then, without warning, a massive set of razor-sharp fangs emerged from the darkness, looming right in front of them. Elia froze in terror, her body refusing to move. Even Dawood broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the monstrous being before them. His voice was tense as he forced out his words. "This is one of the creatures of the interdimensional rift. Looks like it's time for us to leave." From a distance, they could finally see the full form of the beast attacking them. It resembled a colossal whale, but its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was lined with terrifyingly sharp teeth. Dawood could feel it in his gut. If they hesitated even for a second, both he and Elia would become this monster's next meal. Wasting no time, he barked out, "We need to make sure we collect everything it spits out." "Huh? Like this?" Elia yelled, hastily opening the mouth of the pouch, trying to absorb the strange fumes pouring out from the giant creature. However, the sheer force of the swirling energy being sucked into the bag made her face scrunch up in discomfort. "This thing is unbearable," she shouted. Without missing a beat, Dawood grabbed her hand and dashed forward. Behind them, the massive whale-like creature opened its enormous jaws wide, as if it intended to swallow them whole in a single bite. But just before those deadly fangs snapped shut, Dawood and Elia plunged through the space-time portal, escaping the violet sky and landing safely on solid ground. The adrenaline of barely escaping death left Dawood drenched in sweat. "Just as I calculated, it worked perfectly with the card's effect duration." He exhaled, then turned to Elia, asking, "Hey, Elia, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Elia didn't respond immediately. Instead, she forcefully yanked her hand away from Dawood's grasp, eyes blazing with fury. "Don't tell me, you planned this entire thing from the very beginning, including our escape?" "Of course, everything went exactly as planned." Dawood beamed, looking rather pleased with himself. "The Gregory Phantom farming strategy. It's a pretty simple trick for a veteran player like me." But from Elia's perspective, that smug grin only made her rage explode even further. "Hey, why didn't you tell me we'd be going to the interdimensional rift?" Dawood hesitated for a moment before casually replying, "Because I figured you wouldn't come if I told you." "You figured right." Elia gritted her teeth, then angrily hurled the pouch onto the ground. "Here, I tied it up already. I can't believe you woke me up just for this." With that, She spun around and stormed off toward her room without so much as a backward glance. Dawood watched her retreating figure, feeling a pang of guilt. After a moment, he finally muttered, "Thanks, and sorry for not telling you beforehand." But just as he finished speaking, a notification popped up in front of him. System notice. Elia's favorability has increased rapidly. Current level. Affection level 4. Dawood's face went blank. Wait, I thought for sure her favorability would drop after all this? But instead, it skyrocketed. What the hell is going on? As Dawood stood there, lost in a whirl of confusion. Up ahead, Elia was also lost in thought. The moment Dawood had grabbed her hand, holding on so firmly as he pulled her away from the jaws of that monstrous beast. Her heart had, for some reason, skipped a beat. Time skipped forward, shifting the scene to Headmistress Adelance's location. She had just finished a workout, her body glistening with sweat. As she tied her hair up, she casually asked the person standing in front of her, Is this what I think it is?" Hearing her words, the person opposite her replied, "I don't know what you're thinking, but this is a spiritual entity." Adelance's sharp eyes caught onto something immediately. "So that means, you've already used that inside the dimensional anomaly, haven't you?" Dawood held up a small card, confirming, "That's right, but isn't that exactly why you gave it to me?" Adelance sighed, her voice carrying a hint of complaint. "I didn't think you'd get it done this fast. Also, what's up with your hair?" Before her stood Dawood, looking completely disheveled. His usually neat hair was now a frizzy mess, and his eyes were still slightly watery. With a defeated tone, he explained, "Oh, yeah, I got struck by Professor Percy's lightning spell. I was on my way to deliver the spiritual entity from the anomaly when..." Adelance cut him off, already piecing everything together. I see. Percy must have panicked. She's a brilliant witch, but pretty jumpy." Pushing that topic aside, Dawood casually asked, "So, is this good enough for what you wanted? Headmistress Adelance? You did say that if I impressed you, I'd get an extra reward, right?" Adelance shrugged. "If all I needed was that, the other magic towers could have just bought one for me with their mountains of gold. So no, don't get your hopes up." Dawood knew she wouldn't be so easily swayed. Instead of beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. "It's not really about the reward. I actually have a favor to ask. Since spiritual entities are essentially the lingering consciousness of great figures, I was hoping you could transfer it into my artifact. Can you do that?" Hearing Dawood's request, Adelance was visibly surprised but also impressed. If we do that, the consciousness inside will gradually awaken and grow stronger over time. That's actually quite a strategic and interesting choice." Dawood, "So, which artifact do you want me to transfer it into?" Dawood started to answer. The item is..." But before he could finish, Adelance cut him off, her gaze sharp and probing. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you for a while now. How are you this strong? You've fought off assassins barehanded, defeated a hero candidate in a single move, and recently even stopped a magical beast attack. And now, this. Why are you so obsessed with power?" She fixed her eyes on him, waiting for his response, but instead of answering immediately, Dawood fell into deep thought. The mini-bosses appearing in this main story arc are all at a level comparable to the Demon King. And the ending of this scenario is tied directly to Elnor and Elia. I've already gotten caught up in their storyline. Of course, he couldn't say any of that to her. Man, this sucks. Letting out a sigh internally, Dawood chose not to answer her question. Instead, he turned it back on her. "I have a question for you, too. Why do you always treat me so well?" Hearing Dawood's words, Adelance chuckled with amusement. "Oh, and what exactly do you mean by that?" she asked, her tone teasing. Dawood, unfazed, responded bluntly, "Well, shouldn't you have way more questions about me? Like, how did I know the location of the dimensional rift? How do I understand the nature of spiritual entities left behind by ancient figures? How could I defeat assassins, take down the hero candidate Elia, and stop a magical beast? A regular student shouldn't be able to do any of that. I'm just a freshman, after all." Pausing for a moment, he continued, his gaze sharp. "But lately, I do get the feeling that everything in this academy is revolving around me. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but every class, every event, I know you're there, watching, guiding. It's like you're silently telling me, Go ahead and do whatever you need to, I'll have your back. So tell me, if you're trying to challenge me, why are you also making things easier for me? Adelance didn't look the slightest bit flustered. Instead, her playful smirk deepened. Well, honestly, I have no idea how you can talk to your headmistress this way and still act so casual about it. That's quite the audacious attitude you've got there. Dawood. She let the words linger before shrugging. But since you've already figured it out, why'd I give you special treatment? Maybe it's just because I think you're cute? Dawood's face went blank. I knew I shouldn't have asked. Sighing internally, he decided to move on. Regardless of her reasoning, she had already agreed to infuse the spiritual entity into his artifact. From here on, all he needed to do was nurture it properly. Over time, its consciousness would awaken and grow stronger. If he focused on developing it from Chapter 2 onward, it would become an incredibly useful asset. But first, he had a mission to complete. Nightfall came quickly. Main quest. Chapter 1. The Purging Order. Objective. Resolve the incidents occurring at the Twilight's Eye. Dawood stood near the Twilight's Eye restaurant, scanning his surroundings as if searching for someone. Just then, a familiar voice called out beside him. You finally made it. Dawood. Recognizing the voice, he turned around. Oh, President, have you been waiting long? Elnor, standing there with an elegant air, casually reapplied her lipstick before replying nonchalantly. Not too long, only about 6 hours. Dawood blinked. 6 hours? It took him a moment to process her words. His mind briefly short-circuited before a realization hit him. Wait, does that mean she's been here since before sunset? He barely had time to react before something else caught his attention, Elnor's appearance. Tonight, she looked completely different from how she usually did at the academy. She wore a luxurious, form-fitting red dress that accentuated her slender waist and striking figure. Her hairstyle was styled differently, complementing her refined, mature aura, with the soft glow of the street lamps reflecting off her smooth skin. She looked nothing short of breathtaking. For a brief moment, Dawood found himself stunned. His face heated up, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Elnor, noticing his flustered expression, playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear before speaking again. That's right, since it's a rare full moon tonight, I wanted to prepare everything properly. Then, she added with a teasing smile. This is your first time going out beyond the academy grounds for fun. Isn't it? Yeah, it is, Dawood admitted, but his voice was noticeably quieter than usual. He couldn't even look her directly in the eyes. This reaction only amused Elnor further. Oh, why aren't you looking at me properly? She chuckled, watching him squirm. After all, this was technically a date. And from the way Dawood was acting, it was clear he had just realized it, too. Before he could say anything else, Elnor reached for his hand, intertwining her fingers with his. With a firm yet graceful pull, she dragged him along. Come on, there's still so much we have to do, plus, the lines are already getting long. Before long, the two of them arrived at Twilight's Eye restaurant. However, a massive crowd had already gathered outside, waiting for their turn. Hey, quit pushing. Geez, why are there so many people? Someone in the crowd complained. Dawood took in the chaotic scene and quickly realized what was happening. Yeah, this place is way too packed. Are we even going to get in at this rate? He muttered under his breath. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Number 27, this is the last call. If you're not here, I'm canceling your reservation. Alright, number 27 is gone. Moving on to number 28. Dawood's eyes widened. Wait, that's Talion. What the hell is he doing here? Right on cue. Talion, dressed in a waiter's uniform, noticed Dawood and walked over with a grin. Well, if it isn't Dawood, you still remember me, huh? He chuckled before gesturing to his outfit. I'm working part-time here. My family cut off my allowance, so I'm kinda broke at the moment. Then, Talion's gaze shifted toward Elnor. Oh, student council president? You're here too? A strange look flickered in his eyes. Wait a second, Dawood, why are you here with her? What exactly is your relationship? Then, his expression suddenly shifted as if he had just come to a realization. Wait, are you two on a... Before Talion could finish his sentence, Dawood immediately cut him off. We're not on a date. His voice was a bit too loud. And just like that, he was left staring at the ground. feeling incredibly self-conscious. Damn it, of course. People are going to think that. I mean, look at this situation. Anyone would assume this is a date. Meanwhile, Elnor, who had never met Talion before, raised an eyebrow and casually asked, "Hey, employee, as the student council president, do I get any special privileges here?" "Of course you do," Talion replied enthusiastically. While this exchange was happening, Dawood suddenly noticed something off about Talion. "Hold on a sec, Talion, are you wearing a necklace?" Talion blinked in surprise at the question but quickly pulled out a necklace, holding it up for Dawood to see. "Oh, this? It's something the Purification Order gave me. You know about them, right? They're run by Marquis Riverback." At that moment, a system notification popped up in Dawood's vision. Skill. Target control has been activated on Talion. The moment Dawood saw it, his expression darkened. Damn it. Without hesitation, he urgently warned Talion. "Yeah, I know. But listen, don't wear that thing anymore. And make sure the other employees take theirs off too." There was a sharp seriousness in Dawood's tone that caught Talion off guard. Even though he had no idea what was going on, he nodded. Alright, I got it, Dawood." Meanwhile, Dawood felt a growing unease in his chest. All the employees here are compromised. This isn't good. Ever since he raised his affinity with Elia, the main storyline had started to shift drastically. And now, that change had drawn Marquis Riverback's attention to him instead. Which means, I need to be even more careful from now on. The script had changed, so he had to adapt accordingly. If that bastard's targeting me now, I better start planning a counterattack. With those thoughts in mind, Dawood and Elnor finally stepped inside the restaurant. The moment they did, a familiar voice greeted them. "Ah, what a pleasure it is to see you. Lady Tristan, and you as well." Dawood, standing before them, waiting as if he had known they were coming all along, was Marquis Riverback. And so, the sly Marquis Riverback turned to Elnor with a smirk and said, "Lady Tristan, may I borrow student Dawood for a moment? We have some business to discuss." At first, Elnor was momentarily taken aback, but the very next second, her expression hardened as she rejected him outright. "Huh? No. Who gave you permission?" Before she could say anything further, Dawood, standing just behind her, quickly intervened. Leaning in, he whispered into the student council president's ear. "President, it's fine, don't worry." He then continued murmuring something to her. And as his words sank in, Elnor's sharp eyes narrowed, her gaze shifting to Dawood, filled with astonishment. Unaware of this exchange, Riverback carried on speaking as if he hadn't just been bluntly refused. "Lady Tristan, you will be escorted to a special room. It will be over in no time. I assure you, from the looks of it, you and student Dawood seem to have quite a good relationship. Now that we've finished talking, let's get going, shall we?" He chuckled, squinting his eyes into thin slits. But behind that smile lurked an unmistakable cunning. Just like that, both Dawood and Elnor were taken to separate rooms. The moment Dawood sat down, even before he could take a sip of water, the old man seated across from him got straight to the point. "You do know why you've been summoned here, don't you, student Dawood?" Dawood didn't even hesitate, not interested in wasting words with a man as despicable as Riverback. He laid everything bare without pretense. "Oh, isn't it because you're planning to stir up chaos to resurrect the demon during the full moon festival? Taking advantage of the weakened security to massacre students? Generating a powerful concentration of demonic energy through blood and death? Releasing monsters everywhere? Hiring assassins to eliminate knights? Fueling the terror and panic needed to awaken the slumbering demon in the Tristan bloodline? Isn't that right?" Riverback's face froze, but Dawood continued unfazed. "From the start, the assassination attempts and the monster attacks were all orchestrated by you. But unfortunately for you, I've already reported the entire plan to the headmaster. Everything has been dealt with." He leaned in slightly, locking eyes with Riverback. "So, what now?" Riverback's eyes widened to their limits, his mind racing in sheer disbelief. "What? How the hell does Dawood know so much?" For the first time, true panic surged through him. "Now I see why the Prophet took an interest in this kid. He looks harmless on the outside, but inside, he's more cunning than a viper. This guy is no ordinary opponent." His face contorted with frustration, but after a brief moment of thought, he regained his composure. No, he had accounted for contingencies. He let out a smug chuckle. Impressive, but you didn't see this coming, did you? My men have already taken care of Tristan. There's nothing you can do now. As if in perfect response to his words, a thunderous crash erupted from the doorway. With a single powerful kick, Elnor Tristan shattered the wooden door into splinters. Sharp fragments scattered across the room as she stepped inside. Sword in hand, blood splattered across her uniform. Riverback's face drained of all color. Impossible. Princess Tristan? How? How can this be? To explain that, we have to rewind a few minutes, back to when Riverback's subordinates first led Elnor away. Confident in their own strength, the men didn't even attempt to hide their arrogance. Princess Tristan, come with us. We have a place for you, one of them sneered. Their condescending smirks only reminded Elnor of what Dawood had whispered to her earlier. President, the cultists are about to make their move. Have you been feeling uneasy lately? That creeping madness inside you? Maybe letting some of it out wouldn't be so bad. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. Slowly, she stood up, her expression cold and detached. By imperial law, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion, cultists can be executed on the spot. No report necessary. One of Riverback's henchmen, a brown-haired lapdog, chuckled as he reached out and placed a hand on her bare shoulder. Think you've got what it takes to deal with us, princess? He scoffed. Come on now, don't make this hard. We're supposed to take you alive. So just be a good girl and... The words died in his throat. His entire body locked up in terror. The temperature in the room plummeted as an overwhelming, suffocating bloodlust flooded the air. Something had changed. Elnor's demeanor was no longer calm. Her aura had twisted into something monstrous. You think I can't? With a single motion, she grabbed his head and slammed it straight into the table, shattering the wood into splinters. Surrounded on all sides, Riverback's lackeys clenched their teeth and drew their weapons. Damn it, we can't kill her. She's the most important piece of the plan, one of them shouted. Doesn't matter how injured she gets. Just don't let her die. With that, they launched themselves at Elnor in overwhelming numbers. But these weaklings weren't even enough to get her warmed up. With the monstrous strength of the Tristan bloodline, she effortlessly kicked them aside like ragdolls. Her blade flashed through the air, slicing through their throats with practiced ease, leaving them no chance to fight back. The more she fought, the redder her eyes became, glowing like embers in the dark. The remaining cultists, now drenched in fear, finally realized the horrifying truth. This was no ordinary opponent. By the time they understood that, it was already too late. That was how things had played out when Riverback's subordinates tried to capture Elnor. Now, back in the present, Riverback stood frozen, his face pale as a ghost. This is impossible, he muttered, still unable to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Dawood turned to Elnor, concern written all over his face. President, are you okay? Elnor responded with a bright, satisfied chuckle, wiping the blood off her sword. She nodded. Yeah, I feel a lot better now. But this wasn't much of a warm-up. She glanced at Dawood with an expectant smile. Next time, come with me again, okay? At that moment, a familiar system notification popped up for Dawood. Elnor's affection level has increased to fondness. Her madness has subsided thanks to you. A personal quest has appeared. Gideon Le Tristan has taken an interest in you. Hearing the notification, Dawood didn't feel joy, he felt sheer dread. What the hell? Why is Elnor's father paying attention to me? Still, he tried to calm himself. No, wait, whatever. At least the mission is complete. Or so he thought. Things were never that easy. At that moment, Riverback, now fully aware of his complete and utter failure, reached into his coat. He pulled out something, a grotesque, pulsing lump of flesh. His expression twisted in fury. I never thought I'd have to use this. Dawood's eyes widened as he recognized the grotesque object in Riverback's hand. A demon's essence? How the hell does he have that? Realizing the imminent danger, he reacted instantly, shouting at the top of his lungs. President, don't let him eat that. But his warning came a second too late. Riverback had already shoved the pulsating lump of flesh into his mouth. As he swallowed, he whispered with eerie reverence, "Receive the grace of the gods." The moment those words left his lips, an unnatural force erupted from within him. From the outside, The Twilight Eye restaurant suddenly became the epicenter of an explosion of inky black energy. Then, the entire building detonated into fragments. Dawood gritted his teeth as he pulled himself out of the rubble, his body aching from the explosion. Before he could fully steady himself, a voice, now distorted and inhuman, boomed across the battlefield. "Marvelous. I wasn't planning on using this until the seer had dealt with you." Dawood Campbell. Riverback's words sent a chill down Dawood's spine. Damn it, he actually transformed. The grotesque mutation had taken full effect. Riverback's human form was gone, replaced by a monstrous, demonic figure, a grotesque lump of flesh. The very essence of the demon he had consumed pulsed on his chest, radiating a sickly glow. Dawood clenched his fists. A human who has absorbed a demon's essence. That means he can use demonic powers. But this early in the game? This world really is insane. As if the situation wasn't bad enough, the system flashed urgent notifications before his eyes. Defeat the Purifier. Failure condition. Excessive casualties. Riverback, overwhelmed with raw power, let out a guttural roar. From this moment forth, all shall be purged. Before Dawood could react, the sound of pounding footsteps reached his ears. He turned, his expression darkening. Shit, it's not just him. Those monsters, too? The so-called hounds that had once served Riverback, his cultists, were no longer human. Their bodies had grotesquely twisted into demonic forms, their crimson eyes burning with hunger. Then, a voice cut through the chaos. Ultimate technique, piercing thrust. A blinding blue streak of energy tore through the battlefield, obliterating the monstrous creatures into countless shards. Dawood's eyes flicked to the source. Standing there, weapon drawn, was Talion, looking at the devastation surrounding him. Talion could only let out a dumbfounded laugh before blurting out, "What the hell is going on here? What are these monsters? And where is Marquis Riverback? Oh, did you see my technique just now? I'd love some feedback." Dawood wasted no time and explained bluntly. "All of them were your comrades. They turned into those things. If you had worn that collar, you would have become one of them too." Upon hearing this, Talion's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He turned to the protagonist, his expression filled with unease, and asked, "So this whole thing was orchestrated by the Marquis himself?" Dawood nodded firmly. "That's right. If you don't want to witness true hell, then from now on, follow my lead." His voice carried such seriousness that Talion's expression hardened. He immediately nodded in agreement and asked, "I understand, but what about you, Dawood? What are you going to do?" "I have something else to take care of," Dawood answered. "I need to protect the civilians and stop the Marquis." "Just go, Talion." Talion knew full well that if he stayed, he wouldn't be of any help to Dawood or Elnor. Understanding this, he turned and ran off without hesitation. Once he was gone, Elnor turned to Dawood, her sharp gaze locked onto him. "Do you know where the Marquis went?" Standing at the front, Dawood stroked his chin, lost in thought for a few seconds before answering. "Yeah, I have a guess. The goal of these demonic cultists is always the same. They spread despair and chaos everywhere they go and summon pandemonium, the land of demons, into this world. There's only one place he would be heading." Time passed swiftly, shifting the scene to Marquis Riverback's location. At this moment, he was hovering before a massive golden energy barrier. Beyond it lay the sealed land, the site of an ancient battle between angels and demons. Staring at the enormous barrier in front of him, even Riverback himself wasn't confident he could destroy it completely. "I may not be able to break the entire protective seal," he muttered, "but I can at least cause some damage." With that, he began gathering dark energy into the palm of his hand, forming a dense black sphere that radiated an overwhelming aura of pure malice. Before he could even unleash his attack, a cold voice rang out from behind him. "All right. Stay right where you are." The sudden, familiar voice made Riverback visibly startled. He whipped his head around and found himself face to face with Dawood. "Dawood? How did you know I'd come here?" Dawood answered with a mocking smirk. "It was obvious. Your actions are way too predictable. You just inherited demonic power. So of course, you'd rush straight to the place where demons are sealed." At that moment, Dawood was being carried on Elnor's back, allowing them to reach this location faster. Though the situation was slightly embarrassing, he didn't care much about it. Hovering above them, Riverback showed no signs of panic at their sudden appearance. In fact, he seemed rather pleased. "Well, you just saved me the trouble of hunting you down. After I kill you, I'll take Princess Tristan captive." Shifting back to Dawood's perspective, he turned to Elnor and gave a firm instruction. "No matter what happens, we have to survive. Got it?" Elnor nodded. "Yeah," and in her heart, she thought, "The level of trust he places in me, it's hard to get used to. But I have to be worthy of it. That's the pride of House Tristan." With that resolve, she gripped both of her swords tightly. Then, channeling her strength into her legs, she launched herself into the air like a cannonball. Riverback's eyes widened in shock at her sudden burst of speed. Still, he quickly raised both arms in front of his chest to brace for impact. Meanwhile, Dawood seized the opening. As he dashed forward, he shouted, "President, over here!" From above, Riverback, though unsure of Dawood's exact plan, wasn't about to let him act freely. "You won't touch it," he roared before unleashing a barrage of black lightning bolts down at Dawood. Unfortunately for him, Dawood's absurd agility allowed him to weave through every single strike. Seeing this, Riverback's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that even possible?" he blurted out, stunned, as Riverback was still reeling from shock, unable to comprehend how Dawood had managed to dodge all of his attacks. Elnor's blade was already closing in on him. Seeing this, he hastily swung his arm to counter. Their powerful attacks clashed, unleashing a shockwave that sent both of them flying backward. High above, black lightning continued to rain down relentlessly. Meanwhile, Dawood had only one option: run as fast as he could. A growing sense of unease crept into Riverback's mind as he watched Dawood dart across the battlefield. Frustrated, he immediately gave chase. "Fight me, you miserable insect! Stop running away!" he roared. Right behind him, Elnor pursued him closely, refusing to let up. This persistent pressure started to wear on Riverback's nerves. "How annoying, princess," he spat, irritation seeping into his voice. With those words, his entire body tensed for a brief moment before he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. The sheer force of it sent both Dawood and Elnor flying like discarded trash. But his assault wasn't over yet. Before Dawood could regain his footing, Riverback activated a skill known as Dark Fang Arrow. A pitch-black projectile, pulsing with destructive energy, shot straight toward him. "I will end you," Riverback bellowed. And just like that, our protagonist took a direct hit from a bolt of lightning, the sheer force of it making him cough up liquid as if his insides had been scrambled. His body was sent flying backward like a discarded piece of trash. Above him, Marquis Riverback watched Dawood's eyes roll back into his head, then burst into hearty laughter. "There are more of you than I expected. Looks like you're out of tricks now." "Huh?" Hearing this, Elnor stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Dawood protectively. "Get up, Dawood, I'll buy you some time. So go, hurry." Her face was filled with unwavering determination, so much so that even Riverback himself seemed somewhat moved. "You two are ridiculously stubborn. Lady Tristan, honestly, you're quite the match." From Elnor's perspective, standing at the brink of danger, an unfamiliar thought crossed her mind. "All my life, I've only ever received and never given back. Isn't it about time, at least once, I should return the favor?" She took a deep breath, pushing those thoughts aside, and urged the protagonist once more. "Get up, I'll believe in you until the very end." With that, she stepped forward, gripping her sword tighter. A few crimson sparks flickered along the blade, crackling with energy. Riverback, watching this unfold, let out a cold chuckle. "How touching. So, is your little strategy meeting over?" Instead of answering, Elnor asked a question of her own. "Marquis Riverback, I just need to ask you one thing. Tonight, in your opinion, do we, he and I, look good together?" The unexpected question left the monstrous noble momentarily dumbfounded. He blinked in confusion for a few seconds before responding. "Terrifyingly well matched. If you two manage to survive this, why not just go ahead and get married?" His voice was thick with amusement, clearly enjoying the absurdity of the situation. Then, after receiving his answer, Elnor stomped hard on the ground and shot forward, appearing right in front of him in an instant. Her eyes had turned completely black, like those of a true demon. Without hesitation, she swung her leg high and delivered a devastating kick, knocking Riverback's face to the side. Before he could even regain his footing, she unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes, each strike cutting through the air with terrifying speed. The massive monster could do nothing but howl in pain as he staggered under the onslaught. Finally, Elnor executed a finishing move, Maxima Tramontana. With a single, powerful swing of her sword, a tremendous force erupted from the blade, sending Riverback hurtling backward. But the assault didn't end there. From the sky above, an overwhelming force suddenly crashed down onto Riverback's already battered body, causing the very ground around him to shatter into countless fragments. Coughing up blood, the monstrous noble struggled to his feet, scanning the battlefield in search of Dawood, only to find that he was nowhere to be seen. That damn Dawood, where the hell did those rats run off to? What else are you hiding from me? Riverback roared in frustration before abruptly taking off in a particular direction. Vanishing into the distance, scene transitioned to the city. By now, the chaos caused by the monsters Riverback had unleashed had been completely subdued. The academy professors had successfully eliminated every last one of them, restoring order to the streets. Professor Conrad, after surveying the surroundings and confirming there were no more threats, gave a satisfied nod. Looks like we've cleaned up everything. Not far away, the swordswoman Elia let out a breath of relief. Good thing all the department heads were here. If we were missing even one, we might have been done for. Above them, Dean of Magic Percy nodded in agreement. Yeah, good thing we listened to Dawood and followed Conrad. That guy just kept insisting we should have dinner nearby. If we hadn't been here, things would have gone south real fast. But is this really just a coincidence? A coincidence this terrifying? The more he spoke, the more Professor Conrad felt a gnawing sense of doubt in his heart. Scene transitioned back to Dawood. By now, Dawood's body had finally recovered from the brutal attack he had suffered earlier. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. All right, Talion, good job. Damn, that hurt like hell. Elnor, just hang in there a little longer. But before he could make his next move, something flashed across his vision. Elnor's body was sent flying, soaring right past him. Behind her, a chilling voice echoed through the battlefield. You truly live up to your reputation, Lady Tristan. Now then, student Dawood, surely, you still have some tricks left, don't you? If not, then it's about time you died. As Marquis Riverback spoke, a bolt of black lightning erupted from his fingertips, piercing straight through Dawood's chest. Blood splattered into the air. The attack had been so sudden that Elnor barely had time to react before Dawood was already hit. At that moment, as she watched the scene unfold before her, her entire world seemed to fade into nothing but black and white. Dawood's perspective. The attack had hurt, a lot, but surprisingly, it wasn't fatal. His teeth clenched as he fought through the pain. Then, right on cue, his system interface flickered with a new notification. Critical enchantment has been activated. The target is beginning to feel. The message cut off midway, as if it had been interrupted. But Dawood could feel something. He instinctively looked up, and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. Elnor had changed. A pair of demonic horns had sprouted from her head, and the aura surrounding her was entirely foreign. The demon inside Elnor had fully awakened. Back in Dawood's point of view, the moment the demon within Elnor fully manifested, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. A portion of the system has been disabled. Some of my abilities are being suppressed. This is a manifestation using Elnor's body. This is a fragment of the Grey Demon. At that same moment, as if the situation couldn't get any worse, the system chimed in with another unsettling notification. Deadly allure. Naturally attracts affection from individuals with evil inclinations. The more extreme their nature, the stronger the effect. As that message appeared, the Grey Demon, now fully emerged through Elnor, gracefully descended right in front of Dawood. She gently extended her hand, touched his chest, and began murmuring something in an ancient, indecipherable tongue. Then, all of a sudden, a stream of dark energy began to swirl and gather at Dawood's chest. It surged into him, sealing and healing the wound left by Riverback's earlier attack. In its place, a mysterious sigil burned into his skin. You have received the mark of corruption. Effects unknown, the system declared, staring down at the glowing mark. Dawood's eyes widened in disbelief. The wound, the flow of time around it was reversed. One of the strongest beings in existence is helping me? This feels unreal. I don't know what the future holds. But for now, I'll take everything I can get. The pressure radiating from Elnor's transformed body was overwhelming. Like his brain was about to short-circuit. His skin on fire. I need to link with this entity and copy one of her skills. Something essential for the battles ahead. I'm going to need it. I know I will. Without hesitation, Dawood activated the skill copy reward he had received earlier, directing it toward the gray demon. It was unclear whether she sensed what he was doing, but the demoness clapped her hands together in amusement, then said something to him in that same eerie, unknown language. As her words ended, time, which had felt momentarily frozen, resumed. High above them, Riverback screamed out in rage. Turned to ash. Dawood. With those words, he unleashed a monstrous bolt of annihilating lightning. The strike came crashing down toward the earth, detonating on impact with explosive force. Dust and debris burst out in every direction, swallowing everything in a thick, choking cloud. Even Riverback, after expending such a massive amount of power, was left panting, drained by his own attack. But when the dust finally cleared, all he saw was a massive crater, split open by his thunderous strike. Dawood's body was nowhere to be found. That made Riverback scowl, his voice low with frustration. He disappeared, again? Just then, as if summoned by those very words, Dawood's figure appeared high above him. Sensing the sudden presence, Riverback snapped his head upward. But he was already too late. Dawood's counterattack crashed down on him like a meteor. The impact sent Riverback's massive body flying like a cannonball, slamming into the ground with such force that it carved a crater into the earth, a giant, bowl-shaped dent marking the violent return blow. But what shocked Riverback the most was the sheer power now radiating from Dawood. He screamed in disbelief. What the hell is this? As he stared at the young man, who had just landed from above like some kind of superhero. For Dawood, now face to face with Riverback, the system immediately flashed several bright red warnings. Warning. Critical threat detected. This is classified as an extreme life-threatening situation. Danger level X. Absolute emergency. Activating new skill. Monarch of Pandemonium. For the next 5 minutes, you will have absolute advantage over all demon-type enemies. From Riverback's perspective, Dawood was now surrounded by an eerie and unnatural aura. The energy radiating off him was unmistakably that of a high-level demon. His eyes had turned pitch black, and just sensing the overwhelming force leaking from his body was enough to make the hulking demon start to sweat profusely. Riverback shrieked, half crazed, "How can a worm like you? The prophecies never said anything about this." But before he could even finish the sentence, Dawood shot forward like a blur. In an instant, he landed a clean punch squarely in the demon's face, sending Riverback's massive body hurtling through the air once again. Exhaling sharply, Dawood stood tall and declared, "Round 2, bring it on." Off in the distance, Count Pandemonium, Riverback, lay crumpled inside a massive crater, his body having slammed violently into the earth. His face was still blank with shock, utterly unable to comprehend how Dawood's strength had surged so dramatically. Slowly, he sat up, eyes locking onto Dawood, who now radiated a fearsome and suffocating aura. In his mind, Riverback seethed. Why? He's using an enhanced version of my skill. The very power I twisted and reshaped my body for over countless years to obtain. And that ragged nobody wields it like it's second nature? This isn't fair. This is so unfair. The more he thought about it, the more an invisible fury erupted inside him. From his body, a sinister black mist began to billow out, thick with bloodlust so intense it almost took physical form. The system issued a warning to Dawood. Dark miasma detected. Pure demonic energy used to amplify strength. Blessing of the Shadow Fiend. Physical enhancements and resistance boost. Reinforced by infernal essence. Then, with a howl like a rabid beast, Riverback let out a blood-curdling roar. He gathered all his power into one massive punch and charged forward at full speed. Dawood saw it coming, and matched him head-on. Without hesitation, the two collided, each throwing their full strength into a single punch. The moment their fists clashed, a shockwave exploded outward with devastating force, fracturing the ground beneath them and sending cracks spider webbing across the battlefield. Riverback, using the advantage of his longer reach, suddenly grabbed Dawood's face with one hand, locking him in place while he reeled back his other hand to strike. But Dawood reacted just in time. He summoned a pair of radiant wings made of pure light, intercepting the black lightning strikes Riverback had launched mid-attack. Riverback's eyes bulged in disbelief. Holy power? How the hell is he using holy power too? But Dawood didn't answer. In the instant Riverback froze up in shock. Dawood surged forward and drove a brutal knee straight into his face. The force was so strong it caved part of Riverback's skull inward. The demon's body rocketed forward like a missile, smashing through the air and crashing violently into a twin-towered structure, shattering it upon impact. Without giving Riverback even a moment to recover, Dawood stomped lightly on the ground and instantly appeared above him. With a powerful downward kick, he launched the demon straight into the giant catapult he had prepared earlier. Right then, the ability he had copied from the Grey Demoness reached its time limit. But Dawood had planned for everything. The moment the countdown ended, he slammed his hand onto the catapult's trigger. With a thunderous thunk, the device fired, hurling Riverback's body into the air like a ragdoll. Dawood, you goddamn bastard! Riverback roared in fury. Watching the flailing demon, Dawood couldn't help but scoff. That's all you've got? No epic final line or anything? Without missing a beat, Dawood whipped out a cannon from seemingly nowhere and fired it straight ahead. A surge of blazing energy erupted from the barrel, engulfing Riverback in a fiery inferno. His demonic flesh began to char and fall apart, burning away piece by piece. In his final moments, as his body disintegrated into ash, Riverback's eyes widened in a mix of disbelief and bitter realization. All of this, it was part of his plan from the very beginning. And just like that, there was nothing left of him, not a single trace. A system notification popped up in Dawood's vision. Congratulations. Main quest completed. You have received 1 essence of evil, 1 heroic fragment, 5.000 points. Hearing that, Dawood exhaled deeply. Whoa, I actually got all of that? Guess the rewards scale with difficulty now. Usually, they only let me pick one. Looks like I've got 2 more tools to twist the plot in my favor. Only then did he remember Elnor, still injured and lying somewhere nearby. He turned, ready to rush to her side. But the voice of Principal Adelante rang out beside him. The student council president is safe. But more importantly, what the hell was that? That was absolutely insane. Dawood, I want to hear everything, especially about the Grey Demoness. Of course, Dawood wasn't dumb enough to just admit to anything outright. Instead, he gave Adelante the most clueless look he could muster and asked, what do you mean by that? But Principal Adelante didn't hold back. Don't play dumb with me. I already know. Student, you've been involved with a demon, haven't you? Time cut forward, transitioning to a quiet medical room somewhere. Elnor lay unconscious, pale and still, her body hooked up to an IV as medics scrambled around her. Has the blood transfusion started? Not yet, but it's almost ready. What's her heart rate? Below 50. Damn it, where's that priest already? Amid the chaos, Elnor's eyelids fluttered ever so slightly, stirred by the voices and tension filling the room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dawood was deep in a serious conversation with Adelante. She was the first to speak. One of the Grey Demon's abilities is corrosion. It spreads from the host outward, infecting the area like a plague. The Church and the Holy Nation will absolutely be watching this. You're at the eye of the storm now. Dawood, did you go into this knowing it could trigger something this massive? Dawood had long since abandoned the idea of living like a background character, especially now. After getting tangled up with a demon, he simply shrugged. Honestly, I think I just got lucky. Adelante narrowed her eyes, clearly not buying it, and shifted the conversation. The Grey Demon, strongest of the Pandemonium Lords. Just as I feared, it used the student council president, Elnor, as a vessel. That last part made Dawood's expression shift slightly. Wait, you knew this from the beginning, Principal? She nodded without hesitation. As early as I could confirm it. But first, thank you, Dawood, for defending the academy, and for saving Elnor. You can go see her now, but listen carefully. What I'm about to tell you is top secret. With a snap of her fingers, she used a spell to gently lift Dawood's body, floating him forward until his head rested on her lap. Then she continued. After the final battle of the hero, fragments of demonic souls were scattered across the world. If even one piece manifests in this world, the rest will automatically begin to gather around it. The Grey Demon's awakening, brief as it was yesterday, was enough to trigger the others. They're coming. Dawood didn't need any further explanation. As someone who had already beaten this godforsaken game, he knew exactly what she meant. In the original plot, demon hosts were always harbingers of disaster. The host of the Crimson Demon had triggered the Red Knight incident, an unspeakable tragedy that wiped out Elia's entire family. Demon soul fragments and their hosts were assigned randomly each playthrough, except for Elia and Elnor. They were always fixed, always cursed. Unaware of what Dawood was screaming about in his head, Principal Atalante calmly continued sharing more information. The Holy Nation's intelligence network is terrifying. They've already created a list of potential demon hosts, and Elnor is on it. I did everything I could to bring all of them here. To the academy. That part made Dawood stop and raise an eyebrow. Wait, you gathered all the potential demon hosts into one place? That sounds smart in theory, but isn't that kind of reckless too? Atalante, already anticipating his reaction, gave him a knowing smile and replied. True love. Dawood blinked. Huh? She went on, dead serious. There was once a demon host who truly fell in love. And because of that love, the demon fragment inside them was completely destroyed. Love erased the seed of destruction. And it seems the Grey Demon is quite fond of you. Dawood Campbell. At that, an ice-cold chill ran down Dawood's spine. Wait, what? What did you just say? No way. That's not true at all, he stammered. But Atalante just looked at him with a smug little smirk. I saw everything from afar. It healed your wounds. It clapped for you. It looked happy, didn't it? Dawood tried to backpedal, flailing for a reasonable excuse. It probably just felt bad for me or something. But Atalante cut him off before he could finish. The point is, there's something there, isn't it? She leaned in close, too close. Dawood, the demon has taken a weirdly friendly interest in you. Given your quick thinking, your knowledge, your actions, I have a serious request. She stared him dead in the eye. Please, seduce the demon hosts. The words hit Dawood like a lightning bolt. What? No, absolutely not. He practically leapt away from her. Atalante, clearly thinking he was just nervous about the difficulty, offered encouragement. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you flirt more effectively. Dawood was on the verge of combusting. That's not the problem here, he screamed. Atalante just smiled sweetly. Relax, Dawood. All current known hosts are women. This is fate handing you a golden opportunity. Even the demon clapped for you. Surely you've flirted with normal girls before, right? Use everything you've got, win their hearts. Wipe out the demon fragments. And save the world. Switching to Dawood's internal perspective, he was mentally screaming. If I were good at that, don't you think I'd already have a girlfriend by now? Lady? He sighed in defeat, and then raised a hand with a deadpan look. Wait a minute, didn't you say it had to be true love? So how many girls do you expect me to truly love at the same time? Exactly? Faced with that question, even Atalante knew just how impossible it sounded. But the truth was, she had no other options left. With a deep breath, she admitted, it won't be easy. The cultists are already targeting them. And the hosts themselves, they're far from ordinary. But even so, I have no choice. Please, Dawood, save humanity. As she bowed her head sincerely, Dawood felt the overwhelming urge to just hit log out and be done with this twisted game. Of course, he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he scratched the back of his head awkwardly and muttered, Principal, I think I already know the answer. But what happens if I can't seduce them? Atalante looked up and answered with a completely straight face. Oh, I mentioned this in Chapter 14. Humanity will be annihilated, the world will fall apart, and a demon-led empire of darkness will rise from the ashes. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to Elnor's hospital room. At this moment, the student council president, Elnor, had just woken up from her unconscious state. She hurriedly looked around, and upon realizing she was in a hospital room, muttered to herself, Did we win? At the same time, outside the room, a voice reminded her, You can't just rush in like this. Student. In response, a voice sighed, Come on. I was here yesterday too. I even skipped class for this. She wasn't going to wake up so soon anyway. Just as this was said, Elnor's assistant burst into the room and discovered that Elnor had regained consciousness, causing her to be overwhelmed with joy and nearly break down in tears. She rushed over and hugged her best friend tightly, scolding her. "How could you do this to me? You little brat, you almost drove me insane. I thought you were a goner. What the hell was that fight?" Over on Elnor's side, she suddenly remembered Dawood, who had fought alongside her, and asked, "First, calm down. How's Dawood?" The assistant wiped her tears away and explained softly, "Dawood? He's already been discharged. Actually, he wasn't seriously injured at all. You were the one who was really hurt. We honestly thought you weren't going to make it." Her friend's words made the student council president a bit suspicious, and she asked, "If I'm in this condition, how come Dawood's perfectly fine?" Looking back at her, the assistant recalled a conversation she'd had with Dawood not too long ago. Looking at her unconscious friend lying there, unable to hide the worry on her face, she whispered to herself, "Elnor has been like this for 2 days now. If she doesn't wake up soon, Dawood Campbell, I'll take matters into my own hands and deal with you." Upon hearing this, Dawood, known for sure that Elnor wasn't the type to die so easily, responded with firm confidence, "Don't worry. Senior Elnor won't die over something as trivial as this. I guarantee she'll wake up in a few days." His confidence caused the assistant to scratch her head in confusion. "How can you be so sure?" Dawood, with a gentle smile, replied, "Because I'm still alive. Someone who's willing to risk their life to protect someone else. The Tristan family is no weakling." Back in the present, the assistant smiled and shifted the conversation. "Anyway, let's put that aside for now. President, since you're awake, there are a few things that need your approval." Elnor, feeling that she had just woken up and was already expected to work, complained and reminded her, "Hey, I'm still a patient, you know." Not paying much attention to that, the assistant quickly flipped through her notebook and handed over the tasks. "Now, here's the not-so-pleasant news. 2 important figures are coming, Madam President. The first one is Saintess Lucian." Upon hearing this, Elnor stroked her chin and frowned and thought, then asked, "Isn't she supposed to start next semester?" The assistant explained her reasoning. "That's true. But they've decided to let her enroll next week due to the incident with her ex. The Holy Kingdom and the Inquisition are starting to take action. I wasn't going to mention the other one, but Sir Gideon will be coming to the school." Upon hearing that name, a look of surprise crossed Elnor's face, and she murmured, "My father will be here?" Meanwhile, in a strange room elsewhere, a figure gazed out the window, speaking in a satisfied tone. "The atmosphere of this city is quite pleasant." Inside the room, Saintess Lucian, smoking a cigarette, complained, "Hey, could you close the window? The light is bothering me." Her comment almost made the figure laugh out loud. "How interesting. The Saintess of today doesn't like light?" Behind her, Lucian exhaled a puff of smoke and retorted, "If you spent most of your life in a dark prayer hall, you'd feel the same way." Her words caused the young man with golden hair to pause for a few seconds. Then he responded, "Isn't that a bit of a dark twist in the story?" "Saintess?" Lucian reminded him again. "Close the window. Night." In response to her request, the blonde-haired man replied, "I want to enjoy this piece a little longer." Hearing that, Lucian gave him a confused look and scoffed. "Peace? A demon worshipper and a saintess in the same room. And you're talking about peace?" The golden-haired knight chuckled. "I thought we'd become a bit closer by now. Seems like the tension from our first meeting has faded." Before he could say more, the saintess's face grew cold, and she drew a clear line between them. "We're working together with the same goal. Don't think that I want to be your friend. Do you really think that's possible?" Her expression was filled with mockery. But the golden-haired knight didn't get angry. He said, "Those who hold the leash on you, or the fate that is strangling my life, we are the same." Returning to Lucian's perspective, she exhaled another puff of white smoke and whispered, "Think whatever you want, Valkarthus. At least I still have someone I need to protect." At that moment, a figure briefly crossed her mind, her younger sister, Elia, whom Dawood had encountered before.
"My dear son, summer must be coming soon, is not it? I heard that it is much hotter where you are than it is back home. Make sure to take care of yourself. I have sent you some fruit, remember to share it with your friends. I heard there is going to be a parent-teacher meeting soon, but since your mother and I are busy preparing for the harvest, we probably won't be able to make it. Instead, I will be sending Herman in our place. If you need anything, just tell him. Everything at home is still peaceful, so do not worry about us. And remember, keep a low profile. Do not try to stand out. All the students there are busy striving forward, but since you are a smart boy, I am not too worried. Still, under no circumstances should you cause trouble. Just live quietly for my sake, all right? Oh, and if you have already got a girlfriend, bring her home during summer break to introduce her to us. Your old man deserves to see his future grandchild's mother, does not he? Anyway, take good care of yourself, my beloved son. Your father, Armin Campbell. Good thing he did not come, Dawood muttered under his breath after finishing the letter. He then looked up at the person in front of him and asked, "So, you are Herman. What are you, a trainee butler or something?" Herman adjusted his glasses and replied with a bright smile, "Yes, that is right, sir. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to tell me." Dawood frowned at his overly polite tone. "Hey, your attitude's a little too stiff, you know." The young butler held out a bunch of grapes. "These are from Lord Campbell, sir." Dawood popped one into his mouth and asked, "Seedless grapes, huh?" "Yes, sir." "They are very sweet, are not they?" Herman replied earnestly. A few students passing by shot him disdainful looks. "That guy's unbelievable, now he has even brought a butler to school. What, does he think he is a noble or something? Look at him, eating all by himself like that." Hearing their sneers, Dawood wiped his mouth, then held the bunch of grapes back toward Herman. "Herman, we are supposed to pretend to be close friends here. So do as I say, finish the rest of these." Caught off guard by the sudden command, Herman hesitated for a moment, then bent down and muttered, "Yes, sir," before taking the grapes. Dawood chuckled. "You will probably stay a trainee butler for the rest of your life. Anyway, now's not the time to enjoy ourselves." The headmaster's words echoed in his mind, utterly unbelievable. Then Atalante's voice surfaced in his thoughts. "Seduce all potential demon vessel candidates and save humanity." A system prompt appeared. Elnor Tristan, affection level stage 1, quest activated. The hereditary curse will manifest in 7 days. Gideon Tristan, curiosity level. Stage 1 quest activated. The hereditary curse will manifest in 7 days. Dawood thought grimly, forget saving the world for now. The immediate quests are already bad enough. But it did not stop there. Another system message flashed, main quest, chapter 2, the king's death will occur in 1 day. The chapter 2 bot fight, that is the real problem, he thought. I need to plan ahead for that battle. Wait a second. Gideon never even appeared in the original story while alive. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Returning to reality, he noticed Herman gazing at the sky with a satisfied sigh. My lord, it really is unbearably hot here. Dawood barely acknowledged him. His mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. In the original storyline, Gideon had already been dead by this point. He would never been a particularly warm or loving father, but a father was still a father. His death was supposed to be the spark that triggered the awakening of the White Demon. But Dawood had already caused that awakening during the Chapter 1 bot fight. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Everything's completely messed up now. The fact that Gideon was still alive meant that the story Dawood knew could now change in unpredictable ways. He thought to himself, all right then, Elnor's father. I will meet you. I will have to avoid you if I can, but if we do cross paths, I need to get something out of it. That is the only way I will stand a chance against the Chapter 2 bot. Dawood turned his gaze toward Talion, who was pinching his butler's cheek, and asked in confusion, Hey, Talion, what the hell are you doing to my butler? The sudden question made Talion flustered. That is your butler, I thought he was being bullied or something. You are telling me this guy is capable of doing that job? Dawood pointed straight at him, irritated. Since you just messed with my butler, I will be borrowing your sword for a day. The abrupt demand caught Talion off guard. Huh, why? But almost immediately, Talion knelt down before him and presented his sword with exaggerated reverence. To think you would suddenly bestow upon me such an honor, sir, please, take it, Dawood. Dawood blinked, taken aback by the dramatic reaction. No, I will return it later, he said quickly, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. Not long after, our protagonist Dawood sought out Elnor with a request. Elnor looked at him, amusement flickering across her face. Interesting. You are enrolled in the Department of Theology, and yet you want me to teach you swordsmanship. Raising his hands slightly, Dawood began to explain, after that whole incident with the demon, I realized something. I am too reliant on divine power, and it puts me at a disadvantage in physical combat. So, I want to learn the basics of the Tristan sword style. Inwardly, he thought, thanks to my passive ability that boosts affinity with villains, Elnor's definitely going to stay involved with me for a while. Elnor tilted her head slightly, smirking in mock disdain. That is the first sensible thing I have ever heard you say. Since it is a constructive request from a junior, I might consider helping you a little. Watching her draw her sword, Dawood's mind immediately began to strategize. I had to take this chance to copy as much of her sword technique as possible. If he wanted to build a connection with Gideon, there was no better route than through swordsmanship. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, well, this is a rare sight. The student council president, who is usually buried in work, actually has time for this. Elia approached from a distance, smiling teasingly. A private lesson, huh? Elnor glanced at her coolly and replied, he asked for my help. Elia looked straight at Dawood, raising a brow. Really, but the president specializes in single sword style, and you use a double-edged sword. Do not you? Dawood lifted his hand awkwardly, smiling. It is fine. Sword type does not matter to me. At that, Elnor shot him a sharp look, her eyes gleaming with killing intent. The type of sword does not matter. What matters is who is teaching. Elia sighed softly. Exactly. Which is why it makes more sense for me someone with actual experience as an instructor to do the teaching. Elnor's expression instantly darkened, her eyes narrowed as she glared at Elia. Are you implying that your swordsmanship surpasses mine? Elia chuckled lightly. Oh, please. I would not dare claim to outmatch the president. Yet as she spoke, her hand moved to her sword, and she began walking forward slowly. The tension between the two grew heavier, their words becoming sharper. But I do know that the Tristan sword style has a few weaknesses, Elia said calmly. Oh, then why do not you show me those weaknesses without using your powers? Elnor shot back, her tone cool but dangerous. Seeing where this was headed, Herman leaned toward Dawood nervously and whispered, Master, is not this what people usually call a duel? Elia raised her sword before her, her eyes unwavering and resolute. The power of House Tristan let us make it a rule not to use it. Fine by me, Elnor replied coldly from the opposite side. I would like to see how far this goes. Dawood, caught between them, was visibly alarmed. Wait, were not you two supposed to teach me? Why the hell are you fighting each other now? Beside him, Herman forced a nervous laugh. Looks like these two have been itching for this for quite a while. Elia lunged forward, her blade gleaming in the sunlight. Then allow me to receive your instruction, President. Elnor, unfazed by her opponent's speed, only tilted her head slightly, murmuring, unnecessary movement. The tip of Elia's sword was mere inches from Elnor's throat, yet Elnor did not flinch. Her gaze remained cool, assessing. Then Elia's eyes flashed with sharp determination as Elnor's hand moved at the last second, her sword rising to parry the strike with a resounding clang. Elnor's arm tensed as she held firm, and in the same breath, she pushed Elia back with a burst of force. That power made Elia's breath hitch in shock. Fast. Not just fast, strong, too. What are you doing, Uriah? She heard a mocking voice echo in her mind. Letting a demon spawn overpower you. Elnor's eyes widened slightly, her expression flickering for an instant. Elia, no longer on the defensive, steadied her stance and stepped back, her sword drawn, her gaze wary and sharp. The Tristan family, Elnor's lineage was one cursed by demons. No matter how noble their bloodline, it was only a matter of time before the demon within consumed them, driving them to madness. No one could escape that fate. Elia remembered a scene from her childhood: smoke, destruction, the cries of people swallowed by chaos. The same dread now reflected in her eyes as she faced Elnor. Snapping back to the present, her expression hardened. In the end, you are just another offering to the demons. Her feet slid back as she gathered power. A scarlet flame burst forth, enveloping her sword in a burning aura. With a single breath, she launched forward, cutting through the air like a blazing arrow. The sheer force of it made Dawood and Herman freeze, their eyes wide in disbelief. In Dawood's mind, a giant question mark practically appeared. Elnor, however, remained utterly composed. Watching the oncoming fire, she murmured, "Emotions really are a troublesome thing to control." In an instant, she moved. Her figure blurred, and she appeared before Dawood, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. The flame that once filled the air quickly began to fade. Elia looked at them shocked, guilt-ridden. "I am sorry," she whispered. But before anyone could respond, Herman let out a strangled sound, foam gathering at his mouth before he collapsed, fainting dead away. Dawood stared, dumbfounded. Those reflexes. Are those even human? She is faster, stronger than before. Do not tell me she is already starting to merge with the fragment. Elia stammered, "I went too far, that is all." Elnor gave her a level look. "Apology accepted," she said calmly. "Your swordsmanship is not bad, but as a candidate for hero, you need to learn more than just how to swing a blade. You can't afford to injure your allies, understand?" Realizing how far she had overstepped, Elia bowed her head in shame. "Yes. I am sorry, Dawood." When Dawood finally came to his senses, he noticed Elnor was gone. "Where'd she go?" he asked. "In the great forest," came the reply. "Given her condition, there is no time to waste," he muttered. "If I keep dawdling like this, everything's going to fall apart. I need to get stronger fast." He clenched his fists. "I was never aiming to become some pure swordsman anyway. To survive, divine power is essential. I need to hone both swordsmanship and divine strength." As that resolve solidified, elsewhere, Yuria Greyhounder Saintus's younger sister was sitting quietly, munching on an apple. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from a distance. "Hey there. Been doing well, you look pretty good, Yuria." Startled, she turned, eyes wide. "You are?" Dawood smiled faintly. "Yuria Greyhounder, little sister of the Saintess. This time, it is your turn to help me." In the midst of the deathly silence, a strange voice echoed through the void. "Still clinging to the hope that someone will save you, or that someone might become your friend, that hope will only make your suffering worse. You must realize it soon, Yuria. Hope is nothing but the prelude to despair. Accept it just like your sister did." Drops of crimson blood splattered across her face. The world around her began to twist and dance before her eyes, warping into something grotesque and surreal. It felt as though Yuria was falling endlessly into a pit of despair. A cold, indifferent gaze bore down upon her, followed by that same haunting voice. "You are nothing but a cursed offering, fated to live and die in solitude. That is the path you must walk to protect everyone else. It is your mission, Yuria." Darkness enveloped her completely, swallowing her whole until she jolted awake, gasping for breath. Sweat drenched her body. Her chest heaved as she realized she was lying atop a white cloth, her face still frozen in fear. From above, a soft beam of light shone down on where she lay. Yuria reached up to pluck a ripe apple from a branch overhead, biting into it slowly, savoring each piece. When her basket was filled with gleaming red apples, she chewed quietly, her eyes drifting toward the sound of footsteps. Dawood approached from behind, his voice calm and familiar. "Still doing all right, huh? You look healthy enough." At the sound of his voice, she spun around instantly. Chains materialized in her hands, and without hesitation, she lashed out. Dawood unsheathed his sword in one smooth motion, slashing downward to block her attack. "Why did you walk into my attack range? You know how dangerous it is," she hissed. His lips curled into a confident smirk as his blade gleamed under the light. Yuria swung her chains again, her movements fluid and precise. Dawood matched her pace, weaving and dodging skillfully. But as she pressed forward relentlessly, a silent plea echoed in his thoughts. "Please, just stop. I said, back off," he shouted, pushing the chain aside with his sword and sliding backward along the ground. He glanced to his left only to see the chain whip back toward him. Startled, he stumbled and fell hard onto his back. Letting out a tired sigh, Dawood looked up at her with a wry smile. "Judging by how you are swinging that thing, I would say you are perfectly fine." Yuria blinked, caught off guard. Dawood continued, his tone light but sincere. I told you, did not I? I will drop by sometimes and bring you food. Do not tell me you have already forgotten me. I did not know what you liked, so I brought a bit of everything. Should be enough to last you 2 or 3 days. He tilted his head, studying her. Living all by yourself like this. Does not it get lonely? I hope you do not mind me coming by to keep you company once in a while. His easygoing warmth made her freeze, uncertain how to respond. But then, the chilling voice from her memory returned, cutting through her thoughts like a blade. You must realize it soon. You are nothing but a cursed offering, doomed to die alone. Accept it. When she returned to the present, Dawood was already standing by the door, smiling faintly. Eat well, all right, I will be going now. That his voice from before echoed again in her head, mercilessly extinguishing what little light she had left. Still hoping someone will save you, or that someone will become your friend. That hope will only bring you more pain. Yuria stared blankly at the food laid before her. Slowly, she picked up a loaf of bread and let her weapon fall from her grasp. She held the bread as though it were something precious, fragile. Tears welled in her eyes, sliding down her cheeks and soaking into the crust. It does not hurt, she whispered to herself, trembling. It does not hurt at all. Time passed quickly. Back with Dawood, a system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, critical charm activated. The villain's affection has significantly increased. Yuria Greyhounder affection level, stage 1. Reward available. Dawood bolted upright from his sleep, startled. What the hell, already stage 1? I only spent a few days hanging out with her. He rubbed his face, still groggy. Then muttered, well, guess I will check what the reward is first. The system chimed again. Reward, Swordsman's Focus Rank B enhances reflex speed and accuracy during combat. He twisted the faucet open, splashing cold water on his face. Not bad. If I combine it with hair's breadth instinct, it will make for a pretty deadly combo. A smirk crept onto his face as he thought, wait, is that lazy brat Herman still asleep? Unreal how relaxed that kid can be. Today was no ordinary day. Nobles, royals, and merchants alike would be attending the event. Dawood had trained relentlessly with Yuria for this very moment. His system panel now displayed Tristan-style swordsmanship all-weapon adaptation with a low chance to bypass defense. Turning to the side, he called out sharply, wake up already, Herman. The butler stirred, his sleepy face barely showing emotion. Let us get going, young master. Dawood fastened the last button of his uniform, excitement flickering in his eyes. Today, I only need to impress one person, he thought. Gideon Gale stirred led Tristan the swordsmanship prodigy who never appeared in the original story. Meanwhile, in town, a metal-clad knight turned to an elderly man beside him. My lord, if the ground is uncomfortable, please step onto my back. The old man waved his hand dismissively. That won't be necessary. It is good to take a walk in the countryside once in a while. Nearby, a small crowd had gathered, faces alight with curiosity. I heard the Holy Empire's delegation is attending this year. Could that be true? The night squad we just saw the Radiant Order was not that them. Oh my god, it must be, the Holy Empire's actually participating this time. Someone beamed proudly. Hey, my son's taking part in the Battle Royale. He got in as the runner-up of his class. No way you would skip it. At the central stage, once the crowd had gathered, the host stepped up with a bright, formal tone. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed parents, nobles, and guests from across the empire, welcome to Elfonte Academy. We are deeply honored to have you join us today for our annual observation event. The traditional battle royale will commence shortly. Among the audience, a man slowly rose from his seat, eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. That person could it be? 2 others nearby turned to look, equally shocked. You have gotta be kidding. Why is he here of all places? That man never shows up unless there is a war going on. Why would he attend a school exhibition? Did not you know, his daughter's the student council president? Sure, but rumor has it he did not even show up for her entrance ceremony. People say he is a cold-blooded swordsman who only cares about the blade. No one dares talk to him. At that moment, Gideon narrowed his eyes, clearly aware of the whispers. From the side, an older man hurried over, his tone friendly but surprised. Well, if it is not Gideon, what wind blew you here? Gideon crossed his arms and replied calmly, "Senior Conrad Valtador. Still not tired of mentoring kids, I see." Conrad chuckled as he sat beside him. "Not at all. What about you, here to train? How's your progress toward catching up to the first Duke Tristan?" With a weary sigh, Gideon looked ahead. "Still working on it. Thought I would step out for some air. I have been following the ancient training scripts to the letter. They say it is the only way to forge one's own Mount Tai." Conrad raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Mount Tai, huh, that is cryptic. So how exactly are you pulling that off?" Gideon's expression darkened as he replied, his tone edged with weary disdain. "First, I cut the mountain itself. A crude, brutal method but effective." Down below, the host's voice echoed brightly across the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the field. The battle royale will begin shortly. All participants today are first-year students who volunteered of their own will." Conrad glanced down at the grounds, then leaned over to explain casually, "The tournament will be held under the supervision of our faculty and medical staff. No fatalities today at least, that is the plan." The host continued cheerfully, "Each participant's chosen weapon has been prepared in wooden form. Contestants, please enter the arena." Immediately, the stands erupted in noise. Parents leaned over the railing, waving and shouting, "Our little Edward, you got this. Make it to the top 10, sweetheart." Meanwhile, Dawood walked slowly toward the stage, his palms slightly sweaty. "Damn it. Why do I feel nervous now of all times? Did my in-game version feel like this too? Shit, maybe joining this was a mistake. Did I really need Gideon's attention this badly?" Beside him, Talion grinned. "In this match, Dawood, you and I will face off in the final round." Since Elia withdrew to focus on her hero candidacy, it is perfectly possible. The host's voice rang out again. "Contestants in need of weapons, please come forward to collect them." From the sidelines, Elia watched with a furrowed brow, thoughts swirling. Why is Dawood so stubborn about joining this fight? Does he get a kick out of toying with weaker opponents, or is this that noble sense of duty he sometimes pretends to have? The host announced, "Take your time and choose carefully. The match begins in 1 minute, the goal is simple: be the last one standing. The victor will receive bonus credit, and all top 10 finalists will also earn points." From the spectators' area, Herman cupped his hands and called out cheerfully, "Young master, just aim for the top 10, that is plenty." Dawood exhaled, steadying his breath. "Gideon's somewhere in the stands right now. Come on, look at me. Watch me." Elia's gaze fixed on him, anxiety hidden behind a calm smile. "I am watching, so do not worry. Professor Dawood, I trust you, but if anything goes wrong, I will intervene." The host raised his voice once more. All participants, bow to each other. Up on the viewing platform, Elnor silently observed the students from above. In the crowd, Gideon leaned forward, eyes narrowing as he studied the arena. Elnor's voice rang out clear and cold, "Ready. Begin." The moment the host's signal ended, chaos erupted. All contestants grabbed their weapons and lunged toward one another, the arena echoing with wooden strikes and shouts. Talion charged straight at Dawood, swinging his sword. "Professor Dawood, do not expect me to go easy on you." Dawood blinked in surprise at his relentless focus. What is this guy's problem? Why is he only coming after me? He barely had time to think, his instincts kicked in, blade snapping up to block the blow. Sparks of friction scattered from wood clashing against wood. Dawood grinned smugly. "Is that all you have got, kid?" Up in the stands, Gideon watched quietly, his eyes betraying a flicker of interest. Dawood shifted into an offensive stance, his sword poised to strike again. Seeing that, Gideon's brow furrowed slightly. "Those two seem to be enjoying themselves," he murmured. Then the system flashed a crimson warning across Dawood's vision. "Danger alert." Before he could react, a blur shot toward him from behind. Riru appeared mid-spin, launching a vicious kick. Dawood twisted just in time to glimpse her smirk. "What the hell, Riru?" Her grin widened, teasing and fierce. "What are you standing around for? Come on, fight." Riru Garda, the second daughter of the great chieftain of the tribal alliance, was set to make her first appearance in Chapter 5. Talion was under attack. His eyes squeezed shut as he shouted, thoughts flashing through his mind, and above all. Ilya looked ahead, puzzled. Who is she? Riru stepped forward with an air of arrogance. Since you did not come, I came instead. Talion looked at her, his thoughts tightening like a coiled spring. That brat who loves to punch people. Tribal magic physical enhancement techniques. Even with my perilous thread activated, I am not sure I could beat her. Right now, she is definitely stronger than Elnor. He collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain, barely able to stand. You protected this weakling, she sneered. Professor Dawood, are you seriously shielding your opponent during a battle? Dawood let out a sigh and tilted his head toward the sky, thinking, why is this girl even taking part in something like this? She is not supposed to be well known at this point. Then, all of a sudden, her expression shifted completely. I am going to make sure you reach rank 1 today, Professor. He could only sigh helplessly. If you have got that much time to talk, Talion, then run. But Talion stood up, limping to stand in front of Dawood, sword in hand. Hey, newbie, if you want to get to him, you will have to go through me first. Riru smirked. Oh, the new student vice valedictorian, Talion Aman. You think you can handle it? She tilted her head slightly. So you are the runner-up, huh? Then I won't hold back. She extended a finger toward his abdomen. The system immediately displayed a notification. Activation, swordsman's focus. Reflex speed and precision increased. Dawood's eyes widened in shock at her sudden surge of energy. Riru grinned. Do not you dare die on me now. Then she vanished in a blur. Talion's eyes went wide with horror. A single blow sent him flying backward like a rag doll. Dawood raised his sword in front of him to brace himself, but even the students standing nearby were caught in the shockwave and sent tumbling. Coughing up blood, Talion steadied his sword against the ground, straining with everything he had just to block the next strike. I am clearly using all my strength, but the impact still goes straight through. The audience roared with astonishment. Whoa, she is a freshman, Elfonte really sent us a monster. Riru looked back at him, satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. What is wrong? I thought you were supposed to be something special. Or are you holding back? She grinned wider. You can take that hit, not bad. In that case, I will use my full power. Talion glared at her, sweat dripping from his chin. With my current stats, can I even win this? Suddenly, from the sidelines, Gideon and Elnor both exclaimed in unison, no way, even in a dream, that is way too ridiculous. Riru lunged forward, unleashing a relentless flurry of kicks and punches. Her movements were sharp, feral, each strike following the last with predatory precision. Dawood barely managed to keep his sword up in a defensive stance. Now's not the time for this. Do not act tough for nothing, he muttered through gritted teeth. Then suddenly, he shouted, wait, I forfeit. Riru froze mid-motion, blinking in surprise. Up in the stands, the entire audience erupted into confused chatter. What a coward, a noble with no sense of pride. Did he just say he is giving up? Dawood responded plainly, yes. I am forfeiting. He lowered his sword. I am stepping down now. Ilya, watching from nearby, sighed softly. A wise choice, Professor Dawood. Dawood stepped down from the stage a few paces, glaring up at the noisy crowd. What are you booing for? If you think it is so easy, come up here yourselves. Oh, wait, you won't. The Mc looked awkwardly between them. Well, it seems we have our result. Wait, no, there is still one participant left in the arena. Then the match continues. Riru looked anything but satisfied. TCH, it was just getting fun. She clenched her jaw, fury twisting her expression. You imperial bastard, who the hell do you think you are? She snarled. The system interface blinked before Dawood's eyes. Critical charisma, a seed of explosive attraction has been planted. Seeing the sheer destructive aura radiating off Riru as she raged, Dawood exhaled in relief. Good thing I ran. No one said I had to fight to the death. But just as he began to relax, a black, glossy bag dropped over his head out of nowhere. When it was removed, he found himself sitting in a different room entirely. Across from him sat Gideon Riru's father, his voice low and calm. Dawood Campbell. What is your relationship with my daughter? The question made Dawood's blood run cold. Wait, hold on, I was not ready for this conversation. He sat up straight, forcing a polite smile despite the anxiety creeping down his spine. She is someone who has helped me a lot during my time at the academy. We are just friends. Gideon took a leisurely sip of tea. You learned swordsmanship from her. Dawood's eyes widened. Calm down. Keep calm. Stick to the plan. He took a steady breath before replying. No, sir. Gideon raised an eyebrow. Then where did you learn it, Tristan swordsmanship? Just as expected, Dawood thought. The Grand Duke Gideon has seen through it. Out loud, he replied, so, you have noticed, then. The foundation of all foundations in my family's sword art, how could I not recognize it? Gideon said coolly. Answer me. Who taught you? Dawood frowned slightly, his mind racing. Not a single slip-up. The man sitting before me is like a blade, one mistake, and everything collapses. Then he spoke carefully, his tone steady. Someone you know, your grace. The Sword Emperor himself. He once visited our family, a lowly barren household in the countryside. Inside, he prayed desperately. Please, believe me. Gideon's eyes sharpened. My master taught you, what an amusing lie. Go on, then. The best way to hide a tree is to plant a forest. Dawood straightened his back, meeting Gideon's gaze. It is the truth. He even made a personal request of me. Gideon's tone darkened. A request, to someone like you? Yes, Dawood nodded solemnly. To be precise, he entrusted me with a mission. He looked Gideon dead in the eye. Grand Duke Gideon Tristan, he asked me to teach you the way of the sword. Gideon slowly turned his head toward Dawood, his tone cold and deliberate. So now you are saying my master asked you for a favor? Yes, Dawood answered firmly, without a hint of hesitation. At that, Gideon's expression darkened instantly. Can you take responsibility for those words? I can, Dawood replied, his voice steady. For a moment, silence lingered. Then Gideon gave a small, almost amused smile. Very well. Fine. Can I really take responsibility? Dawood thought, a nervous laugh echoing inside his mind. I have no idea. Guess I will just trust in the power of the original story. After all, this was the first time he had ever met the man in person. Among all the players, he was the first one to encounter Elnor's father. There were countless rumors about Gideon Tristan, but his strength was never in question. The man was assessing him, of course. That much was obvious. Some stranger had appeared out of nowhere, claiming absurd things with a straight face. Anyone would be skeptical. Still, the oppressive silence that followed made Dawood grit his teeth. Then Gideon suddenly pointed a finger straight at his face. Are not you going to block it? Huh, Dawood blinked, confused. Gideon's eyes narrowed, a glint of killing intent flashing within them. You are already dead. In that instant, the wooden table between them and the teacups resting atop it split cleanly in two. Invisible sword strike, Dawood realized in horror. He unleashed a sword technique without even drawing his blade. It was the ultimate technique, the final node on the knight's skill tree, and Gideon had just executed it effortlessly. Dawood's eyes went wide with disbelief. Gideon glanced down at the destroyed table and muttered, dead again. Pathetic. With an opponent who can't even react, what exactly am I supposed to learn? Dawood clenched his fists, his mind racing. So this is the strongest swordsmanship of the Empire, the one said to pierce through dragon scales. But it is still incomplete. He pointed at the floor, speaking calmly, impressive, as the rumors say, Lord Gideon. However, if the technique were truly perfected, would not it eliminate unnecessary motion altogether? The remark caught Gideon off guard. And what do you think you know about that? He asked sharply. I know everything, Dawood thought grimly. Because I read it. In the original timeline, after Gideon's death, his private journal had been discovered detailing everything about his journey to power, his master, his family. Everything. Putting on a carefully concerned expression, Dawood looked him in the eye. You seek something, do not you? I have heard about it. Gideon frowned slightly, deep in thought. Dawood continued, to sever your family's curse, there is something you must cut. Gideon's mind flashed back to a memory, his master's words echoing in his ears. My disciple, it would be easier to cleave the sea itself. Then I will begin with the sea, Gideon had once replied. Returning to the present, Dawood's calm voice broke the silence. Rotation is the key. In the moment the image forms in your mind, the blade's path must create a perfect rotational force. Try focusing it a little harder this time. Gideon did not respond. He simply closed his eyes, silent and focused. Honestly, I have no idea if this will work, Dawood thought nervously. I am just quoting what he wrote in his journal, the advice his future self left for the man he is right now. The rest is up to him. Then, without warning, deep cracks spread across the ceiling. A radiant golden light burst forth, filling the room with blinding brilliance. Gideon looked up, stunned, as the light reflected in his widened eyes. The man stood across from him, his sharp gaze filled with suspicion. Who exactly are you? Dawood smiled faintly, unfazed. I am just someone who wants to see Lord Gideon become stronger, he replied casually. That is right, he thought to himself. If he grows stronger, he won't die and Elnor won't fall into corruption. Besides, I already got what I came for. The Tristan family's special pardon and immunity writ, a one-time decree of absolute clemency that exempts its bearer from any legal judgment, no matter the crime. Handwritten and sealed personally by Gideon Tristan himself. At present, Gideon served as the executor of the empire, the man who dealt with the royal family's dirtiest affairs from the shadows. His title sounded grand, but in truth, he was little more than a chained dog of the crown. Still, that pardon would prove invaluable when Chapter 2 began. A notification from the system suddenly appeared before Dawood's eyes. Critical charisma triggered. Number of villains with positive affinity has increased. Skill-fated charisma has been enhanced. The more recognition gained from villains, the greater the diversity of rewards. He blinked, confused, glancing at the holographic window. Even this can be enhanced, he muttered aloud. Another string of messages followed. Received revelation from Gideon. Your butler remains peacefully asleep. Revelation grants the user a portion of the villain's power. This borrowed ability may be used for a limited duration. The cascading messages made Dawood furrow his brow. What kind of skill is this supposed to be? He looked up at the golden light filtering through the glass window and let out a slow breath. Perfect timing, he thought. Exactly the kind of power I need for what is coming next. After a while, he gazed back down at the letter in his hands, his expression softening into one of quiet determination. Once he had finished writing out his next plan, he closed the notebook with a decisive snap. This should be enough for now, he thought with a faint smile. It would not be easy, but he had already told Gideon he would take responsibility. The Tristan family. I swear I will protect them all. Inside the classroom, the lecturer spoke energetically. Therefore, within the body of every human being, all creations of the gods possess holy power. This force operates on a completely different mechanism than mana. Why, you ask? Because everyone can use it without needing to be chosen. However, reaching the level where one can truly harness holy power requires. He looked around the room and could not help sighing when he saw so many empty seats. Did that brat come here to sleep or to learn? Why are there even more empty seats now? Damn it. All thanks to that bastard Riverback. Whether he brought monsters into the academy or dragged in zombies, who cares anymore? A demon worshipper like that, he has already crossed the line. And this semester's batch of students is not any better, always defiant, full of complaints. One of them even had the nerve to smack a professor on the head. Still, no one knows things have gone sour between me and Riverback. I should just endure a little longer and then resign. Yes, that is it, quit this damn job already. Just then, a voice interrupted his internal rant. Professor, I have a question. How do you train holy power? The sudden inquiry made his blood boil. That bastard again. Seeing his students' lack of enthusiasm, the professor snapped irritably. Holy power, or whatever you call it, it is all the same. Keep using it, and your proficiency will rise. He sneered. That is what you call a question. Dawood rested his chin on his hand and answered casually, still, it is better than no question at all, Professor. That remark only made the man angrier. You have completely ruined today's lecture. Class dismissed. When his eyes fell on a stack of papers hidden under the desk, his temper flared even more. That damned kid. Why has he always been such a thorn in my side? He frowned deeply, muttering to himself. I would better grab this pile of classified information and find another job before things get worse. Then I won't have to see these miserable brats again or that idiot headmaster. Hell, maybe I will just leave this cursed empire altogether. He was still stewing in frustration when a loud knock echoed from outside. Professor, Professor. He scowled, storming toward the door. These damn pests. Fine, since I am about to quit anyway, I will teach you one last time. He grumbled as he turned the handle. Careful, you are going to break the door. But before he could finish, a surge of force slammed into him, sending him flying backward. A cold voice followed from outside. Still have not run yet. What the hell are you, insane? You kicked a professor, he shouted furiously. Eleanor stood before him, one foot still raised, her tone flat. What I kicked just now was the door. The professor comes next. Another voice spoke up mockingly. What was that? Sir, you mean professor of theology, right? When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound tightly to a chair. Panic flickered in his eyes as he saw the two figures standing before him. Huh, what is this? Dawood met his gaze with an unbothered look. This is not a joke, Professor. We are detaining you. His face turned crimson. What kind of nonsense are you barking now? Detaining me, for what? What right do you have? Then came the calm but cutting reply. You are a spy. He froze instantly. What? Eleanor added coldly, you are complicit in the monster escape incident. I have already reported it to the headmaster. A professor who lets imperial students die. There is only one conclusion: your goal was never education. She continued, and one more thing. We found letters exchanged between you and Marquis Riverback's household. Even when confronted, the man refused to admit guilt. His voice quivered with forced indignation. Nonsense, that pathetic demon worshipper has nothing to do with a priest like me. I merely built a professional connection. I am the victim here. Dawood checked his watch, then gave a curt order. Too noisy. We do not have all day, start talking. He wanted names, starting with the other spies within the academy. The professor scowled in disgust. Ask your mother, you little bastard. Before he could even blink, Eleanor lunged forward, striking him hard. Will you talk now? She hissed. Fine, then let us begin, Dawood said calmly. Bleeding and trembling, the man finally croaked out, Guard Barrymore. And the cook, Annie. Dawood placed a hand on the man's head and began to heal him, his voice indifferent. Your pronunciation's getting slurred. Hold on. A faint glow of holy light spread beneath his palm as the professor's wounds began to close. Realizing what was happening, the professor snapped angrily, What the hell are you doing, you brat? Dawood's eyes were cold when he looked up. Healing you, Professor. Using holy power just like you said, the more I use it, the higher my proficiency gets. So, I might as well practice while I can. When he turned to leave, the professor shouted in panic, You crazy bastard, where do you think you are going? Dawood answered without looking back. This won't end just because you spilled a few names. Eleanor, standing nearby, added coolly, Check his desk, there should be something else. Wait, do not, the professor pleaded. Suddenly, his body pulsed with pink energy as he tried to break free from his bindings. Dawood picked up a thick file, his brows rising. What is this? You teach in the theology department, yet you have got the Imperial Army's personnel files. Maybe you should have enlisted instead. The professor's eyes widened. He lunged forward in desperation. You lunatic, give that back. Eleanor moved before he could get close. With a swift, precise motion, she struck him. The blow sent him flying, his back slamming into the wall with a heavy thud. Downstairs, Uriah heard the impact and frowned. What was that noise? An earthquake? As loose sheets of paper drifted slowly to the floor, Dawood smiled faintly. So, Professor, this is everything, right? Looks like it is. Let us hand him over to the Academy Knights. The professor lay motionless on the floor. But Dawood suddenly raised a hand. Wait, Senior. I am still just a freshman. I would like to study a little more about holy power. From the floor came the professor's faint, wheezing voice. Right. Now I understand why I hated that brat. He is just like that one I saw with Riverback. His thoughts drifted back to a memory himself kneeling, trembling before a figure shrouded in darkness. "Oh pioneer, it is an honor to meet you for the first time." A chilling voice from above had replied, "If you ask about me, you will die. If you speak of seeing me, you will die. And if you ever forget me, then death would be a mercy." Back in the present, Dawood gazed down thoughtfully, feeling a faint echo of that same alien, oppressive aura. That strange, capricious presence. So it was the same after all. "All right," he said aloud, "let us begin the treatment." The professor looked up at him in horror. That feeling again. Like something's commanding me from within, he thought, dread creeping in. Inside the small house, Dawood's calm voice filled the air. "Thanks, Senior. Because of you, my holy powers advanced enough to affect my spiritual core. And we have caught a rat disguised as a professor." Feeling any less stressed now, Elnor, standing behind him, responded dryly, "Please. I do not find torturing old men entertaining." A faint system notification appeared before Dawood's eyes. Elnor's madness has shown signs of improvement. He thought silently, "See, you did vent a little, did not you? Well, whatever. This is not something your rational mind can fix, Senior." Then she asked suddenly, "Hey, do not you have something to say to me?" Still studying the keychain in his hand, Dawood replied flatly, "No." Elnor stepped closer, eyes narrowing. "You met my father, did not you? Why did you meet him? What was it about?" Elnor leaned in until her face was only inches from his, curiosity glinting in her eyes. "What did you meet him for?" Dawood stiffened, his whole body jolting as cold sweat broke out across his forehead. What do you mean?" "I am asking you that," she repeated, her tone patient but firm. He fumbled for words, voice trembling, but still managed to answer with conviction. "Why yes, it is true that I met him, but I have never told anyone about it, not a single person." Elnor blinked, still puzzled. Huh. Meanwhile, Dawood's mind was spinning out of control. Damn it, a variable already. "Come on, think of something, you idiot." Then came her next question, calm but cutting. "Did he do anything to you?" "What, your father? Of course not." Dawood waved both hands in denial, almost panicked. "Nothing like that, absolutely nothing happened." Finally, inspiration struck him, and he scrambled to piece together a story. "Last time, during the duel, I used a sword technique that you taught me. His Grace just got curious about who I was, that is all. He called me over out of interest, nothing more." Elnor narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Just because he was curious, the Grand Duke Tristan himself. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to justify himself. "That technique, it happened to come out really well. I was lucky. And besides, almost no one uses Tristan-style swordsmanship anymore." After a long pause, Elnor finally turned her back on him. "You should learn to recognize your limits." "Fine, handle it yourself. He is not the kind of man who has time to teach swordsmanship to some rookie, but that is not something I should interfere in." Dawood called after her, his voice steady and confident. "Still, I think we will be seeing His Grace again. Probably more often than we would like." She stopped mid-step, glancing back slightly. "Why do you say that?" "Because he is your family," Dawood answered seriously. "And if I want to protect you, there is no avoiding him." The words hung in the air. The moment they left his lips, Dawood winced internally. God, that sounded so corny. Why do I keep blurting out stuff like that? Protect you? What are you, some kind of idiot? Elnor tilted her head slightly, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. "Hey, Dawood. Have you noticed, you have gotten awfully casual with the way you address me lately?" He blinked. Huh. Pulling her hat lower to hide her expression, she muttered, "Before you talk about protecting me, try remembering your manners first. Call me President." A few steps behind them, Herman sighed in exasperation. "Young master, were you out with Lady Tristan again, honestly? The Baron told you not to draw attention to yourself." Dawood turned with an easy grin. "Hey, in this school I only have 3 friends and one of them happens to be Lady Tristan." Herman frowned, clearly concerned. "Does not that sound kind of lonely, sir?" Dawood chuckled. "They are not really friends, more like complicated acquaintances." Changing the subject, he raised a brow. "By the way, you are standing out more than usual for a butler. Where'd you get that?" Herman held up the half-finished ice cream in his hand. They are giving these out for free outside, to cheer everyone up for the midterm survival test. There are 31 flavors, apparently. At that, Dawood's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something important. Right. The midterm survival exam. The soul linker, the epic relic, and the fragments of the hero's holy power, everything's ready for fusion. It might finally be time to awaken the soul's consciousness. Dawood turned around and gave an order. Herman, this is a command. Go try out all 30 of the other ice cream flavors and report back to me. Without hesitation, Herman saluted and hurried off. Got it, young master. Watching him leave, Dawood rubbed his temple and sighed. That kid. I am starting to think he is not really a butler at all. He sat down in his chair, lost in thought. Now I can finally awaken the ghost of the Gregory estate. Fragments of memory flickered through his mind. It is all thanks to the holy power boost I got when healing that priest. He exhaled deeply, trying to reason it out. Anyway, when the ghost is awakened, the soul of a great figure will appear to help the player grow. But it is random, no one knows which hero will show up. That is what makes it so unpredictable. The uncertainty weighed heavily on him. If I end up with someone incompatible. He narrowed his eyes, tension creeping into his voice. Then that is basically a losing draw. He began the ritual with a mutter. Open. Wait, do not tell me there is a damn gotcha mechanic here too. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from the stands, flags whipping in the wind. So cool, someone shouted. Dawood's face went pale as sweat trickled down his cheek. A knight, who could it be? Spearmaster Frederick, Tanker Johann. He dug through his memory, brows furrowing. Who the hell is that? I swear I have seen him somewhere before. At least he does not seem evil. That is already a relief. But still, who is he, huh? The man turned around, his armor gleaming like dawnlight. Guardian of the Dawn, Caliban Chrysanax. Dawood's heart dropped. He is Eliah's older brother. He slumped helplessly in his chair. Well, that is just perfect. Completely screwed now. In a ruined landscape, Caliban Chrysanax stood alone, looking disoriented. Hey, do not just stand there. Come give me a hand, this place is hell. Tears streamed down Eliah's face. The Crimson Night tragedy. Caused by the vessel of the Crimson Demon. Her brother, the Guardian Caliban, had given his life to stop that catastrophe. Through his sacrifice, he became one of history's greatest heroes. The image of their father. The image of their mother. Eliah sobbed uncontrollably. You promised you would come back. You said if I waited, you would come back. After that day, she took up his mantle. But every death, no matter how noble, was still a tragedy for their family. On the day she lost everything, Eliah vowed to continue her brother's path to destroy the demons that had orphaned her. From the stands came loud cheers. Hit harder. The top-ranked fighter among you will face Eliah next. Years later, as an adult, Eliah earned the title of Special Class Warrior, the only one of her training cohort to achieve it. Let us all give Eliah a big round of applause, the instructor announced proudly. The Imperial nomination ceremony for hero candidate will also be held today. From this moment forward, she shall be recognized as an official hero of the Empire. The teacher continued with the exam briefing. The midterm will be conducted fairly in 4-person teams. Now, who are the Empire's greatest enemies? Magical beasts and demon worshippers, of course. Elefante was founded to fight them. Combat skill and survival ability will be the primary grading criteria. Dawood turned toward Caliban, speaking softly. So, Caliban, your sister's here. She is doing well. Caliban Chrysanax blinked in disbelief. Wait, you mean my little sister? She is now a hero candidate of the Empire. Dawood nodded. That is right. Officially. Caliban laughed heartily, eyes glimmering with pride. That kid. She used to be just a runny-nosed brat. Dawood smiled faintly. Eliah is all grown up now. Caliban Chrysanax suddenly murmured something strange. It was worth it. Dawood blinked in confusion. What? Caliban's expression softened with quiet joy. Nothing. It is just being brought back as a spirit and seeing my little sister all grown up, it feels a little surreal. Dawood scratched the back of his head awkwardly, trying to ease into the topic. So, I mean, since I was the one who revived you and all, that means we are kind of, partners now. I was hoping maybe you could, help me out a bit. Caliban chuckled warmly. Sure, I can do that. Just one condition: do not tell my sister about me. Dawood nodded quickly, grateful. Understood. Thank you, Sir Caliban. The spirit smiled, his tone light but sincere. A dead man's intuition rarely lies. I do not know what kind of laws you have bent or mastered to make this possible, but I can tell you are a good one. Keep watching over my sister for me, will you? I am counting on you. Dawood rubbed his neck, visibly embarrassed. For now, my only goal is to make sure nobody dies. He turned his head and called out, Aliyah. She looked over, surprised. Professor Dawood. He coughed a couple of times, his voice hesitant. About the team for the midterm exam. If you still have not, decided who to team up with yet, would you like to form one with me? Aliyah froze in surprise. Aliyah hesitated, her brows lifting in mild disbelief. You want to team up with me? Dawood did not even try to hide it. Yeah. I would really like us to be on the same team. Her eyes widened slightly. Wait, did not you say last time that we were not even that close? He hesitated, then admitted with an apologetic tone, yeah, and I already said I was sorry about that, did not I? Aliyah frowned faintly, clearly mulling something over. You sound like you were about to make me do something weird again, just like last time. At that moment, another voice chimed in, someone nearby pushing aside the curtain with a grin. Come on, just say yes. She has been studying you day and night just to beat you, you know. Then, with shameless cheer, he added, and seriously, with all that, Professor this, Professor that, you still do not get it. Dawood could only offer a strained smile, looking away. Well then, I will take you up on that. Let me borrow her for a bit. From across the hall, someone shouted, half panicked, hey, I am counting on you, please, team up with her. But when the poor guy was promptly smacked face first into the ground, Aliyah sighed, her tone softening. Well, it is not really that bad of an idea, is it? Feeling a bit flustered, she rubbed her neck and spoke up again. Let us take this as a chance to train and grow together. You sure you are okay leaving your friend's team? They are all pretty capable, you know. Of course, Dawood understood that all too well. He thought to himself, naturally. After all, that is the protagonist party in the original story. Seeing him stay quiet, Aliyah smirked and snapped her fingers playfully toward him. Alright then, Professor and I, a long-awaited duo play. Dawood leaned back slightly, his tone firm. No. We are forming a team. That took the wind right out of her sails. Her shoulders drooped as she muttered weakly, oh. He continued matter-of-factly, we will need at least one more member. Then, outside the grand, marble-lined hall, Dawood's surprised voice echoed. Headmaster. He straightened himself, regaining composure, and said with a respectful bow, you are really being this generous again. I can't thank you enough. The headmaster, seated calmly on the main chair, replied in a detached tone, it is nothing worth making a fuss about. Her eyes, cool and unreadable, flicked toward the one standing below. Still, it is quite odd. The saint herself coming here, escorted by her knight, what exactly is His Holiness Credo intending? Dawood smiled naturally, answering with honest conviction. What intention could there be? Lucienne can't stay cooped up forever. With the regular diplomatic delegation this time, she finally has a reason to step outside. The headmaster's expression softened slightly at the mention of Lucienne's naive smile. True. Even a saint must learn about the world. But as Dawood spoke, the headmaster's thoughts darkened, her mind turning inward. Though she is called the saint, according to my investigation, she is also one of the candidates, the potential vessels for the Demon King. The more she thought about it, the more the contradictions troubled her. That is why I have been preparing quietly, for the day she might come to Elfonte. Sending her twin sister, Uria, out first was supposed to be the opening move. And yet, now they have sent the saint herself here. Aliyah glanced at Dawood, her tone skeptical. Why, though? Pope Credo. Dawood, sensing the doubt behind her calm demeanor, responded without evasion. Lucian is a symbolic figure both to the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. Let me say this first, it was not an easy decision for us to make. It was an act of boldness. At that, the headmistress suddenly grasped the underlying intent. A bold act like that. Is it related to the demon incident that happened not long ago? Seeing she had caught on, Dawood chuckled. That is one part of it. But there is also the matter of the Elefante priest who turned out to be a spy. Let us just say our side is rather sensitive about such things. The headmistress's expression remained inscrutable as she asked, would not this chaotic situation be dangerous for the saintess? Then, deep down, a calculating thought stirred within her, bait. Let us see if you bite. But Dawood's reply defied her expectation. On the contrary, it is good for her. There was a chilling clarity in his gaze as he continued, if she is truly the saintess of the Empire, she must have the courage to face justice head-on, even in the heart of evil. In fact, we would like Elefante to entrust Lucian with an official mission. The headmistress, recalling what she knew of Lucian, pressed further. I heard the academy is in the middle of midterm evaluations. You are hoping she will aid in the students' training. What exactly do you mean by that? Dawood closed his eyes briefly, choosing his words carefully. The specifics will be shared privately later. For now, please understand that all of this serves a single purpose: to eradicate the evil that has begun to spread through Elefante. The headmistress studied his expression, then asked coolly, tell me, Your Holiness. Are you mocking me right now? A deep laugh echoed through the chamber, one that brought to mind the cold, unblinking eyes of Lucian herself. Growing impatient, the headmistress snapped. Whatever task you intend for Lucian, or rather, the saintess, we could simply refuse, could not we? But Dawood showed no sign of irritation. His voice remained calm, almost indulgent. If the saintess acts of her own will, that changes everything, does not it? A faint smile crossed his lips. The projection of his image within the crystal sphere began to fade, his final words lingering as the connection cut off. I am certain she will prove useful. When his image vanished completely, the headmistress rubbed her temples, exhaling a long, frustrated sigh. Damn it. Inwardly, she cursed Dawood's entire bloodline. Heartless bastard. Pope Credo, you venomous old snake. She turned to the mirror beside her, still incredulous. To think I would meet the saintess this easily. Yet unease lingered beneath her composed surface. And yet, the condition he gave was to make her a puppet of the Empire. So be it. I will entrust you with this. Seduce the vessels of the demons. Could Dawood truly be trusted? She was not sure. The more she thought about it, the more it sickened her. By habit, she reached for her lipstick, muttering under her breath, hypocrite. Atalante. Her expression betrayed nothing now, only the faintest flicker of something distant and unfathomable in her eyes. To corner others for the sake of one's own goal. I suppose I am no different. The scene shifted. By a quiet brook, Yuria was washing a handkerchief, her reflection rippling in the water. Yet her thoughts were far away, her gaze distant. Why has not he come yet? All around her, there was only grass, trees, and flowers. The silence was almost unnatural, so serene it clashed with the restless tension twisting inside her chest. It has been days already, Yuria thought, her lips pressed into a tight line. At this time, he is always here, she murmured, her voice soft, anxious. That person. In her mind, only the image of Dawood remained, the masked man who always greeted her with a bright, unshakable smile. Your defense was solid today, huh? Well done. I will come again tomorrow. So wait for me. Okay, what should I bring next time? Steak? Donuts? That cheerful image consumed her thoughts, creeping through her like a quiet fever that eroded everything else. She lowered her gaze and whispered to herself, sadness heavy in her tone. You do not have to bring food. I just want. She realized then what it was she truly wanted. It was not the gifts, nor the praise, just Dawood. As long as he came. And stayed. A heavy silence fell over her mind. Her eyes grew vacant, staring into the empty space ahead. It was as if the world itself whispered to her, I am tired of you, Yuria. So tired. The answer's simple, is not it? Each word seemed to gnaw at her will, dragging her deeper into an invisible abyss. Yuria Greyhounder, the lonely outcast of Elefante, has betrayed the Holy Kingdom. But then, in the depths of her mind, Dawood's voice echoed calm and familiar the moment he had drawn his sword to flee. Did not you already prepare yourself for this? For the damned fate of cutting down anyone who gets too close. Her own inner voice responded bitterly, did not you say you could bear it? That man's presence had planted within her a seed of resignation. And a hidden resentment. This cursed life is the one you chose, Uriah. It was all just a fleeting illusion, a fragile tremor of emotion, but reality remained unchanged. Uriah's small body seemed to shrink within the vast stillness around her. Each phrase echoing in her head pressed down like an invisible weight. You are all alone. The words threatened to swallow her whole. You will always be alone. Panic gripped her. She gasped for air, clutching her chest, her breath trembling. Questions spun endlessly through her mind, accusing, relentless. When you are abandoned, left alone in an empty forest like this, who will you look for, and who will come for you? The voices tore at her sanity. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. You can't even call for help, they hissed. They clawed at the last traces of warmth Dawood had given her, trying to strip her of even that fragile tenderness. And then, suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the haze. Why are you crying? It was Dawood. He looked exhausted, clearly out of breath, as if he would rushed all the way here without stopping. In his hand was a crumpled paper bag of snacks. Did something happen while I was gone? He asked between breaths, his tone light but concerned. Ah, right, the bag of cookies you mentioned, they did not have any in stock. At that moment, everything, the whispers, the fear, the ache vanished from Uriah's heart. Overwhelmed with relief, she ran straight into his arms. The system window popped up in front of Dawood with a chime. Uriah's affection level has increased from 1 right pointing arrow 4. Uriah looked up at him. Eyes glistening with tears, voice trembling. You do not hate me, right? You are not tired of me. Dawood tilted his head slightly, confusion etched across his face. What are you talking about? On the contrary, I came because I actually need to ask you for something. It was supposed to be a simple matter, something that required him to leave for a while. But before he could even say what it was, Uriah suddenly sprang up, startling him. Hey, are you okay? Instead of answering, she smiled, a radiant, almost delirious smile, and as though driven by something beyond her control, she swung the chain in her hand. It lashed through the air, knocking the snack bag clean out of Dawood's grip. Whatever it is, I am fine with it, anything is fine. Dawood froze in place, staring blankly at the ripped paper bag, like a deer caught in headlights. Huh. Tears streamed down Uriah's cheeks as she begged, voice breaking. I am sorry, I could not control myself. You do not hate me for that, do you? Please, I will do anything, just. Please do not go. Before he could react, she lunged forward, chain swinging wildly as she chased after him. Do not go, please. Panic took over. Dawood bolted, running for his life across the clearing, shouting over his shoulder, it is you are the reason I have to go. Uriah's voice cracked, her cries echoing behind him. I am sorry, I am sorry. The scene shifted to the Elefante Academy. A composed voice echoed across the training grounds. Starting today, Elefante Academy will commence the midterm trials. Each participant must depart from this great plane and reach the target destination. Combat between students is permitted. Steal as many necklaces from your opponents as possible to gain additional points. Among the crowd, Eliah's sharp, judgmental gaze was locked on Dawood. A monumental day like this, and yet, Teacher Dawood, I have a lot of questions about what is going on right now. Dawood, still panting heavily after his desperate sprint from Uriah, tried to compose himself. Yeah, let us talk later, maybe. Eliah cut him off coldly. No. I want to ask now. She jabbed a finger toward Uriah, who stood beside Dawood with a faint blush on her cheeks, her neck looped with a chain that Dawood was awkwardly holding. What is this supposed to be, a hobby, some kind of sick performance piece? Sweat poured down Dawood's temple as he stammered, there is a reason for this, I swear, though yeah, if you look at it from a certain angle it does look a bit like the work of a pervert. Eliah yelled, so you know how bad it looks. Flustered, Uriah quickly spoke up, cheeks red as she tried to defend him. It was my idea, moving around like this feels safer. More secure, you know. Eliah's face went blank, like she would just been struck by lightning. What the hell does that even mean? Is that part of your weird communication method or something? Where did your dignity go? You are both insane. She turned back to Dawood, glaring so fiercely it was as though she could set him on fire. I do not know what is going on between you and my sister, but it seems we need to clear a few things up before we move on, do not you think? Dawood straightened his posture, his expression suddenly serious. Aliyah, I do not know how this will sound to you, but… What he said next froze Aliyah completely. I need you to promise me one thing, Dawood said earnestly. Do not ever stray away from me, and under no circumstances are you allowed to get close to this girl. Aliyah frowned. So what exactly is this perverted setup you want? Dawood answered firmly, it may sound like that, but this is a strategic request, trust me. Really. This girl needs to be kept at a distance for reasons I can't explain right now. 101 awkward images flickered through Aliyah's mind, but she kept her composure. Fine. But do not you dare put a collar or anything like that on me. If nobody else shows up, then let us go. She turned to Uriah with clipped impatience. Move it, Uriah. On the way, curiosity got the better of her. By the way, what is your specialty? Dawood groaned in despair. I told you not to get close, Aliyah. She shot back, unruffled, nope. I am not moving. You pervert of a teacher. Elsewhere, a limping figure came into view. Voice hoarse enough to send a nearby grazing rabbit leaping away. That was nearly the end of me. The blond man was soaked in sweat, panting as he scanned the others. Is everyone okay? Anyone hurt? Everyone safe for now, someone replied. From beneath a tree a voice rasped. Talion, you could not handle that transfer student from the Tribal Alliance. Talion raised an eyebrow and stepped forward with a teasing tone. If it were not for me, your protective magic would have broken and you would all be out. The other muttered, that is true, but that girl really did try to kill people. A black-haired kid nearby suggested, why do not we pick on the small fry like Dawood first? The one next to him, half asleep, agreed, yeah, let us crush that country bumpkin. It is irritating enough that he got into Elefante. To everyone's surprise, Talion refused outright. No thanks. They blinked. What, why, you hate the guy too? Talion shook his head. Used to. Not anymore. The black-haired boy, suspicious, asked, what, has Dawood somehow tamed you? Talion's pendant swung lightly in the breeze as he spoke with an odd, contemplative air. It is just that my view widened. There are a lot of strong people in this world. Over on another patch of the field, Riru, having just knocked someone down, surveyed the scene with hollow contempt. This world is full of weaklings. She scowled, clearly displeased. Not a single decent one around. Rising to her feet, she lifted her leg in a practiced motion. Battlefield combat fight to the death. Her face fell into shadow, her voice went cold. I can't even find one worth my time. How is this being maintained, anyway? Riru spat a curse. The damned imperial scum, then readied her foot to stomp the motionless body at her feet. Just as she swung down, a flash of light cut through the air. Elnor appeared in time, her blade intercepting Riru's boot. Riru's lips curled into a delighted smile at the sight. Oh, look what we have here. Elnor responded with a cold glance, her eyes probing like knives. Suddenly Elnor's sword slashed a sweep that knocked the attacker's leg aside. White light and black lightning danced together, detonating into a concussive shockwave. The ground split in places from the force. Elnor's voice was flat and sharp. A transfer student who is seeking refuge is already getting too conspicuous, Riru Garda. Riru's eyes shone blood red with the light of battle like a predator that had finally found its prey. Found you. Inwardly, Riru assessed her opponent with a smirk. Now that is a real woman. Elnor, still composed, pointed her sword steadily at Riru and warned, excessive violence won't be tolerated. As the appointed supervisor, I can't overlook that. Control yourself from now on. Riru let out a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with provocation. And if I do not, what will you do about it? Elnor did not flinch. If this were a battlefield, your head would already be skewered on my blade. But since it is not, I will settle for a warning. Riru stepped forward recklessly, pressing close enough for her forehead to nearly graze the steel. That is fine by me. To me, this is a battlefield. Go on, stab me. Let us see you do it. The tip of Elnor's sword brushed against Riru's skin, But Riru only smirked wider, her tone dripping with venomous playfulness. When you draw your sword, you're supposed to make it bleed, right? What is wrong? Can't even do that when the prey's right in front of you. Elnor's grip tightened around her hilt. Riru, looking more deranged by the second, kept spewing insults. Imperial women are all the same. Even in my tribe, we had your kind strong on the surface, but spineless where it matters. Pathetic bitches who can only cry when someone steals their lover instead of fighting back. Elnor's eyes narrowed, her gaze turned sharp and glacial. Riru took another step forward, arrogant and unrelenting. Just seeing your kind makes me sick. Her lips twisted into a taunting grin that spread slowly across her face. Outwardly, Elnor remained calm, but deep inside, something monstrous stirred awake. Above them, black lightning began to coil through the sky, crackling ominously. Riru's eyes widened in astonishment. She froze for a brief moment as her father's voice echoed in her mind. Riru, the tribe is not the whole world. The stronger you become, the broader and greater the world will open before you. A flicker of realization and admiration passed through her thoughts. You were right, father. Watching the storm of black lightning gather above her, Riru narrowed her eyes in wild exhilaration. Damn right, it is one hell of a wide world. Riru Garda leapt forward, her face twisted into a snarl, murderous intent focused on the woman before her. Elnor held her composure, blade leveled, watching Riru's approach with a cool, unreadable expression. As Riru closed the distance, Elnor's voice snapped like a command, forced teleportation. Riru's irises drained to jet black with eerie, teal-blue pupils, her grin swollen with triumph. But exactly as Elnor had expected, the instant Riru's kick came within inches of her face, there was a flicker of distortion and Riru vanished. Riru's eyes widened in bafflement. One heartbeat later, she was gone, nothing left but a gust of wind and Elnor standing there with her sword, watching the spot. Riru reappeared in the main hall, collapsing from mid-air onto the hard floor with a bone-jarring impact. She groaned through clenched teeth. Amid the bedraggled crowd huddled in the corners, she muttered to herself, "What, I got benched, just because I opened my mouth." She exhaled. So that is how it is played, student council president. Then she froze. Elnor's image flashed through her mind. This can't be chalked up to a skill gap, she feels different, like she was born that way. Riru chewed her thumbnail, thinking, why did she all of a sudden break her calm and show that killing intent? Did I hit some nerve because I said Imperial girls lack resolve? The two guys who'd just been beaten exchanged nervous glances and mumbled to each other. Well, guess we are off the menu now. Undisturbed, Riru sat up with a predatory grin, turning over the thought, or maybe. When I said they would just cry if their lovers were stolen, who was I even talking about? Elsewhere, Yuria's state flipped, she entered a killing mode trance. Her eyes went black. A system message blinked into being. Riru Garda has begun to take an interest in you. Another notice followed. Elnor, affected by you, has unlocked a skill, Descent of the God's Wrath. A chaotic scene erupted, the unleashed power detonated, tossing people through the air. Screams filled the field. What the hell is happening? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Dawood, having scrambled clear of the blast, shouted, I have not seen this since that day. Elia, teeth clenched, ran on and glanced back accusingly. What is this now, Professor Dawood? You muttering to yourself again. All around, Yuria cut a wild swath of destruction, and shouts echoed. Dawood the fraud. Elia, hold on, we will save you. Elia ignored the panicked calls and turned to Dawood with steady eyes. Professor Dawood, maybe we should stop for a moment and sort this misunderstanding out. Dawood shot her a sharp look of protest. No way. Absolutely not. He tightened his grip on the chain around Yuria's neck and yanked her out of the explosion zone. I am a little busy keeping Yuria under control right now, he shouted, dragging her with both hands as debris rained down. We were just trying to save her from that perverted lunatic, he yelled defensively. Yuria, wide-eyed and startled, looked so lost and adorably confused that for a moment the chaos around them almost faded. Dawood nearly drowned in his own exasperated thoughts. I have really gotta clear this scammer label off me. Every one of Elia's crazy fans comes charging straight at me. But before he could finish the thought, Yuria suddenly shot past him from behind, smiling absent-mindedly in that eerie, carefree way that froze him mid-motion. Alaya spotted her and ran over. "No, Yuria, this exam, can we please finish it without something insane happening for once?" Before she could reach her, a green-haired boy and his hulking stone golem stepped in her way. His voice came out trembling but oddly excited. "Miss Alaya Chrysanax." He stuck his tongue out like a creep and declared proudly, "From the first day of school, I have always admired your brilliance in both power and beauty." Alaya stiffened, jaw tight. Dawood glanced at her and muttered, "You sure have a lot of fans." The green-haired kid went on with exaggerated sincerity, "I do not know why you have been captured by that perverted fraud, but I ranked 10th in the entrance exam shall rescue you, and afterward, treat you to dinner at Twilight Iris." Alaya turned her head toward Dawood, deadpan. "Did not the student council president level that place?" Dawood corrected, "Technically, it was the Count of Riverback." She turned back to the kid, irritation all over her face. "First of all, I am not being held captive. And secondly, this man is not a fraud." The boy blinked innocently. "Then, he is the pervert." Alaya raised her sword, hesitating. "That is." Dawood cut in, incredulous. "Hey, how about you just say no?" The green-haired boy panicked as she took a combat stance. Wait, I did not mean to fight, please, no fighting." Meanwhile, Dawood and Yuria exchanged looks, their mouths hanging open as a realization dawned. The Night Division, the Magic Division, and the Theology Division all here together. Perfect conditions to develop a new trait. Dawood activated the glowing ring on his wrist. "Hey, Caliban Chrysanax, wake up." From the other end came a drowsy voice, half muffled by a pillow. "What now?" "I need a favor," Dawood said quickly. "Just come out here, once." Caliban groaned. "Why do you sound so tense, what is happening?" Back on the battlefield, under Yuria's uneasy gaze, a group of students rushed toward them, shouting, "Lady Alaya! Sir Dawood, hold on, we are coming to rescue you." A system alert flashed, danger detected. Triggering emergency skill, a rank threshold, hanging by a thread. Dawood scowled. "Seriously," he answers but does not show up. Caliban's lazy voice echoed back, "It is just kids fighting. What do you think, I am a guardian deity?" Dawood snapped, "Your sister is fighting a stalker right now." That got him. There was a pause, then Caliban's voice turned dark. "Alaya has a stalker, who the hell is it?" Moments later, a blinding light flared across the sky. Caliban descended in a storm of radiant fury. Skill world projection activated. The system chimed, party members within range receive shared buffs. Skill shared, hanging by a thread, rank A. Power enhanced. Alaya lunged forward, sword gleaming. "I do not need fans like you," she shouted. The green-haired boy recoiled, raising his hands. "Wait, that is a stone golem, your sword will break, and you will get hurt." But the warning came too late. Her blade sliced clean through the golem, splitting it down the middle with a deafening crack. The boy's eyes bulged in shock. All around, Yuria and the other onlookers stood frozen in disbelief. Even Dawood, watching the scene unfold, felt his pulse spike. Well, damn. That was dangerous. Alaya herself stared at her weapon, breathless. How did I even do that? Those who witnessed the scene were utterly stunned as the system's notifications echoed in sequence, world projection activated. Then another followed, skill sharing, a rank perilous edge granted to Alaya and Yuria. With a single, clean stroke of her sword, Alaya sliced through the stone monster the green-haired boy was riding as if it were nothing. Dawood was exhilarated. That is amazing, but he also quickly realized, the only downside of this skill is that it consumes my limited supply of holy power. The buff will only last for 2 or 3 attacks at most. Just as the skill faded, a commotion erupted nearby. The opposing students were shouting as they rushed forward. "Even if you are a hero candidate, I won't allow you to defend someone like him." Chains cracked through the air in swift, whipping arcs. Yuria had joined the fray. Her movements were sharp yet graceful. She delivered a series of flawless kicks that sent her attackers reeling before they could even react. When it was over, she blinked innocently and said, "Sorry, I was only trying to push them back a little." Her expression softened, but her words carried a trace of frustration. I may not be a hero, but you people do not even try to listen to others or understand what is actually going on. Elia's patience snapped. How could I ever stand people like you? She shouted, slashing her sword to carve a glowing line across the ground as she chanted, Guardian burst. A radiant explosion erupted, sending their enemies sprawling once more. Dawood watched in disbelief. Is not that way too powerful? Good thing all my stats are F rank. Even Caliban Chrysanax, observing through the link, was taken aback. What, that brat's gotten this strong already. As the battle concluded, the system announced, party members have achieved combat results. Elia sighed in relief. The curly-haired boy nodded. Good thing no one got hurt. Another notification appeared, trait proficiency increased. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his cheek. Well, I was not worried about you anyway, he said, pretending to change the subject. Wait, where'd he go? Elia let out a small sigh. Again. Still, she could not help but think to herself, teaming up with Professor Dawood turned out to be a lot more fun than I expected. Meanwhile, on another team, someone cheered, that makes 9 total. The red-haired student grinned. Excellent work, everyone. For a first-year midterm exam, this should definitely earn us top marks. The brown-haired one agreed with a nod. Absolutely. We really work well together and things went pretty smoothly too. The blonde-haired student did not seem pleased. Smooth, sure, but we are still not ranked first. Someone in the group looked confused. Wait, what? How many necklaces does rank 1 have? Another answered, as of now, rank 2's got 15. The redhead scoffed. Only 5 behind, we can catch up in no time. Though, are we even sure this map's working properly? The blonde frowned. That is the problem. Rank 2 is not even a team, it is just one person. Everyone froze. 15 necklaces. Alone, that is insane. The blonde mentioned a name. Anyone ever heard of Painal Repesh? A few shook their heads. Never. What the hell, why are there so many monsters in our class this year? The redhead asked, hold on, then how many does rank 1 have? The blonde stammered, oh 100. 111. What? The whole group screamed in disbelief. Who the hell is that? Meanwhile, Dawood's team received a new system notification. Trait acquired Wind of Anomaly. When successfully parrying, reflect incoming damage. After trekking for a while, Dawood finally said, we are here. Elia looked uncertainly at the cave before them. So if we secure this place, the exam ends. Dawood replied dryly, how should I know? You are the one who ranked first in the entire academy. She frowned. Seriously, you always have to say things in the most annoying way possible. He thought to himself, in the original storyline, this was supposed to be a random event. Then he wondered, what is going to show up here? Something worse than that beast from before, or... While Dawood was quietly analyzing their surroundings, Elia suddenly gasped. What is this? Even if it is part of the exam, this is way too much. Yuria froze, her face pale with shock. Her lips trembled as she whispered, sister. Before them sat Lucienne, motionless and silent. The system chimed again, Main Quest Chapter 2, The Boy King. Objective, prevent the wrath of the bearer of the Severance Curse. Protect targets, Lucienne Greyhounder, Yuria Greyhounder. Yuria stepped forward hesitantly, confusion clouding her voice. Is she the one providing holy power to the entire Great Plains by herself? Elia added, the blessing from the necklaces, and even the teleportation, it all links back to her. Yuria, still trembling, murmured, no. This is not Elfante's way of doing things. Lucienne remained utterly silent, her expression vacant. Elia clenched her sword and declared, hey, I will save you right now. But before she could move, a voice interrupted sharply, you must not do that, student. A brilliant flash of light cut across the space before Lucienne. The man standing in its wake spoke with calm authority, the service of a saint is one of her own will. Are you planning to interfere with that? It was none other than Klein Garrison, a high-ranking battle priest of the Holy Empire. Elia demanded sharply, voluntary, you say? Chrysanax furrowed his brows and replied coolly, yes. This is an act of devotion the holy saint has chosen of her own free will. Ignoring Lucienne's frail figure, he raised his sword toward Elia and continued, Out of respect for her noble will, I believe it is not my place to interfere. Tell me, has anyone forced her to do this? Yuria's eyes widened in disbelief as Lucienne finally spoke, her voice trembling. No. She hesitated, then stammered out, I am doing this because I want to. Elia frowned, her tone sharp with disgust. You want to do something this horrifying, and you call that your own choice. Chrysanax's gaze hardened. Do you dare oppose the will of the Holy Saint? That would be tantamount to defying the will of the entire kingdom. Someone like you, a candidate for hero, should understand that better than anyone. Yuria's breath caught. She stared, stunned. Elia straightened, calling out firmly, Elia Chrysanax. Her voice rang with conviction. I am not opposing her, I just want to save those who are suffering. Chrysanax's tone turned cold as ice. If that is truly your stance, then must I beg you to stop. Dawood gripped his sword tightly, his brows knitting together. So it is really you. Saint Lucienne. He recalled the name that carried weight across continents, the Holy Kingdom, one of the three great superpowers. His thoughts darkened. The Holy Kingdom's upper echelon. A cabal of zealots, fanatics who defy all logic. Their pope, obsessed with demons just like that lunatic headmaster. In Saint Lucienne, she is the Holy Kingdom's most precious treasure. No, its puppet. A bitter thought surfaced. Yuria and Lucienne. They are just tools to further his so-called divine ambition. Then, almost instinctively, he sensed the system's twisted intent. Wait, is the system trying to push Yuria into rebellion, against her own vessel? Are you out of your mind? At last, Dawood spoke, his tone edged with defiance. I am the one standing at the top right now. I think the Holy Saint has done enough, it is time she took a rest. Chrysanax met his eyes coolly. She will remain here until Team 2 and Team 3 arrive. Please wait until then. Dawood smirked faintly and muttered under his breath, if you are wondering why they will be arriving so quickly. He clenched his fist. It is probably because of Elnor. His mind drifted back. The monster attack incident already drew their attention. And the purifier case confirmed their suspicions even more. He scowled. Now, with Yuria's outburst, they are bound to believe Elnor is connected. She was at the center of both incidents. And if Yuria loses control again, the realization hit him hard. The Pope will start meddling in Elefante. He exhaled slowly. No. Yuria's already been exposed, has not she? Then there is no choice left. Without warning, a single glove flew through the air. It landed right at Chrysanax's feet. The priest frowned, puzzled. What is this supposed to mean? Under the stunned gazes of Yuria, Lucienne, and Elia, Dawood's lips curved into a mocking grin. Oh, do not tell me you do not know what that means in the Holy Kingdom, he said coldly. It is a challenge to a duel, you bastard. He patted Elia on the shoulder and said, come here for a bit. She looked puzzled. Huh, Dawood. A duel. Chrysanax frowned. A duel, why accept it? Dawood stepped toward him. Step aside and face me instead. Elia, support the saint and get her to the infirmary. Chrysanax groaned. Oh, heavens, not this again. He raised his sword into position, warning, if you advance any further, this could turn into an international diplomatic incident. Dawood replied coolly, then I will just report your conduct directly to the saint herself. Chrysanax narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what is your title, student? My title, Dawood said evenly. Just an unremarkable viscount from the countryside. Is that a problem? His gaze flicked briefly toward Lucienne, who was breathing heavily and clearly exhausted. I am a high priest, Chrysanax declared proudly. I do not engage in random duels with anyone who provokes me. Oh, Dawood said dryly. Then why did you draw your sword? Chrysanax's frown deepened. The hero candidate Elia is standing right there. Why are you acting so wary of me? Dawood thought to himself. To break this stalemate, I will need to do something bold. He placed a hand on his sword and smirked. Look, I have drawn my weapon. With such insolence from a mere student, Chrysanax snapped, lifting his greatsword. I suppose outside intervention will be necessary. He swung his blade high and brought it down in a violent arc toward Dawood. Dawood seized the moment, unsheathing his sword in one swift motion. Now, his blade traced a sharp, elegant line through the air. Chrysanax's eyes widened as the blow connected. He staggered backward, wounded. Dawood grinned inwardly. Perfect counterstrike triggered. Under the force of Dawood's assault, Chrysanax was sent flying. For a brief moment, Dawood caught sight of Aliyah and Uriah's stunned faces. Then, echoing in his ears, came the voice of the headmistress. "I would like to know what you were thinking, Dawood Campbell. I told you to act on your own judgment, but this." Her voice sharpened with reprimand. "I do not recall telling you to pick a fight with the Holy Kingdom. This is not a brawl, it is a formal duel." He was provoked and struck first, yes, but still. She sighed, concerned. "He is no ordinary priest. He is a high battle priest, Campbell." Dawood calmly produced a folded letter. "It is fine. I have a written exemption from House Tristan. The royal family will take responsibility for my actions." The headmistress exhaled, exasperated. "Honestly, Dawood, the saint is under the Holy Kingdom's authority. My hands are tied." She hesitated, then asked, "But this sudden challenge, are you sure about this?" Dawood answered with composure, "You told me to secure the demon hosts, did not you? From your list of candidates, Uriah Greyhounter, I have already persuaded her halfway." He continued, "The problem is, Uriah is already at the headmistress's office." "What?" she exclaimed. "No, why would she be there?" "I brought her," Dawood explained simply, "to solidify my top position. If I want to draw the attention of other hosts, I need to make a scene. Half measures won't do. I will save the world from demons first. Diplomacy can wait, right?" He thought about the connection between Elnor and Aliyah, then muttered, "HMPH. Maybe you should prioritize personal relationships over international ones for a change." Dawood crossed his arms and stated firmly, "First of all, I have never had any hostility toward either the headmistress or the hero candidate." The headmistress sighed, exasperated. "No, what I mean is try paying attention to your school life too. Make some friends, will you? Stop getting tangled up in all these bizarre incidents." Dawood thought of Gideon and replied inwardly, "Yeah. I have completely failed at that already, headmistress." He frowned, brushing the unwanted image from his mind. The headmistress's tone grew uneasy. "Since the duel report has already reached the Holy Kingdom, the Pope himself might come here. I do not know what you are planning, but—" Her voice echoed in his thoughts as Dawood pictured Uriah and Lucian like lab specimens under divine scrutiny. "The Pope is dangerous, Dawood," the headmistress warned softly. "You should seriously reconsider your path." In the dimly lit room, harsh sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a small table that held only a single vase with one golden rose inside. Lucian Greyhounter sat slouched on the floor, one hand holding a cigarette trailing with smoke, the other braced against the ground as she turned her head toward the window, gazing absently. She exhaled a long plume of smoke, her expression one of careless indifference. Then, a knock sounded at the door. Lucian stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray and said flatly, "Come in." Uriah stepped inside, her face filled with surprise. She pointed toward Lucian, words momentarily failing her. Lucian rose slightly, frowning in disbelief. "Uriah," she muttered. Inside, Uriah's heart jolted. "Sister," she whispered softly, "Sister Lucian." Lucian lowered her head, her face shadowed by melancholy, and began to walk forward, slow, deliberate steps echoing in the silence. Uriah's expression turned to horror. Her lips trembled, unable to form words. Do not come closer," she stammered. Her trembling hand lifted as if to stop her, her thoughts screaming, "Stay away, sister." Lucian's expression had grown utterly cold. In Uriah's mind, she could feel what her sister was thinking because of the severance curse. Uriah's face contorted in pain and conflict. "If you take another step," she warned, her voice shaking. The chains wrapped around the hilt of a dagger trembled, as if ready to snap loose. "You will get hurt." Lucian flicked the dagger aside, and Uriah's heart eased in relief. Thank goodness. But then Lucian calmly lifted the chain, swinging it lightly as she said in a quiet, detached tone, "Because you and I are twins." A set of stone stairs descended toward an arena below, where a large crowd of spectators watched intently. The announcer's voice rose, slow and deliberate. "The rules are as follows. This is a simple match to determine superiority, no killing allowed. If serious injuries occur, the fight will stop immediately and the winner decided. Otherwise, the match continues until one side yields. Do both sides understand? Dawood's face was tense. To delay Yuria's awakening, Lucien's presence is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the curse and her obsession will devour her mind just like now. The two sisters stared into each other's eyes, motionless. Nearby, Klein Garrison watched with a calm, detached air, as if none of it mattered. Yuria's mind will collapse, he remarked coldly. The headmistress's eyes were locked on the arena. That is precisely why this battle is so important. Outside, the royal guards stood on edge. The Holy Kingdom's constant interference with Lucien. It must be cut off here. Meanwhile, Pope Credo sat serenely upon his golden throne, his eyes closed, a majestic eagle crest gleaming on his chest. With a single duel, he murmured, we shall create an impact that will shake the world. The headmistress folded her arms, her expression grim as she thought to herself, even if Pope Credo can't be here in person, that man would never miss a duel like this. Klein's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. It is too late to beg for mercy now, he said coldly. His lips curved into a smug smirk. But you still have one chance, surrender. The sooner you do, the fewer bones you will have broken. His voice dripped with arrogance. You hear me, Lord Campbell? Outside the arena, Herman watched anxiously, his hands trembling as they hovered near his mouth. Fine, then surrender as soon as it starts. Do not you dare strike him head on. Dawood's expression remained perfectly calm as he replied, funny, I was just about to say the exact same thing. Klein frowned. A voice from deep within his memory suddenly echoed. Do not use killing intent. The scene shifted inside a dim chamber. Klein stood with his back turned. What do you mean by that? He asked. The voice behind him answered immediately, the stronger your killing intent, the harder your opponent will resist. That is the nature of that power. Klein's brows furrowed. Such an absurd ability even exists. Credo smiled faintly. I have seen it before. Never thought I would witness it again. Klein glanced over his shoulder, his tone low and tense. I was defeated by my own attack. He clenched his sword tightly, determination flaring in his eyes. It is not just about killing intent. I have to erase my enemy's will completely. Back in the arena, Klein bowed his head slightly and muttered, divine blessing. Sparks of radiant light burst to life around him, swirling and crackling. He slashed downward, his body twisting gracefully with a full rotation as his cloak flared behind him. The radiant energy surrounding him blazed even brighter. His brow furrowed, eyes razor-sharp in concentration. His voice was a low growl filled with threat. Let me teach an arrogant noble a lesson. Dawood merely narrowed his eyes and gave a faint, knowing smile. Then Klein exploded forward, channeling all his strength into a single charge. The motion of his blade sliced through the air so violently that Dawood's hair lifted in the wind. As Klein closed in, Dawood shut his eyes briefly, murmuring under his breath, we will follow the guidance. Skill activated divine wrath. Klein's gaze sharpened, his entire body brimming with tension. The two of them locked eyes focused, unyielding, missing not a single movement. A blinding sphere of light erupted between them. The air on the arena floor roared like a storm. Dawood's thoughts flickered. The sigil of the fallen heavens is reacting. Klein lowered his body and lunged forward at blinding speed. Dawood remained upright, swinging his sword in a smooth, deliberate motion. The two blades clashed and a burst of fire erupted from the point of contact. Time itself seemed to stop. The crowd erupted in awe, the arena blazing with light and heat. The headmistress's eyes widened in shock. Outside, the guards could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from within the arena. Their faces paled as the air vibrated around them. Everything unfolding within the Colosseum, every strike, every clash was moving exactly as Pope Credo had foreseen. He sat somewhere far away, utterly calm, his face an unreadable mask of serenity.
Shards of rubble kept raining down. A sharp light flickered in Dawood's eyes as he clenched his teeth and forced every ounce of strength he had left into his body, channeling his guidance. Every skill he could still use, the divine weapon in his grasp, and even the simmering fury of Elnor. Klein was suddenly engulfed by a tide of black aura, his eyes widening in bewilderment as the fallen heaven sigil reacted on its own. Dawood seized the advantage in their clash. The ground around them split open in jagged veins as shockwaves rippled outward. A violent gust surged to life. Dawood unleashed a new technique, demonic energy pooling around the fallen heaven sigil like a living storm. Witnessing that power firsthand, everyone nearby stared in stunned disbelief. Dawood's eyes continued to flare with sharp bursts of light as he kept his focus locked entirely on his opponent. Then a crack opened in the sky. Elnor descended straight down in front of Dawood. The moment he saw her appear, his guard shot up even higher, his grip tightening around his sword until his whole body was taut with tension. Elnor regarded Dawood with a cold, unblinking stare. As her presence spread across the battlefield, time itself seemed to slow. Even staying upright under her pressure felt suffocating. Klein recoiled in terror. What the hell is this? How can something feel this vile? Her blade swung once. Without warning, Elnor inserted herself directly into the fight between Dawood and Klein. Enough. Fight me instead. Then, unexpectedly, she spoke again, this time to Dawood, and her words hit him like a slap. Get lost. Elnor looked at him with a sorrow-tinged expression. And do not appear before my eyes again. You irritate me. She slowly raised her hand, lightly touching the edge of his sword in a gesture that left Dawood stunned. A wicked smile curled across her lips. Return what you stole from me. Watching all this, Credo furrowed his brows deeply, sinking into uneasy silence. Klein gathered what remained of his strength into his sword, its blade blazing with crimson light, and lunged straight for Dawood. Something about that moment, just a fraction of a second, felt wrong, but he could not name it. Even as they exchanged blows, he kept thinking about that strange power. How the hell did he block my technique? Then Dawood abruptly lowered his blade. Hey, Klein. He spoke with chilling nonchalance. I told you so, long as I do not kill you, everything's fine. Klein froze, unable to understand what he meant. In the next instant, Dawood's fist slammed into his face with brutal force. His eyes had already shifted, now mirroring the same eerie color as Elnor's. Dawood drew power through that strange change, swinging his fist again with overwhelming momentum. One punch was all it took to blast Klein into the air like a rag doll. A stream of red fluid poured down Klein's chin as his vision blurred for a heartbeat. His consciousness faded, and he plummeted from the sky, crashing toward the ground. Seeing this, the high priest watched calmly, a slow, measured smile spreading across his lips. He pointed at Klein and said calmly, "While I was not paying attention, Elfante's level has exceeded all expectations." As the Pope gestured toward Klein, a soft radiance suddenly wrapped around the unconscious boy. Dawood's voice rose from the arena floor. "Can I say something as the victor?" Credo nodded without hesitation. "Very well. Speak." Exhausted and barely standing, Dawood forced the words out. "Trash like him has been harassing the Saintess. You would better put a stop to it." Several people stiffened at what he said, bristling with irritation. "What did you just say, Student Dowd?" Credo, however, remained silent. Atalante cut in sharply, her tone cold. "What exactly are you searching for? Do not waste your breath. Whatever it is, it belongs to me. Consider this both your first and last warning." A wave of outrage instantly rippled through the audience. "President Atalante, what is the meaning of this? How dare you commit such an act before His Holiness? Is this how you teach your students, causing disturbances like this?" Yet Credo only smiled gently, offering no response. Hanta suddenly let out a sly laugh. "Not only do they send a knight trained to deal with snot-nosed children, but he even harasses the Saintess." He was none other than the captain of the Blue Dragon tribe, Hanta Ujul of the Tribal Alliance. With his arms crossed and a sneer on his face, he added, "A disgraceful bunch, truly. Even villains would admire your nerve." Dawood stood alone in the center of the arena, enduring the rising tide of accusations. But Hanta pressed on, "If even these little brats openly criticize you, should not you just strip yourself of your royal title already?" A voice suddenly barked at him from the stands. "Hanta, watch your tongue. This concerns the safety of His Holiness." Listening to the church officials bicker among themselves left Dawood increasingly exhausted. "What now, if you are so angry? Come down here and fight me. Do something for once." Then Credo spoke quietly, but with unmistakable weight. "I see." He continued, not a duel. But fine. I will do it for you. Atalante's eyes widened. Your Holiness, Credo lifted his hand, golden power gathering around his palm. You are not just talented, you are an obscenely shameless student. The golden light spread, enveloping Klein's unconscious body. I must acknowledge that much. That same blinding gold flared outward, engulfing the church officials seated in the stands. Dawood shouted up at them, "Hey, do not tell me you are running away now, Holy Kingdom." And then, in an instant, Credo vanished from the arena and descended somewhere far away. He stood in silence, quietly observing the scene before him. A moment later, he issued his command. Sarahs, deploy the spies around Elfante's Dowd Campbell. With an icy expression, Sarahs answered, understood. The Pope let out a sly, almost predatory smile. With nothing more than a single duel, he had managed to pull the attention of all three nations toward himself. And the more he watched, the more he felt that this boy was becoming disturbingly similar to that man. Seeing that only Dawood remained on the field, standing there and panting heavily, the referee looked a bit lost before asking, they already left. But with the professionalism of someone who'd handled countless matches, he quickly gathered himself and announced smoothly, then. The winner is Dawood Campbell. Only after hearing the official result did Atalante finally allow herself to exhale in relief. Hanta, meanwhile, looked quite pleased as well. He chuckled and offered a few approving remarks. I like that kid. He has got the makings of one hell of a warrior. The organizers promptly proceeded with the award ceremony. Dawood's prize was a rare lion pendant, an artifact that boosted vitality and physical strength. The person handing it to him simply muttered, "Here, take this." Dawood accepted it, staring blankly. This is. Hanta walked up beside him, smiling in a friendly, almost fatherly way. Come visit my forge sometime. I will treat you well. Then he gave Dawood a quick, assessing glance, his voice dropping into something firmer and more serious. And that strange power you used earlier. I would like to see it again. With that said, Hanta waved a hand dismissively. That is all from the tribal alliance. I am heading off. And just like that, he left, leaving Dawood standing there alone. Dawood watched the man's broad back disappear into the distance, dazed with disbelief. In the original story, that was supposed to be an artifact introduced in Chapter 3. And now the strongest lunatic of the tribal alliance actually acknowledged me. Later, in Atalante's office, she stood with her arms crossed, fixing Dawood with a serious, probing stare. Her voice was cold and level when she asked, Campbell, one question: did you use the urn's power to win? Dawood answered honestly. Yeah. I just got lucky. Atalante's tone remained icy as she continued, the Pope and Hanta likely noticed. The news will spread soon. After that, various factions will try to approach you because of it. She paused for a moment. Hearing this, Dawood could not help tensing up, his thoughts drifting toward a certain someone. Adjusting her glasses, Atalante reminded him, you would better brace yourself. Things are going to get a lot noisier from here on. Night had already fallen. In a long row of buildings lit only by a single glowing window, Dawood followed her instructions and quietly replied, I understand. By the next morning, golden sunlight washed across the sky as a soft system chime echoed in his mind. Main quest complete. Blessing 1. Seed of sin -1. And there he was sleeping sprawled out on the grass like someone without a care in the world. Nearby, a group of athletic boys were playing baseball. Watching the ball shoot across the field at near light speed, Dawood sat in deep thought. So that makes 4 seeds of sin collected so far. Some special skills can only be bought with something as rare as this. For example, he thought, eyes following the blazing fastball streaking through the air. Dawood's mind wandered, recalling a certain item, a pair of owl-shaped glasses. The system screen immediately flashed details about this treasure. The Eye of Insight could be used once a day, allowing him to view the stats of any opponent. After Dawood clicked to purchase it, the system promptly congratulated him, purchase successful. He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, the information obtained through this skill can't be tampered with or falsified. No weaknesses at all. Let us see how well it works. Squinting, he scanned the area for a test subject. First, his gaze swept past Trisha, who was playing with a small bird perched on her hand. No need to check Trisha. Then Percy, engrossed in his book, was also passed over, as was the professor. Suddenly, a figure jogging briskly, sweat glistening, caught his attention. Perfect target. It was Elnor. Her speed was terrifying. Anyone in her path stumbled or was knocked aside, while bystanders dodged and whispered to each other, "Chairperson, step aside if you do not want to get hurt." Dawood stood nearby, leaning against a tree, quietly calculating. Right now, my priority should be gathering information on Elnor or Aaliyah. They are the most important characters in this scenario. Having selected his target, he immediately tested the new treasure. Activating the Eye of Insight, Dawood muttered under his breath, "All right. Let us see." All relevant stats for Elnor were displayed. Elnor Tristan, traits. Grey Mage's Flask. Strength, S. Agility, S. Stamina, S. Luck, S. Authority, S. Compatible with 1 demon shard. Fusion probability, 1 to 80%. Corruption level, 2%. As the mechanical chime ended, Dawood's eyes shifted elsewhere. A mixture of awe and relief washed over him. Fusion probability is already 80%. The incident at Riverback must have affected this. Fortunately, the corruption level remained low. Had it been higher, she might have already turned into a demon. At that moment, Elnor ran up to where he was standing. Her eyes fixed on the lens of his glasses. Her voice cold and measured, "What are you doing here?" Caught in the act, Dawood was startled. Flustered, he blurted out, his voice carrying for 2 meters, "Chairperson, how did you know I was here?" Elnor replied plainly, "I just sensed a suspicious gaze." Looking down at him sprawled awkwardly on the ground, eyes half-lidded, she took the opportunity to relay new information. "Since we have met, I have something to give you. The person you asked me to observe is not an ordinary human." Dawood recoiled in surprise, barely able to respond. "Ah. You found them already." Elnor stood under the glimmering sunlight, her presence commanding yet calm, as she seriously instructed him, "I have already grasped the general layout of his movements. From now on, though, you should handle this sort of thing yourself. Being student council president is not exactly a leisurely post." Dawood struggled to sit up, stammering, I am sorry." Then, forcing a smile, he let out a laugh and complimented her. "First of all, very well done. That opponent surely was not easy." Elnor replied modestly, "It is partly thanks to my role as president helping out a bit." As she tied her hair back, she glanced at Dawood and asked, "By the way, I heard that the Holy Kingdom is expanding its diplomatic delegation. Something like this has never happened before. Do you know anything about it?" Dawood chuckled lightly, replying casually, "Honestly, I do not know much either." Elnor produced a thick folder and said calmly, "You will find out eventually. But for now, here. This file records the target's actions during the midterm exam." Dawood accepted the folder, quickly thanking her. "Perfect, President." Yet, he could not help but recall that in the original plan, he would have to track each step himself. Unable to contain his excitement, he embraced Elnor in a joyful hug, exclaiming, "You really did a great job, President. I will repay you for this, I promise." Elnor stiffened in surprise at the sudden hug, her eyes wide. Dawood, oblivious to her unusual reaction, continued cheerfully, "Excellent. That means he is in the clock tower right now. I am off then," he added, and after Dawood left, Elnor remained frozen in place, her normally cold expression tinged with a faint blush. Dawood hurriedly ascended the stairs, panting heavily. Looking up the staircase ahead, he calculated quietly, so he stayed in the clock tower until 7 p.m. I know he enrolled alongside the Saintess. With that personality, he will avoid going outside as much as possible. But eventually, he will want to step out for some fresh air. With that thought, Dawood focused and accelerated forward. When he arrived at the top, drenched in sweat, he bent over, gasping for breath. The young king, Valkarthus, stood nearby, absorbed in the view, silently observing the sky. He muttered to himself, I need to train my endurance a bit more. Hearing the sound of someone approaching, Valkarthus glanced toward Dawood, his voice cold as he asked, You are Dowd Campbell. Dawood, still dripping with sweat and struggling to breathe, stammered in surprise, Why you? Know me. At the Grand Clock Tower, their voices carried back and forth. Valkarthus spoke gently, sit down and catch your breath. Yet he also answered Dawood's unspoken question, the seer told me to pay attention to you. How could I not know? At that moment, Dawood seemed to understand why Valkarthus was here. Yet he could not shake off a sense of unease, silently questioning himself, the seer. He sent someone even though he knows so much about me. Valkarthus, blunt and direct, spoke in a long, flowing sentence, your spy works well enough. In truth, I have been waiting here every day. I am not someone who can simply request a meeting ahead of time, you understand that. Do not you? He paused briefly, then, almost rhetorically, added, we are enemies, are not we? Dawood, somewhat relieved as his sweat began to subside, recalled Valkarthus from the original records. In the texts, the seer was merely a petty devil worshipper, never a figure who intervened directly in matters like this. What was happening now was entirely different from the original story. Valkarthus cast a sidelong glance at him, continuing in his cold, detached tone, my assessment of you is that you will be the greatest obstacle I must face here. Saying this, he fully turned to face Dawood. A chilling, almost demonic aura radiated from him, the kind that set the hairs on the back of one's neck on edge. His thin lips curled slightly, a smile that was somewhere between mockery and menace. In a low voice, he asked, answer me, Dawood. Will you stand in my way? Dawood stared into the face of the angel cloaked as a demon that was Valkarthus, a mix of fear and tension twisting inside him. He knows who I am and what I am doing. And he is commanding me, despite never having met me before. Using methods much like his own, Dawood now felt a vague but undeniable perception of a hidden, sinister darkness lurking within Valkarthus, one that had been carefully concealed until now. Valkarthus smiled in a way that was not quite a smile. Beneath his composed, scholarly exterior lurked a bloodthirsty wolf. His low, deliberate voice cut through the tense air as he asked Dawood, answer me, Dawood. Will you stand in my way? Dawood, having just caught his breath, felt his expression harden at Valkarthus's words. His emotions tangled into a complex web as he stared intently at the young king before him. Outside the clock tower, the day had begun to fade into late afternoon. The surrounding space was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Valkarthus's voice seemed to hover faintly in the air, both present and distant. I wonder how much you already know, and how far you have guessed. He stood across from Dawood, a measured distance between them, and spoke with icy calm. I have heard you have gathered quite a bit of information about us. You came to meet me, clearly aware of who I am, have not you? Dawood replied carefully, with honest deliberation, at the very least, I am certain you harbor no ill intent. Even after hearing these words, after the scenario of turning the entire academy into the undead, Valkarthus's face remained impassive, revealing nothing. He continued plainly, that is correct 3 days from now. Then, almost as an aside, he added, the seer seems quite interested in you. Outside, the academy grounds were bathed in a deeper, golden twilight, the sun hanging low on the horizon. Recalling the mysterious seer, Dawood's mind tensed. Valkarthus fixed his gaze seriously on him. I am still investigating your true nature. One day, you may have to face all the chosen ones, every last one of them. Dawood hesitated, confusion furrowing his brow. Wait. Why are you telling me all this? He met Valkarthus's eyes squarely and, in a tone that was part challenge, part observation, recited what he had discovered. Valkarthus, the final monarch of the Armada Kingdom. A ruler who has merged his entire people into his own body through forbidden magic. Then, half in jest but fully serious, Dawood warned him, we are enemies now. You should not be giving your secrets to your enemy. He glanced at the sky, now tinged with the golden hues of sunset. Every corner of the academy had begun to sink into shadow. Valkarthus, however, did not take offense. His serious tone corrected the implication in Dawood's words, I do not intend to sabotage your plans. I simply want everything to be fair. Dawood could not help but let out a wry laugh. Fair? He asked, incredulous. Valkarthus spoke with unwavering confidence. A game must be fair, do not you agree? No matter how much you know, you are still at a disadvantage. The sky had taken on a half-dark, half-golden hue. Shadows were beginning to stretch across the city, yet their conversation continued. Valkarthus laid bare Dawood's intentions for this meeting, stating plainly that the reason he had come was to confirm that Valkarthus was not a coward. Dawood said nothing, but deep down, he had to admit he was right. He immediately produced the Heart-Seer Eye, casually signaling it to activate its vision. The ability to peer into a person's mind was now at his disposal, though there was one thought he dared not voice aloud: this was not all there was to Valkarthus. Valkarthus showed no trace of fear. His composed face remained calm, though he took the opportunity to tease Dawood. Look closely. The Heart-Seer Eye pierced through the eerie, sinister persona hidden behind Valkarthus's outward appearance. Instantly, streams of data flashed before Dawood's eyes: the number of active magics coursing through Valkarthus's body, 2,134,423. Dawood's brow furrowed as he processed the information. Magics. He thought, these are not ordinary mana, nor are they simple spells or divine power. Each of these magics demands a human life as its price. Valkarthus's demonic, penetrating gaze glowed like coals as it locked onto Dawood's eyes. Pulling the Heart-Seer Eye away, Dawood saw Valkarthus return to his meticulously composed exterior. He now mocked Dawood's artifact, his tone laced with disdain: that skill. It is hardly practical in combat. Valkarthus clearly understood the artifact's capabilities. I know, Dawood thought. Normally, such a device would be used in secrecy. Now, outside the clock tower, the night had fully fallen. Half in jest, Dawood remarked, well, this time, I am keeping things fair too. Valkarthus played along with a teasing smirk, his tone lofty, almost noble. Then he regained his serious composure, openly stating his purpose for being here. I simply wanted to see for myself whether the seer's evaluation of you was accurate. That is all. Yet, his prideful arrogance shone through. He leaned back slightly, mocking Dawood with a dismissive glance. Do not take it personally, you hardly seem like much of an obstacle to me. Dawood did not outwardly show any irritation at Valkarthus's scorn, but the tightening of his hand betrayed the simmering discontent beneath his calm exterior. A few seconds later, Dawood spoke, his voice steady but resolute. Valkarthus. Let us raise the stakes. It is time to place a bet. Dawood stared deep into his eyes, a serious challenge burning in his gaze. 3 days from now. Go ahead and turn everyone in the academy into the Walking Dead. Do it. But in return, I will use all my strength to stop you, he continued, his voice firm. Valkarthus's face remained expressionless, cold as ever. Then, slowly, he asked in return, almost as if testing him, even after seeing my forbidden magics. You will not step back. Dawood's resolve was unwavering. 3 days from now, because I will save you. I will save you and your kingdom. Valkarthus's expression shifted subtly. A mixture of amusement and helplessness flickered across his face, and he let out a dry, almost bitter laugh. Without a word, he quietly turned, gazing out at the darkening sky. His voice was low, almost a whisper. But before he could finish, Dawood interjected, trying to propose a condition of negotiation. If I win. This time, Valkarthus cut him off. With just 3 words from Dawood, Valkarthus, sharp and perceptive, immediately understood the intent. He smirked faintly, seizing the moment to impose his own terms. If you lose, you will become the 2,134,424th life. Before Dawood could respond, Valkarthus shot straight downward, vanishing into the shadows, leaving only a brief parting word, see you later. Dawood reached out, desperate to grab him. Wait, Valkarthus. But Valkarthus's body, imbued with the demonic aura of forbidden magic, appeared before him in a blink. And just as quickly, vanished. Dawood looked down in astonishment, muttering in confusion, he is gone already. Only then did Dawood allow himself to slump against the stone, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. His mind raced, fearing the worst, what if I lose? Recognizing the spiral of negative thoughts, he quickly regained his composure, mentally bracing himself. No. No. If I want to win, I cannot even imagine defeat. That is the most important rule. Meanwhile, in a nearby row of antique buildings, one room glowed warmly with yellow light. Outside, Lucian leaned against the glass, his gaze wandering across the night sky. He called into the room. Yuria. Have you finished changing? Why yes, Yuria responded sincerely. Lucian called again, Yuria. Recalling something, he paused. With the unlit cigarette in his mouth, he cast a glance inside at Yuria. Ah, sorry. You usually do not answer. How do you feel about that outfit, do you like it? Yuria's cheeks flushed a soft pink. She murmured shyly, hesitating, but. Sir. I have never worn clothes like this before. It is so embarrassing. The timid girl curled up out of habit at the edge of the bed, shrinking into herself. Lucian stepped into the room, standing by the window. His hand idly toyed with the hilt of his sword as he spoke casually, take whatever you want, Yuria. He turned slightly, glancing at her with the unlit cigarette still dangling from his lips, his tone calm and detached. Considering everything you have endured being my talisman. At the very least, I can give you these simple things, Yuria. Yuria smiled obediently. Then I will gladly accept. Lucian flicked his lighter to life, offering another piece of guidance. While you are with me, you can feel free. Even if only for a brief moment. As he lit the cigarette, his mind wandered into reflection. I once thought your heart might have been shattered by the curse's severing. I am glad you have preserved that purity. Perhaps the one truly rotten inside is me. Suddenly, Yuria's soft, small laugh pulled him out of his thoughts. His attention snapped to the necklace resting on her neck. Lucian frowned, scrutinizing her, his voice cold and probing. Yuria. What are you doing? Yuria answered honestly, a little hesitantly, It is a gift from Lord Dodd. He said I should always wear it to maintain a smooth connection between him and me. He said he would not meet me if I did not wear it, so. I am trying it on to see if it suits me, sir. She looked at Lucian with wide, hopeful eyes, sparkling with expectation. Seeing Lucian stiffen, still mid-motion lighting his cigarette, Yuria panicked slightly, thinking she had said something wrong. She quickly clarified, it is not that I think it is more precious than your gift. But I have to wear this if I want Lord Dodd to meet me. Please do not misunderstand. She waved her hands nervously, her face tinged with embarrassment and a hint of fear. Lucian regained his composure, finishing lighting the cigarette without a word. Once done, he snapped the lighter shut, biting the tip of his cigarette, and called her name quietly, Yuria. Exhaling smoke, his voice tinged with mockery, he asked, where is that devilish Satan right now? Dawood's face lit up with a bright, almost sheepish grin. It is just a misunderstanding. I fully admit. It probably looks strange. Lucian kept his eyes closed, listening, but it was not out of courtesy. He was maintaining distance from Yuria's sharp words. Yuria, sitting quietly, was equally stunned. As for the reason I used the dog leash, Dawood thought, that really was the only thing I could find at the time. Suddenly, the lighter flicked open. And I did not have time either, he muttered. Lucian, puffing on his cigarette, spoke evenly. Yuria is my sister. After all these years apart, I finally met her again. She is the only family I have left. Dawood understood this completely and responded sincerely, of course. I know that very well, Saint Lucian. Lucian cut him off mid-sentence, his tone shifting slightly. The thing is, she asked, half indifferently, how do you know that? Lucian spoke in a stream of words that left Dawood momentarily speechless. At first, I was angry about the leash. But after hearing your story, I realized you are far more suspicious in many ways than I thought, Dowd Campbell. She inhaled, eyes narrowing at him, skeptical. A person from some remote territory, yet you know the relationship between me and Yuria. And you even defeated a holy knight in direct combat. I must know where exactly did you acquire all that knowledge and skill? Dawood thought to himself, from my memories of the original game. But he could not say that. He had to invent an excuse. Saintess. That is something I can only discuss with Principal Adelante. I cannot reveal it freely. What I can say for certain is that I am on your side. And on Yuria's side as well. Hearing this, Yuria's eyes widened in shock as she turned to look at Lucian. Lucian said nothing, simply exhaling a stream of cigarette smoke. Suddenly, she slammed the lighter shut with a snap. Dowd Campbell. Lucian leaned back, resting a hand on his forehead, his voice calm, almost detached. For now, I will overlook it. You fought for me, freed me from the Pope's control, and you have taken good care of Yuria. That is the truth. Seeing her compromise, both Dawood and Yuria let out a relieved breath. Lucian added quietly, "But I cannot tell you everything." She gazed out at the sunlit window, her tone serious. "Even if it is not your true identity, I need to know what you are planning and how much you know. I need to know everything." Lucian closed his eyes, thoughtful. He considered the Pope's plan. Yuria and Lucian. They were essential pieces in it. Memories of when the two sisters were trapped in test tubes, used as experimental subjects, flooded back. The so-called homunculus project. The title of Saintess was not something Lucian was born with, it was created, assembled from various materials. It turned out Lucian, too, was only a tool for others to exploit. Her divine strength had been artificially constructed, and Yuria existed to support and amplify that power. They were merely instruments for Credo. That was how the Pope intended to create heaven, a heaven ruled by his own definition of justice. Dawood understood the situation perfectly and spoke up. "The Pope won't stop." But everything fell apart the moment Yuria escaped. "He is only loosening his control temporarily while we are here." Lucian and Yuria sat quietly on the bed, listening to him. "We have to prepare as thoroughly as we can during this short window," he continued. His level of insight and awareness left Lucian genuinely startled. "Who are you, really?" she asked. Inside a secluded mansion, a translucent system panel flickered to life. Main quest: the king. 3 days remained before the academy would be attacked. Within the house, a crystalline gem pulsed faintly with light, the heart of the star. As they walked, Lucian introduced it to Dawood. A holy device used to maintain the protective barrier around the academy. Legend says it is a relic left behind by a seraph. She eyed him skeptically. "I used my Saintess authority to enter this place. But are you sure this thing can truly help me?" Dawood answered with unwavering certainty. "Yes, it can. But, Saintess, I want to ask something. You blame me for leading someone with a leash." Then he added suddenly, "But what you did was even worse." Lucian sighed when she heard that. "No. That was not the issue. I cannot ignore the curse of severance." She turned, glancing at Yuria, face hidden, bound, being dragged along behind them. "So I had to pretend I was escorting her for exorcism. Otherwise it would raise suspicion." "It makes sense. Students normally are not allowed into the holy sanctuary anyway." Dawood said calmly, "You can lower your hood now, Yuria. Saintess, please wait outside. And you go out as well." Elia folded her arms, smugly refusing. "No. I am responsible for protecting the Saintess. And monitoring you." Lucian agreed with her without hesitation. "I concur. Daud, I still cannot fully trust you." Seeing Dawood's reflection in the crystal, Lucian spoke. "The heart of the star is made of the same material as Yuria's sword. It is an artifact you are not even allowed to approach, let alone touch. If the hero candidate stays behind to guard it, I will feel more at ease." Elia brightened immediately. "Yes, of course." Lucian closed her eyes, revealing the truth. "Even so. The reason I brought you here is because of my faith in the Creator, the one who guided me to meet you, Daud." Yuria clasped her hands in prayer. "I understand your position, Saintess. You have brought me this far already, I am truly grateful." Suddenly, Lucian released Yuria's leash. "Elia, take good care of her." Elia accepted the responsibility with a firm voice. "Yes, I will protect her. Thank you for trusting me." Yuria watched Lucian's retreating figure. Demons could interfere in the human world without restriction, but angels were different. Dawood stood silently before the gem, deep in thought. Angels had to obey the laws that maintained the order of the world, so they could not act freely like the lower-ranked angels he had encountered before. As she departed, Lucian spoke once more. "The hero is different, Yuria. I will wait outside." She asked Yuria, "If anything happens, can you protect yourself?" Yuria responded with a warm nod of reassurance. Before leaving, Lucian glanced back at her sister and smiled gently. A hero is someone with the purest and strongest heart among humans. Angels intervene in the world through them. Elia, witnessing the affection between the sisters, felt joy as well. It was natural for the Saintess to place such trust in Elia, even though she was still only a hero candidate. Elia thought to herself, to receive such immense trust, even as a candidate, is a step closer to becoming a true hero. She stepped closer to Yuria, offering reassurance. Do not worry, Yuria. I will protect you. Silently, she promised herself she would not allow anything to happen here. Meanwhile, Dawood was swinging his sword over the heart of the star. Very quickly, cracks began to appear on the surface of the gem. Elia's face darkened. Dawood's expression was no better. Even Yuria stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Lucian lit another cigarette, exhaling a delicate plume of smoke. As she inhaled, her mind drifted. If he knew about the homunculus project, then his intelligence network must be terrifyingly thorough. With each rising wisp of smoke, her thoughts floated alongside. Dowd Campbell. I cannot fully trust him, but there must be a reason why Yuria and the hero candidate follow him so closely. At that moment, the angel Aloy suddenly appeared before Dawood. He did not give the impression of acting recklessly or without purpose. Elia stared upward in shock, her voice trembling as she stammered, I. Is that an angel? Standing right beside her, Yuria was just as stunned, her mouth hanging open, unable to form a single word. Aloy appeared with radiant white wings, her presence illuminating the entire chamber. An inverted rank angel. Alal. Someone far more powerful than Dawood had expected. Her slender hand extended gracefully, reminiscent of the ancient angel Dawood had encountered before. Elia's eyes narrowed, her expression darkening. I thought they would at least send a low-ranking angel. Nothing like this. Dawood's head snapped back, surprise washing across his face. Seriously. Hovering above them, Aloy gently flapped her wings before directing her gaze at one of the three below. I see. You. Elia lowered her head immediately, eyes shut tight. Heaven's affairs truly are impossible to predict. She muttered. The angel descended slowly, her feet almost touching the floor. I remember you. She stepped toward Dawood and locked her gaze onto him. You met one of my soldiers before. Wait, you are the angel from last time, he asked. Then he answered his own question with a firm nod. Yes. I was there. Dawood's brows drew together as he looked up at her, clearly displeased. So what now? Is this the part where you assault my mind and cram divine doctrine into my skull? She did not answer right away. Instead, she examined him quietly from above her lashes. No. His hand twitched immediately, tightening instinctively around his sword hilt. There is no way you are letting me off that easily. The two stood facing each other, and behind Aloy loomed a massive crystal sphere. In the original game, angels could not interact with the material world. They could only attack the mind. They never punished harshly, just enough to prevent reckless behavior. Dawood could feel sweat rolling down his temples, his eyes never leaving her. A normal player would have been wiped instantly. So why was she just standing there? Her demeanor remained strangely gentle. Then Aloy spoke, her tone friendly, disarmingly so. Believe it or not, I am listening because your thoughts are rather interesting. The comment blindsided him. His legs buckled beneath him, and he dropped to his knees, his sword clattering to the floor. Suddenly, something surged at him, causing a deep, visible discomfort. He ground his teeth tightly, initially planning only a simple warning. Unexpectedly, Aloy, cold and detached, began to turn away, letting slip a mocking remark. The humiliation you cause seems almost deliberate. Go on, hurry inside. Her lips curved into a faint, enigmatic smile. Good. I trust you are prepared. Dawood's expression twisted in pain, his palms slamming hard against the surface beneath him. The sensation was unbearable. In that moment, he felt as though he had shrunk, standing atop a single cube amidst an infinite sea of identical cubes. He calmly glanced around, taking in the situation. This is my mental space. Aloy was caught in the same space, just as surprised as he was. What is this? She muttered. She hovered in midair, yet no other phenomena appeared. There was nothing at all. As Dawood pondered, Aloy spoke again, analyzing the scene. A mental space should reflect a person's morality or nature. So why is this just emptiness? Twisting a lock of her hair, She thought further. So he is neither good nor evil. Have I gotten myself into trouble? The identical cubes shifted and twitched slightly. I should have let my soldiers handle this, she mused. The angel's patience began to fray. Her expression darkened, lips pressed tight, even gnawing her nails in frustration. What do I do? How do I discipline a person like this? I never imagined someone like him could exist. Meanwhile, Dawood remained composed, observing calmly. He reasoned slowly, the formation of this mental space means my soul has a gap right now. Exactly what I want. Outside the mental space, his body lay sprawled, while Uriah sat in a corner, face down. Once the space connected to his soul, a predator would strike like a frenzy. Uriah's face remained bent, hidden beneath her hair. The moment the link opened, something or someone would rush in uncontrollably. Aloys suddenly noticed the color shift to a dark purple-black and asked sharply, "Wait. Are you closing your mental space?" Dawood responded with calm certainty, "Impossible. I can't even create it myself." A single elongated cube pierced upward from the ground, threatening to impale anything in its path. Within Aloy's sight, the warning signs of imminent danger slowly began to register. His eyes widened as realization struck it is coming. At that moment, Aloy finally looked down, seeing a black chasm filled with countless cubic pillars. It is coming. What is coming? The angel studied the abyss below intently, yet confusion marred her expression. She could not discern anything unusual. At the deep, shadowed bottom, faint purple patterns glimmered. I do not see anything. Strange indeed, she thought. But she did not anticipate that the figure approaching her was a horned female demon. By the time Aloy realized this, it was almost too late. She quickly turned her gaze back. Before that, Dawood had already been struck hard, the blow tearing open his chest armor. Aloy looked closely at the demon, a mix of shock and panic crossing her face. A demon. The demon's black eyes locked onto Aloy, unblinking and intent. Before the angel could react, thick binding cords shot out, restraining her tightly. The demon sat down gracefully, resting her chin on her hand with a look of pure enjoyment, activating her deadly charm. Her unnatural, demonic gaze remained unwavering, focused on a single target. Found you. Dawood froze for several seconds. The system alert rang in his mind. A white demon has taken notice of you. But internally, he remained composed, calculating. Good. Stick to the plan. The white demon's lips curved into a bright smile. And then, almost abruptly, she turned toward him. My mate. The red inked mark on his chest flared to life, radiating a faint spiritual energy. From his wrists, countless cords snaked outward. I won't stop. I need to see you. The cords lashed forward relentlessly, attempting to ensnare his face, to make contact. Dawood clenched his teeth, enduring it all. Just follow the plan. The angel's face had been tightly wrapped by the cords, leaving only one sharp eye visible. Dawood was pinned in place, while the white demon slowly approached him. The deadly combination of seductive power and lethal charm collided with his defenses. I want you. Want